I'm a third-gen high priest of Longhu Mountain. But after kicking the bucket, these clowns sealed me in a coffin with dark talismans. They even surrounded the whole thing with 81 soul-suppressing nails, just to make sure I stayed down. My pure yang essence was stolen by my own descendants just to light some lamps and craft talismans. All because 15,800 years ago, when I was the third high priest of Longhu Mountain, I tried to follow in the footsteps of grandmaster Zhang Daling and ascend to immortality. But bro choked during the tribulation and ended up getting deleted from the server. My descendants were terrified my immortal body would mutate, so they set up this whole trap. Just when I thought it was GG and I was destined to be a permanent corpse, a notification suddenly pinged in my ear. Congrats host, soul fusion successful. Zombie transformation complete. Dual cultivation system unlocked. Newbie rewards activated, restoring 10% of your previous life stats. Restoring 10% mastery of your previous life's lightning techniques. The moment that system voice finished, my cultivation started surging back, and I could finally move my stiff limbs again. But before I could even get used to my new hardware, the wooden door got blown off its hinges. Bunch of grave robbers burst in, led by some self-proclaimed feng shui master who got way too excited the second he saw my coffin. Yo, this casket is purple gold. Is this made from legendary golden silk manhua wood? We're about to be filthy rich, boys. Master, what's written on the tombstone? Is this an emperor's burial ground or what? The feng shui master glanced at the engravings, and his eyebrows practically touched his hairline. Something's not right here. This is the tomb of Zhang Tianlu, the third high priest of Longhu Mountain. The feng shui master started breaking out into a cold sweat, because the tombstone literally says Longhu Spirit Sealing Talisman. Damn, we accidentally raided the holy ancestral grounds of Longhu Mountain. This ain't just some random hole in the ground. This place is cursed with all kinds of bad vibes. Maybe we should just bounce? Longhu Mountain is literally right around the corner. If those Taoist monks find out we touched their sacred grave, we're 100% finished. The feng shui master thought it was a royal tomb, but these grave robbers didn't care about the risk at all. They live life on the edge anyway, so they weren't about to back down now. Screw the heavens, we're digging this coffin up even if God himself tries to stop us. With that, they whipped out their crescent crowbars and started prying the lid open. Starts prying the nails off the coffin lid, whining the whole time. Why are there so many damn nails on this thing? These nails alone weigh a ton, and each one is engraved with some high-level Taoist soul-sealing script. Once the final nail popped out, the Tomb Raider boss gave the signal. The goons swarmed the coffin, but that lid was stuck tight like it was glued shut. They were sweating buckets and couldn't even budge it. The boss screamed, "Get out of the way. If we can't open it, we're just gonna hack it to pieces. This is gold silk manhua wood with intricate carvings. It'd be a total waste to chop it up. Stop yapping, even if it's priceless, we can't carry it out anyway. All we want is the legendary loot hidden inside." The feng shui master backed off a few steps. Looking at the boss, his whole body wouldn't stop shaking. This is the ancient tomb of a heavenly master. The guy inside is literally the grandson of Zhang Daling. Are you seriously going to chop that open? He was already regretting his life choices, but since they were this deep in, he had no choice but to watch this train wreck. The boss raised his axe, ready to smash the gold silk manhua lid. Just as the axe was coming down, the system notification pinged in my ear. Detected tomb raiders attempting to desecrate the coffin. Side quest triggered. Annihilate all tomb raiders. Rewards unlocked. 10 Immortals Undying Technique and the Yin 5 Thunder Method. Suddenly, I felt my motor functions starting to kick back in. I slowly opened my eyes. Right then, a massive storm cloud swirled directly above the tomb. Pitch black clouds completely swallowed the sky. Out of nowhere, a bolt of lightning slammed straight into the grave. The coffin lid instantly exploded into 2 jagged pieces. The boss, who was mid-swing for his second strike, got sent flying by the shockwave. The rest of the fodder saw their leader go airborne and curled up on the ground, shaking in fear. Where the hell did that lightning come from? Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Master Mansion on Longhu Mountain, dozens of miles away, the 77th generation Heavenly Master Xuanzhen suddenly snapped his eyes open while meditating. He heard the thunder rumbling from the distance. Inside the Great Hall, the Ancestor tablets were glowing, and every single one of them started vibrating violently, especially the divine tablet of Patriarch Zhang Tianlu, which suddenly cracked into 2 pieces. This made Xuanzhen's face drop. He quickly started calculating with his fingers, his gaze piercing through the main hall of the Tianxi mansion, fixating on that purple lightning bolt crashing down. Oh crap, something's wrong with the 3rd generation Patriarch's tomb. He stood up immediately and summoned every single disciple on the mountain. All disciples at the Qingpao rank and above. Everyone, follow me down the mountain. Someone is messing with the 3rd generation Patriarch's tomb. With that, he charged out like a fireball, absolutely fuming. What kind of degenerate has the guts to do this? daring to lay a finger on the tomb of our Longhu Mountain patriarch. Suddenly, the whole Longhu Mountain was ablaze with energy. Dozens of Taoist masters in yellow and red robes activated their Godspeed movement technique, crossing entire peaks in just a few steps, rushing straight toward where the lightning struck. Meanwhile, a streamer girl accidentally wandered into the tomb area. She watched in horror as a tree-sized lightning bolt obliterated the entire graveyard. Bro, she was straight up shook to her core. Instinctively, she pulled out her phone to record, and the sky just started dumping rain. The chat in her livestream was going absolutely nuclear. Man, this is some top-tier content today. Lightning striking a grave? Is this some kind of omen that a zombie is leveling up? Even the sky itself is changing. Who the hell is actually in that tomb? Before long, the cops arrived, looking absolutely pale. Seeing that heaven-defying lightning strike left them completely confused. Criminal Investigation Captain Li Mu frowned and asked the streamer, "Are you sure those tomb robbers are down in this hole?" The streamer nodded frantically. "I saw those guys head down there with my own 2 eyes. We've been waiting for at least 20 minutes now." The cops finally tracked the tomb raiders to the entrance and were about to send a squad in to make some arrests. Suddenly, some dudes in purple, yellow, and red robes popped out of the woods like straight-up ghosts. The officers jumped, instinctively reaching for their sidearms. "Who the hell are you guys?" The lead old man in the purple robe waved his hand and flexed. "I am Xuanzhen, the current heavenly master of Longhu Mountain." Hearing that, the police and the streamer were absolutely shook. Is this guy actually the real deal Longhu Mountain heavenly master or a total fraud? Why is a high-level boss like that even here? In a flash, Xuanzhen's purple robe caught the lightning, radiating an aura so cold it could freeze the air. Meanwhile, the view count in Xiaohu's livestream just spiked to over 3 million. Bro, this is cracked. Even the actual heavenly master showed up. Don't tell me these idiots really dug up the sect's ancestral grave. I mean, why else would the big shots from Longhu Mountain pull up in person? This plot is getting way too juicy. The cop finally mustered the courage to ask, Master, why exactly are you here?" Xuanzhen replied, "This place is the burial site of our 3rd-generation heavenly master, and it's the ancestral tomb of our entire sect. That lightning storm earlier? Yeah, that was the Ancestor getting absolutely tilted." The cops heard that and collectively caught a massive chill. The comment section in the livestream was absolutely blowing up with 666 spam. Holy, they really hit the ancestral tomb of the 3rd-gen master, and the legitimate heavenly master just confirmed it himself. Back in the crypt, the lead tomb raider got zapped by a bolt of lightning and went flying 10 feet, looking like a piece of burnt toast. His eyes were bloodshot, he coughed up a lungful of blood, and his body was so numb he felt like he was hitting 0 HP. Even with 1 foot in the grave, the dude was still way too obsessed with the loot. He gritted his teeth, stood up with the help of his lackeys, and stumbled back to the coffin. When the lid shattered, everyone caught a glimpse of what was inside and straight up froze, too terrified to move, frantically shouting for their feng shui master. "Big boss, take a look at what this guy is wearing. Isn't he supposed to be a heavenly master? Why is he dressed in an emperor's robe? Something about this is seriously sus." The feng shui master shuffled closer for a look, but he started shaking like a leaf when he saw the body had already turned into a straight-up zombie. The thing looked absolutely cursed, rocking a rare black talisman stuck right on its forehead. You gotta realize that black talisman is the absolute endgame tier for seeing spirits in Taoist arts. What really freaked the grave robbers out was the drip. The body was rocking a black dragon robe with 4-clawed dragons. And underneath that, a high-level Taoist spirit sealing vestment. The feng shui master's teeth were literally vibrating in his skull. "Forget the loot, pack your stuff, and let's bounce, now." This ain't just some random fit, that's the Imperial Tutor's 4-clawed dragon robe. Back in the day, only the Crown Prince's personal mentor was allowed to wear this flex. Sure, it's got 1 less claw than the Emperor's gear, but the status is basically top-tier royalty. The more the master stared, the worse his gut felt, so he kept begging the squad to abort the mission. "This tomb is cursed. If we trigger even the smallest trap, we are all straight up cooked," but the greedy gang leader was already foaming at the mouth. "Oh baby, an Imperial Tutor, we're gonna be richer than the gods." The leader leaned over the coffin, and his eyes popped out when he spotted 3 shiny items sitting right next to the corpse. An ancient sword, a massive jade seal, and a book bound in some fancy ornate casing. The guy's eyes glowed like he just found a legendary loot drop, and he reached in to grab the goods. The leader grabbed the sword first, sliding the blade out of its scabbard with a slick motion. A crisp, ringing hum filled the room, and the blade didn't have a single speck of rust on it. One of his lackeys spotted inscriptions on the metal and started vibrating with hype. Everyone knows an engraved ancient blade is worth 10, maybe 100 times more than standard relics. The leader shoved the sword into the feng shui master's face to get his professional take. The master took one glance and his voice cracked in pure terror. By the heavens, 3 Purities Demon Slayer. This belonged to the Longhu Mountain sect. The legendary 3 Purities sword, the actual Heavenly Master's blade. And that jade seal. Look at the bottom, it clearly says Official Seal of Yangping Parish. Is that the legendary Heavenly Master's seal? As for that book, the master was too terrified to even flip the cover. With the sword and seal right there, that manual is almost certainly the legendary Supreme Authority Talismans. It's got the true names of the deities, the power to command spirits, and the juice to crush any demon in existence. Any random mook who tries to read that thing is going to spit blood and die on the spot. But the grave-robbing squad? They didn't give a damn about bad karma or death flags. All they saw were the massive stacks of cash they were about to rake in. With these 3 artifacts, we're set for life, easy money. The ringleader stuffed the swords and seals into his pack, but he wasn't satisfied, reaching out to loot the corpse too. The feng shui master saw this, and his face went paler than a ghost. Are you actually insane? We got the loot, let's bounce. Don't you dare touch that body. The ringleader scoffed. Relax, old man, we're already here. Might as well strip the place clean. These dragon robes and burial garments are worth a literal fortune. He started tearing the clothes right off the corpse, even calling his lackeys to help. The feng shui master felt goosebumps all over. His gut told him some major bad luck was incoming. Oh no, we are so cooked. He turned around, ready to bolt out of the tomb immediately. These tomb raiders have actually lost their minds. They already swiped the Heavenly Master's swords and seal. Now they're touching the dragon robes? Do they want to become zombies? Or what? Grandson of a true immortal, 3rd generation Heavenly Master, sealed with a black talisman, and wearing the 4-claw dragon robe, buried for 1,000 years with legendary gear. Plus he got struck by heavenly lightning once. This guy is built different. If he actually wakes up, nobody is making it out alive. The feng shui master was officially spiraling. Just as they were stripping the robes, the corpse in the coffin snapped its eyes open. The ringleader was still busy tugging at the clothes, complaining about how tight they were, while yelling at his lackeys to hurry up, completely missing that they were frozen stiff in terror. The ringleader finally turned his head to look at the body, and his face instantly lost every drop of blood. The corpse opened its mouth, spitting out a jet of thick black miasma, its empty glowing golden eyes staring straight into their souls. What do you think you're doing? That voice sent the tomb raiders scrambling back like terrified rabbits. Right then, the feng shui master watched the corpse in the burial robe slowly stand up. The black sealing talisman on its forehead flickered with weak purple light, failing to suppress the overwhelming corpse aura. I opened my eyes, my pupils now a pure hollow gold, my mind filled with nothing but pure unadulterated murder. The next second, I walked right into the air, hovering mid-flight, locking. Our boy is rocking the Tianqi seal and the Zhengyi Mingwei talisman. I held up a hand as withered as a dried branch, watching silver lightning dance quietly in my palm. The 5 Thunders technique. This ancient skill comes straight from Chen Feng's ancient memories. Even though I'm from Earth, once I fused with this corpse, the original owner's memories flooded my brain. Now I'm a hybrid of 2 souls, desperately trying to recall the lightning techniques I mastered back in the day. I've only recovered a fraction of my cultivation, but after 2,000 years, using lightning for the first time feels a bit clunky, only sparking out a few pathetic silver streaks. But by the second attempt, I'm already getting the hang of it. Lightning weaves between my fingers, electricity crackling and going wild. Next second, I dropped a thunderbolt right on the grave robber holding my loot. That massive boom shook the entire tomb to its core. In a blink, the tomb raider was blasted into literal dust. The rest of the squad is shaking in their boots, wondering how a single hit did that. The feng shui master is so terrified he hit the floor, wondering why this zombie is tossing lightning around. It's some cursed stuff, but when you think about it, it makes sense. In his past life, he was the Tianqi of Longhu Mountain. So, it's not exactly a shocker that a corpse can still throw hands with some thunder. But a zombie using lightning techniques? That's just straight up breaking the game logic. You gotta understand, Jiangshi usually have 2 main hard counters. One is a Taoist with a suppression talisman. 2 is heavenly thunder that nukes any demon or ghost. But both those things are useless against this zombie. Mostly because he's literally the grandmaster of the Longhu Mountain sect. Every modern Taoist has to bow down and call him granddaddy. And that cracked 5 Thunders technique, I'm the one who invented it and passed it down. You really think a grandmaster tier legend turning into a zombie is something you can handle? The real scary part is how I'm already using these skills like a pro right after waking up. The feng shui master is looking pale as a ghost because he's never heard of anything this broken. Just as I vaporized the thief who stole my seal and talisman, the system pinged my brain with a quest to recover the Tianqi sword. The Tianqi seal and the Zhengyi Mingwei talisman are mine again. The reward is the 36 transformations of the heavenly constellation and the bean to soldier technique, and the 5 Thunders orthodox method, perfectly adapted for my body. The next second, I flicked my wrist, and a massive suction force erupted. An invisible shockwave swept across the entire arena, yanking those two treasures straight off the charred corpse and into my hands. I casually hooked them onto my belt, then spun around, locking my eyes onto the leader of these grave robbers. He was still clutching the Sanwu Jianxie sword, but the moment he felt my gaze, the guy went ice cold. "What are you looking at?" "Huh?" His lackeys had already bolted, terrified, not even daring to get within a 10-mile radius. But this boss man wasn't your average NPC. He's seen it all in the underworld, so he just whipped his hand out and tossed a handful of sticky rice at me. I looked down at the rice hitting me and smirked. This bottom-tier trash? It didn't even touch my skin before my corpse energy vaporized it instantly. I couldn't help but laugh. Really? In this day and age, someone is still trying to stop me with sticky rice? I waved my hand again, and that gravitational pull kicked in once more, snatching the entire bag of rice right out of his hand. And while I was at it, I yoinked his black donkey hoof and yellow talismans too. The grave robber boss was absolutely stunned. Damn, this zombie is literally looting his entire inventory. All his anti-evil gear just got stolen by the monster. Isn't this a death sentence? But the real nightmare was just beginning. After taking the rice, I tossed it into my mouth and started chewing, then started snacking on the black donkey hoof like a treat. Then I slapped the yellow talisman onto my chest. It let out a pathetic pop and disintegrated, failing to suppress me in the slightest. The robber was shaking, his face completely drained of color. Meanwhile, the feng shui master just stood there looking bored. I already saw this coming. If even a black-grade talisman couldn't hold me, what was a yellow one supposed to do? I turned his sticky rice into dinner, the hoof into a snack, and the talisman into useless confetti. This zombie is just straight up built different. After finishing my snack, I fixed my eyes back on the boss. Is that all the trash you've got in your inventory? If you've got the guts, bring out your real gear. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to shine. The boss was fuming, pushed to the absolute brink, so he screamed like a maniac and charged at me with his Sanwu Jianxie sword. Die, you monster. I'm ending this right now. Bro's banking on a final gamble with the god-slaying sword, hoping it's enough to handle this absolute unit of a zombie. Shame the plan looked good on paper, but reality is about to hit him like a truck. Just as he lunges in with the blade, on the other side of the tomb, the Chimmo police and the crew from Longhu Shan finally make it inside and get a front-row seat to this absolute nightmare. The zombie isn't just hovering in mid-air, it's rocking imperial dragon robes. Wait, isn't that the legendary grandmaster from Longhu Shan? Bro turned into a zombie and immediately hit flying corpse rank. The livestream chat is losing its mind and everyone else is just frozen in fear. The Longhu Shan disciples look like they've seen a ghost, literally. Their own ancestor is now a savage corpse. This is a massive slap in the face for the entire Longhu Shan sect. And the real kicker? The miasma coming off this thing is suffocating. Xuanzhen, the purple-robed master standing at the entrance, can feel the pressure crushing his soul. This boss fight is clearly pay to win, and we're out of budget. Meanwhile, the leader of the grave-robbing squad decides he's the main character. He raises the divine sword high and swings it right at me. He's praying this sword lives up to the legends, slaying demons and suppressing the undead, using Longhu Shan's own tech to wipe me out. It's equal parts pathetic and hilariously desperate. I just hit him with a cold side-eye look of pure disdain. Does this absolute NPC really think holding a divine sword makes him untouchable? Newsflash, the sword already has a master, so I just flick my finger, and it flies right out of his hand and into my grip. With the sword in hand, I let loose a few slashes of pure lethal energy. The energy tears through the air, sounding like a high-pitched scream. In a split second, the grave robber is shredded. Trying to kill me with my own weapon? You really thought? Everyone watching is traumatized, and the smell of blood is turning the tomb into a slaughterhouse. They're all shook by how insanely violent this zombie is. Once I reclaim the blade and the sigils, the system prompt finally dings in my head. Congrats, host. You've reclaimed the 3 treasures of the Celestial Master. Here's your loot. You've unlocked the 36 transformations of Heavenly Might and the Bean to Soldier technique. Plus, the 5 Thunders Essence body is now active. As the rewards drop, the new techniques flood my brain like a massive data download. The 5 Thunders Essence body kicks in immediately, and I can feel the power surging. Honestly, I noticed the bug in my lightning technique. This body is strong, but it's got some serious beef with lightning energy. Every time I try to channel that thunderous power, my body just rejects it like a bad Tinder date. Probably because my zombie vibes and Heaven's lightning attribute are basically oil and water. Being a zombie naturally makes me weak to lightning magic, so honestly, I'm not even surprised. But once I fused with the adaptation skill, all that internal drama just vanished into thin air. This means I can finally spam the 5 Thunder method whenever I feel like it. Honestly, not having my own body fight me every 5 seconds feels pretty damn good. Meanwhile, the rest of these Tomb Raider clowns have basically lost their minds. They were scrambling to escape, only to realize the entrance was already swarmed by cops. Like they just found a golden ticket, they sprinted toward the officers, begging for help. At this point, they'd rather rot in a jail cell than get sliced into sashimi by me. I mean, they saw what happened to their homeboy back there, and that was way worse than any death sentence. Seeing these idiots basically handing themselves over, the police are looking pretty confused. They're staring at a celestial master turned zombie, wondering if their standard issue guns are even gonna tickle a guy like me. I'm just chillin', hovering in midair, locking my eyes on these grave-robbing bottom feeders. The system quest isn't done yet, which means every single one of these losers has to get deleted. You had the audacity to touch my coffin and dig up my tomb? That's a speedrun to the afterlife, and not the way you think. I pointed a withered finger right at them, and instantly my aura exploded with crackling thunder. The live stream chat is losing its mind right now. Oh my god, the Celestial Master is actually going to wipe the floor with them? Now that is the true terrifying majesty of a Celestial Master. Someone get this man a crown. I'm bowing down. Those Tomb Raiders didn't even make it halfway to the cops. I just flicked my wrist, dropped a lightning bolt right in their path, and turned one of them into crispy bacon on the spot. The rest of them are frozen in place, too terrified to even breathe. The whole place went deathly silent. The cops are tweaking, realizing the zombie is built different, but they don't dare move a muscle. Plus, this isn't just some random ghoul. This is the literal ancestor of Longhu Mountain. Those grave robbers started this whole mess by breaking into his crib in the first place. If they open fire and tick off this legend, they're all ending up as part of the graveyard. The police are all looking back at the Taoist priests from Longhu Mountain, waiting for a signal. Celestial Master. Daozhong, hurry up and give us a hand. Everyone just remembered that these guys are professional exorcists. But since this zombie is literally their founding ancestor, they're supposed to be the ones handling this. Xuanzhen and his squad of Taoists exchanged looks, sighed, and slowly stepped forward. The livestream chat and the police were holding their breath, ready to witness a legendary Longhu Mountain versus zombie showdown. But what happened next left everyone absolutely shook. Xuanzhen led his disciples to the tomb, but instead of throwing hands, they immediately formed a line. Xuanzhen took the lead, dropped to his knees, and the rest followed suit, forming hand seals and bowing in unison. 77th generation master of Longhu Mountain, Xuanzhen. This lowly disciple pays respects to the ancestor. All the Taoists in red and yellow robes kowtowed one after another, shouting Ancestor in perfect sync. This mind-blowing scene left everyone at the scene completely paralyzed. Hold up, Daozhong, why are you kneeling? Shouldn't you at least suppress him before paying respects? The guy is literally a living corpse right now. Even the cops were confused, rushing over to shout, "Catch him first, you can bow later." Xuanzhen slowly stood up, looking dead serious as he said, "The ancestor has already turned into a zombie, and if you don't kneel first to see if you can even take him on, you're just asking for a beatdown, so a little bowing definitely won't hurt. Just look at his gear, man. Third-generation Heavenly Master, rocking the dragon robes and black spirit talismans, buried for 2,000 years with sword talismans and legendary seals. He's maxed out on stats and powered by lightning. He's basically a raid boss." Xuanzhen could barely hold back, muttering that people only know Taoists catch zombies, but they never ask which one. If this were some low-tier demon, he'd go down swinging no matter what. But this is the third generation of Longhu Mountain, the OG of the Heavenly Master's mansion, and the literal grandson of Zhang Daoling. Back in the day, this guy was basically the supreme emperor of the sect. A legend like that turns into a zombie, and you want us to fight him? How are we even supposed to handle this? Even the 3 treasures on his body are worth more than every sect artifact Longhu Mountain has left. Xuanzhen was sweating buckets, knowing he wasn't even a match for the ancestor, especially since the guy just woke up and started spamming the 5 Thunders technique. And honestly, the lightning power was already stronger than anything Xuanzhen could dish out. So Xuanzhen and the whole squad just gave up on fighting entirely, choosing instead to kneel down and pay their respects. "Ancestor, we are your unfilial descendants. Please, have mercy." In the Taoist sect, hierarchy is everything. Who would dare to disrespect it? Even though I'm technically a walking corpse, I'm not some mindless NPC. I've got my full soul and consciousness intact. It feels like I've basically been reincarnated into this zombie body. I looked down at the juniors groveling at my feet and muttered, "Cut the kneeling, get up." The moment I dropped that line, the whole tomb went dead silent. The viewers on the live stream, the cops, the streamer girl, the Tomb Raiders, they were all stunned, looking like they'd seen a ghost. This zombie can actually talk? Dude's been dead for 2,000 years and is still out here having a conversation. That's straight up nonsense. Xuanzhen and the rest of his crew were stuck in a loading screen for a few seconds before scrambling up with pure respect. Xuanzhen spoke up, sounding genuinely guilty. "Ancestor, we have failed you. We couldn't even protect your tomb. and let these absolute clowns disturb your eternal peace. Please return to your resting place. Ancestor, just leave these grave-robbing trash to us. I shook my head, my voice dripping with ice, the tomb getting trashed and me waking up as a zombie. Not your fault. I'm not looking to start beef with my own descendants. Just clear out the outsiders. I'll handle the tomb raiders myself. As soon as I said that, Xuanzhen knew the boss was kicking them out, but he still tried to negotiate, hoping to use some logic. Ancestor, times have changed. We have the law and the courts now. It's like the imperial magistrate back in your day. It's much fairer to let them handle it. The police captain chimed in, rushing to add, back in your prime, you were a righteous heavenly master, protecting the world from evil. As for these grave robbers, we promised to make them pay for everything. In their heads, they thought the legendary Ancestor would totally vibe with the modern legal system. But before they could finish their main character monologue, I moved my lips just a hair, and a glowing golden incantation echoed through the chamber. Eastern lineage, primeval origin, gather the righteous spirit and bind the form. The cops were clueless about ancient Taoist scriptures, but once the spell hit, their faces turned whiter than a sheet of paper. The Longhu Mountain masters looked like they'd seen a god. They were terrified out of their minds, instinctively backing away and kowtowing like their lives depended on it. Ancestor, sorry to bother you, but stop staring and start running, bro. Nobody looked back. They just scrambled out of that tomb like their lives depended on it, leaving the police team looking completely lost and confused. Like, what? We were just having a civil conversation a second ago. It was just a few lines of a chant. Why is everyone sprinting for their lives? They didn't even have time to process it before the Taoists literally dragged them away. Even the girl streamer got yanked out of there. Before leaving, Xuanzhen gave the tomb a deep, respectful bow. That left only the tomb raiders and the feng shui master inside. They wanted to run too, but my gaze locked onto them like a heat-seeking missile. Their legs turned to jelly, and they could only scream at the cops in total despair. Officer, please, take us with you. The police captain stood there looking awkward and low-key panicked. The Longhu Mountain Taoists already dipped, so while they didn't care about catching looters, watching them die inside was a tough pill to swallow. The captain hesitated, still trying to buy some extra time. Xuanzhen heard that, and his eyes went wide with pure disbelief. Captain, let me give you a piece of advice. Do not go in there, because whoever steps inside is basically choosing death. The captain was still confused, thinking, wait, wasn't everyone just chilling and talking a minute ago? Xuanzhen was so tilted he actually cursed. Damn it, do you even know what the old Ancestor was chanting? He was dropping the Savage Thunder mantra, and no, it's not just kinda strong. Aren't you a heavenly master too? You don't know how to do basic magic? Heavenly Master Xuanzhen gave a bitter, helpless laugh. Bro, you're giving me way too much credit. The Savage Thunder mantra is way above my pay grade. That's a forbidden incantation that I'm not even qualified to touch. His voice dropped, sounding dead serious now. The old Ancestor spelled it out clearly enough. Either you bounce or you stay and turn into dust with those tomb raiders. Just as predicted, no sooner had they left the tomb than the sky started tweaking, with black clouds swirling into a massive lightning storm. A crimson bolt of lightning tore down from the 9 heavens, carrying enough killing intent to level a mountain as it slammed into the tomb. Boom! The whole place collapsed, and the livestream chat went absolutely nuclear with spam. Oh my god, what kind of lightning is that? Is that red? Now that is some real godly technique, right? The Ancestor literally unlocked it for them again. Deep underground, all the remaining tomb raiders, including that fraud feng shui master, got zapped into literal dust by lightning. That feng shui master was supposed to be from a legit sect, yet he had the audacity to rob the founder's tomb. Bro deserved every bit of that ending. Once the lightning show wrapped up, the system decided to chime in again. Congrats host, mission accomplished, tomb raiders wiped out, reward claimed, undying 10 immortals manual, and the Yin 5 thunder law. I slowly floated out from the underground, walking on air like it was nothing. Looking up, the sky was still crackling with leftover lightning energy. My dragon robes and purple garments were whipping in the wind, looking absolutely majestic. The Undying 10 Immortals manual and the Yin 5 Thunder Law fused into my body, and my power spiked through the roof. In that split second, I felt my long-sealed Taoist cultivation starting to wake up. As the descendant of Zhang Tianxi, the magic I mastered in my past life is finally flooding back into my body. After transforming into a corpse, not only can I restore my peak cultivation, but I can also merge zombie abilities with Taoist magic to reach the legendary corpse magic realm. At this rate, breaking through to Ascension is going to be a total cakewalk. Talk about the heavens literally handing me a win. This humble Taoist has found a brand new path, one that leads straight to the pinnacle of the heavenly Tao. If I grind properly, this body can attain true immortality, and my Taoist arts will return to their primal OG state. Suddenly, the system dinged again, activating a brand new quest. A massive ghost realm has popped up on the north side of Longhu City. There's a Heaven's Fate item in there, and absorbing it nets me some massive rewards. The 36 transformations of Yin Tian Kong, the Nailhead 7 arrows, and the purple gold divine lion cultivation method. With my past life cultivation and lightning magic finally returning, a glint of hunger flashed in my eyes. This isn't just an opportunity. It's literally food being served on a silver platter. Killing intent and destiny are both resources I'm starving for. I just need to devour them to power up. Outside, everyone saw me soaring into the sky and lost their minds. Xuanzhen Tianxi's face went pale instantly. It's over. The Ancestor is actually coming out of retirement. The Tomb Raiders are dead, so the grudge should be settled. The Ancestor should just gone back to his coffin to nap. But now that he's walking on air, the whole situation is a different beast entirely. Longhu Mountain's job is to protect the Taoist path, and keeping tabs on demons is literally our day job. But our own Ancestor is out here walking among the living as a zombie, which is definitely breaking a few rules. Xuanzhen Tianxi had no choice but to man up and step forward. Ancestor, please stop right there. You've already ascended. You shouldn't be stepping foot in the mortal realm anymore. Today, this unfilial junior has no choice. I absolutely have to stop you. I looked at his determined gaze, a faint smirk forming on my face. Didn't expect there to be someone with this much backbone among the juniors. But right after, I let out a roar, unleashing 1,000 thunderclaps from my lungs. Xuanzhen, back off. You can't stop me. The Ancestor doesn't want to throw hands with you today, so stop asking for a beatdown. My voice carried the orthodoxy of the Five Thunders combined with a suppression sonic art. As the sound faded, the very void shattered, and dozens of ancient trees nearby exploded into dust. The scene instantly fell into a deathly eerie silence. The viewers in the live stream were mind-blown. Imagine having that much raw power just from a shout. Even I was standing there, completely stunned. The Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain just stared at each other, totally lost. What kind of godly technique is this anyway? Xuanzhen gritted his teeth and thought to himself. No way, I absolutely cannot let him leave. We can't just sit here knowing the Ancestor might go out and wreck the world. Without missing a beat, he ordered the 7-star formation to be activated. Over a dozen masters drew their swords and rushed in. Red and yellow robes blurred together, and Xuanzhen even unsheathed his lifebound blade. The 5-3 demon-slaying sword became the core of the formation. Sword chi crisscrossed everywhere, aligning with the 7 stars, transforming into a barrage of 10,000 meteors raining down on me. I narrowed my eyes as a cold glint flashed from the box behind my back. The 5-3 demon-slaying sword erupted from its sheath. In a split second, I channeled my thunder aura and roared, "Qinghua Heavenly Emperor, grant this sword the mandate to execute." I swung once, and the 7-star formation shattered into nothingness. The Longhu Mountain priests were all blasted backward. The sword chi didn't even touch them, yet it already had their blood. I just flicked my wrist, and the Xuanzhen sect's 3-5 evil-slaying sword was instantly mine. Come here, both the heaven-tier swords of Longhu Mountain belong to the king now. Xuanzhen turned ghost white, choking out, "That's my sword, give it back." The cops, the streamer, and the entire livestream chat were straight up shook. Is this the actual power of the Grand Ancestor? Imagine setting up a massive sword formation only to get folded in one hit. The skill gap is unreal. Xuanzhen looks like he just swallowed a bucket of lemons. Bro never imagined he'd get absolutely diffed like this. By all logic, this outcome shouldn't even be possible. I let out a mocking laugh. Did you really forget that I literally invented this 7-star sword formation myself? You're trying to use my own cheat codes against me? Xuanzhen is speechless, his brain completely offline. This whole situation is just way too much to process. He totally blanked on who he was even dealing with. That move was basically a speedrun to getting deleted by the heavens. I tossed the Qing sword back at him like it was trash. You'd better hold on to your gear, kid. The Grand Ancestor has actual business to attend to. I don't have time to play with you. Before the words even left my mouth, I turned into a bolt of lightning and dipped. Honestly, I've actually got some respect for this descendant of mine. When I first crawled out of my grave, the kid immediately kowtowed twice. He knows how to act. Even though I look different, he knows his place and respects his elders. When I busted out of that coffin, he knew he was outclassed but still tried to stand his ground. That kind of grit is the only reason he's worthy of the Longhu title and those purple gold robes. If he hadn't shown that respect, I would swiped his sword for my collection today. Xuanzhen stared at the sword I tossed back, his face a total roller coaster of emotions. Bad news. He got his weapon stolen instantly. Good news. The Ancestor didn't delete him and even gave it back. Xuanzhen stood there, spiraling and having no idea what to do. The cops saw me bounce and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Master, why didn't you stop him earlier? I thought you knew how to use lightning spells? Xuanzhen shot him a look that could kill. Are you actually brain dead? You want me to use lightning arts? The old Ancestor's blood lightning covers the sky. He can cast that stuff with his eyes closed. If I dare to touch lightning, he'll just clap back with a 9 heavens divine thunderstrike. How am I supposed to survive that? When it comes to lightning, that guy is a 7th-gen master. How could he possibly stand up to an ancestor from 3 generations ago? That's just speed running your own funeral. The chief looked at Xuanzhen's pathetic state and sighed, realizing this mess is a total nightmare to fix. That ancestor turned zombie has insane combat power, and the worst part is he's ghosting everyone. Who knows if he's going to start bodying innocent people? The upcoming headache is definitely going to be massive. After a quick debrief, nobody dared to slack off. They immediately went live with the manhunt plan. The cops and the Longhu Mountain sect split up to handle their own business. Meanwhile, a bolt of lightning dripping with death aura paused for a sec to check the map before full sending it toward the southern city. By now the sun had dipped, and Longhu City was being swallowed by the shadows. By the reservoir south of the city, a group of youngsters was out camping. They're these small-time streamers looking to film some spooky content for the clout. Since they needed a night vibe, they set up camp and waited for the sun to quit. But they'd been at it for 2 hours, couldn't get a fire going, and dinner was looking like a lost cause. The pretty streamers were straight up fuming. Xiao Zhang, the guy in charge of the fire, looked like he was about to cry. It's not like I'm not trying, bro. Today is just straight up cursed. The fire keeps dying the second I light it. A male streamer rolled his eyes and snatched the gear, acting like a total alpha. If you can't do it, don't blame the gear. Watch and learn. Even with wax and alcohol, the fire just refused to cooperate. Maybe you're just a complete NPC, honestly. But then the weird stuff started happening. The flame would flicker for a second, then just fizzle out like a joke. The wood was bone dry, but it was acting like it was soaking wet. Everyone was confused, like, the laws of physics aren't physicsing right now. This makes 0 sense, and nobody could figure out the issue. And nobody noticed that just as the moonlight got blocked by a dark cloud, a massive domain of pure nightmare fuel is quietly manifesting around them. As the zone takes shape, countless vengeful spirits crawl out from the reservoir and the wilderness, swarming toward their campsite. Every elder in Longhu City knows the truth, that the Nanchang Reservoir is backed by mountains and faces the river, a spot long considered a prime piece of real estate by feng shui masters, serving as an ancestral burial ground since ancient times, before they ruined the vibe by building a crematorium and zoning it as a cemetery. Eventually, the reservoir area was just straight up abandoned. The locals wouldn't go near that place if their lives depended on it. The problem is, these clout-chasing influencers have 0 clue about the local horror lore. They just saw the scenic views and decided it was the perfect spot to film some viral trash for their socials. When they couldn't start a fire, the streamers started malding, cursed out the weather, and retreated to their tents. But the moment they stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted from chill trip to instant regret. Under the pale moonlight, a swarm of deathly white figures suddenly materialized. They are slowly closing in on the campsite like they're hunting for XP. Inside one tent, the CEO of the streaming agency was sipping wine with a girl in silk stockings, plotting their next collaboration. The very next second, he felt a crushing weight land on his shoulders. He whipped his head around and nearly had a heart attack on the spot. Some vengeful spirit had hitched a ride on his shoulder out of nowhere. The ghost opened a mouth like a literal blood-drenched cavern and swallowed him whole. Immediately, blood-curdling screams started echoing out of the tent. The streamer girl was shaking in her boots, watching in horror as her boss got turned into a snack. She scrambled to run out, but froze the second she stepped past the tent flap. The entire campsite was already packed wall-to-wall with hungry demons. The moment the monster spotted her, they swarmed forward like she was a gourmet meal. Just as she was about to be turned into sashimi, a beam of crimson light slammed down from the sky. It's a red-robed ghost queen, looking absolutely menacing while cradling a literal demon baby. Right behind her, a male ghost king appears, his aura radiating even more pure evil than the queen. He's rocking a Qing Dynasty eunuch outfit, looking like a head supervisor on a power trip. The eunuch ghost king swings his fly whisk, screaming at the mob, "Why are you all fighting like peasants? The prince and the consort haven't even had their fill yet, and you fodder-tier spirits are already trying to snack?" As soon as those two bosses arrived, the horde of spirits glanced at each other, eventually surrendering and holding their offerings high like gifts for the ghost king. The red-clad queen nodded in approval, randomly picking out the fairest-looking streamer in the bunch, lifting her chin to inspect the goods, even daring to give her a little lick. But the very next second, she frowned, and immediately spat it out. What in the hell is this? What kind of garbage is this? She was just looking for a snack of human life force, but didn't expect to catch a mouthful of the streamer's heavy-duty makeup instead, half of which got licked right off. Revealing her true form, even the eunuch ghost king next to her was shook. Damn, what kind of cursed black magic is this? The difference between her face before and after is like night and day. He was just about to teach this streamer a lesson for wearing 2 kilos of foundation. The ghost baby inside the queen started wailing before anyone else. The little demon smelled that life force and started bawling his eyes out. His mouth was packed with razor-sharp little fangs. His screeching was enough to snap anyone's sanity in half. The terrified streamers were so scared they literally wet themselves on the spot. Seeing that, the 2 ghost kings were visibly annoyed. Eat, 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 that's all you ever do. Fine, take it then, eat up. The red-clad queen grabbed the ghost baby by the neck and ripped him out of his swaddle like a rag doll. She tossed him aside like a cheap toy, but the little monster didn't feel a thing. In fact, he just grinned ear to ear. It looks like they're playing some kind of twisted game. Meanwhile, I flew above the reservoir, stepping on thin air and standing tall between the heavens and the earth. With yin energy swirling thick below, I activated my Dharma eyes. As the golden zombie, I peered down, and the scene through the black mist became crystal clear, revealing swarms of spirits, with those 3 ghost kings standing out like sore thumbs. This pure yin energy is top-tier fuel for raising a zombie. Those 3 ghost kings are basically 3,000-year-old ginseng roots just floating there. Absolute gourmet snacks. Without a second thought, I took a step and dove headfirst into the ghost realm. Just as the ghost baby was about to pounce on the streamer, a sonic boom ripped through the sky above. A figure shrouded in pitch-black energy just dropped from the sky, piercing straight through the demon realm's dark barrier. All these low-tier spirits are literally shook, staring at me like they've seen a ghost. Like, what kind of absolute monster can just tear through their fortress like that? Even the 3 demon kings are lagging. This guy just speed-ran through their impenetrable defense. You gotta realize this black bone barrier is built from pure concentrated yin energy. The barrier is only supposed to let regular, living fodder walk through. The bigger the realm, the heavier the aura, and the stronger that barrier should be. Considering the scale of this Nam City Reservoir dungeon, not even the top-tier Taoists from Longhu Mountain or the high-ranking masters from Mao Shan could crack this thing in any reasonable amount of time. Yet here I am smashing it in a single move. Everyone's eyes are locked on the figure descending from the heavens, and since I'm radiating pure death energy, it's obvious I'm rocking a zombie build, draped in an imperial black dragon robe. The eunuch demon king sees the robe and goes absolutely feral. In his past life, he was the grand eunuch of the Qing dynasty, and he took way too much pride in simping for the emperor and the empress dowager. Seeing some zombie wearing a dragon robe in his territory has him throwing a massive temper tantrum. The red-clad demon queen's eyes narrow, sensing something is seriously off. Behind the guy is a longsword, and beneath the robe, there's another layer of clothing peeking out. She stares past the robes and her entire body starts trembling. Isn't that the official purple robe of a Longhu Mountain celestial master? Wait, don't tell me this guy is a legendary celestial master who turned into a zombie? Her heart just skipped a beat. She's fought plenty of spirits and zombies before, but a zombie celestial master, that's some straight-up nightmare fuel. If this really is a Longhu celestial master, then breaking the barrier in one hit actually makes perfect sense. Before she can even process it, the eunuch demon king is already ordering his fodder to rip the intruder to shreds. In a split second, a swarm of screeching spirits charges straight at me. The red-clad queen tries to call them off, but it's already too late. I'm just standing there, unbothered, staring down the incoming wave without even breaking a sweat. My withered zombie finger traces the air, manifesting a purple heaven-shattering talisman right in front of me. The red-clad queen's pupils dilate. Is this that legendary celestial master lightning technique? According to the myths, there's an ultimate form of lightning magic. The technique is known as the heaven-piercing scroll. Only someone with god-tier talisman knowledge can literally draw their spells in thin air like that. The raw power of these spells is absolutely cracked, but the Longhu Mountain secret manual has been lost since the 3rd grandmaster era. Yet here we are, watching someone recreate it in real time. This is straight-up ghost in broad daylight levels of cap. A literal swarm of soul-reaping ghosts rushed at me under the command of that ghost king eunuch. Suddenly, the system pinged in my ear with a new quest: wipe out every single ghost in this domain. Completion rewards include the 36 yin heavenly transformations, the universe breath technique, and a +3 fragment of the heaven-reaching soul banner. Hearing that, I let out a smirk that said, "It's game over for you scrubs." Well, don't blame me for being rude then. I whipped up a thunder-chasing talisman with just a flick of my wrist, chanted the mantra, and watched as the paper burst into purple lightning, frying everything in sight. Wherever that lightning touched, those ghost souls were shredded into literal confetti. Right after, I took a massive breath, inhaling all the refined ghost energy directly into my core. The remaining ghosts watched this and literally lost their minds in terror. A zombie using top-tier lightning magic? These ghouls are seeing a ghost right now. The whole vibe in the room became incredibly awkward for them. A ton of ghosts shrieked and started running for their lives. Make it make sense. One second they're surrounding me, and the next, I'm the final boss who's literally untouchable. Too bad you clowns think you're actually getting away. Under my lightning law, everyone's equal, so don't even think about escaping. I waved my hand again, pulling out another thunder charm, this time dropping the temple-shattering thunder talisman, and as my chant echoed throughout the entire ghost realm, I channeled that I am the law energy. The talisman detonated, packing way more heat than the last one. The lightning rolled through, lighting up this entire hellscape like it was noon. Hundreds of ghosts didn't even make it past the starting line before they got vaporized in the Thunder Sea. As I gulped down massive amounts of that sweet, refined ghost energy, I could feel my zombie flesh pulsing with newfound strength, a crazy feeling of... This feeling is absolutely goated. The three demon kings in the distance are straight up bugging out. The eunuch demon king is trembling, doing some weird finger gestures. Is this guy actually a zombie or a Taoist priest? And why does he know how to use lightning magic? Did I actually miscalculate this whole situation? It's fake. This is pure nonsense upon nonsense. The nonsense is literally knocking on my door. The Crimson Ghost Queen beside him felt her blood run cold and immediately started plotting her exit. She could clearly feel the insane pressure radiating from this zombie, not to mention that sketchy, overpowered lightning spell. One flick of this old zombie's finger could probably wipe this entire ghost realm off the map. She backed away, whispering that based on his gear and gear quality, he's probably some Longhu Mountain ancestor who turned into a zombie. In his current state, even a 5,000-year-old ghost emperor would get wrecked before even landing a hit. Even black and white impermanents would dodge this guy if they saw him coming. I'm out, the Crimson Ghost Queen thought, having fought Longhu Mountain back in the day, and knowing a thing or two about the Celestial Master's legacy, she immediately deduced this zombie was likely a former Heavenly Master. Not wanting to die with these losers, she turned to dip, but out of colleague courtesy, she gave the Ghost Child and the Eunuch Demon King a heads up. She didn't even look back as she started sprinting. Better you guys die than me. The Crimson Ghost Queen vanished into a red streak of light before the words even left her mouth. The Eunuch Demon King and the Ghost Child looked at each other, their faces completely twisted in terror. An ancestor of Longhu Mountain turned zombie, no wonder he's got that lightning game on lock. A purple-robed Celestial Master turned zombie who's a master of lightning. Even a Ghost Emperor would have to call this guy daddy in a fight. The two didn't hesitate to turn into black streaks and attempt their own getaway. I saw them trying to bail, and my eyes flashed with golden light as I locked onto all three of these frauds. Right on cue, the system chimed in with a new mission. Stop and capture the fleeing Demon Kings. The rewards for this are the 36 transformations of Yin Tiangong, the ability to flip yin and yang, 3 shards of the heaven-connecting soul banner, and a soul-snatching rope. I looked up at the 3 Demon Kings running for their lives, a cold smirk creeping across my face. None of you clowns are making it out of here. Golden light erupted from behind me, and a massive golden celestial avatar manifested in the void, a legendary member of the 6 Ding Divine Generals. Immediately after, I landed a palm strike, and my Dharma avatar did the same, sending every single Demon King crashing into the dirt. The 3 Demon Kings hit the ground, their brains buzzing like a broken server. The Crimson Ghost Queen struggled to sit up and gave a bitter laugh. We're all monsters and ghouls anyway, just different flavors of undead. Why are we out here catching strays from our own kind? Family shouldn't be out here pressing family. I gave her a cold look. You think you're worthy of being called my family? Oh, don't get it twisted. I'm giving you one choice. Surrender now, and you might keep your pathetic life. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next. As I spoke, the lightning aura on my body evolved from standard purple sparks into a lethal silver-white glow. That white lightning is the second stage of my thunder art, packing way more heat and terror than the purple lightning ever could. Feeling the sheer pressure radiating from the white light, the Crimson Ghost Queen's face darkened like a storm cloud. You want me to bow? Keep dreaming, you delusional brat. She whipped her head around to the 2 other Ghost Kings, whispering, we're gonna hit him from all sides and jump him. No matter how cracked he is, he can't tank all 3 of us. But before she could finish her plan, the Eunuch Ghost King literally raised his whisk and surrendered on the spot. Fight him if you want to die, lady. I'm out. From this second on, this man is my new boss. The Crimson Ghost Queen absolutely lost it. Are you kidding me? You're a Ghost King. You're embarrassing us. You coward. The Eunuch Ghost King shot her a look like she was the dumbest person in the room. The guy just swatted us out of the sky like flies. He can wipe all 3 of us off the map with one hand. The Eunuch Ghost King actually has a brain and knows his place in the food chain. We have a chance to surrender right now, but once we start actually fighting, we won't even get the chance to beg for mercy. He respectfully bowed his head, walked over to my side, and pledged his loyalty like a true servant. I gave him a look of approval. The eunuch Ghost King immediately asked, "My lord, if I may, which generation of the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Masters were you when you were alive? And is the long treasure on your body perhaps related to the third-generation ancestor of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Tianlu, posthumously titled the Tianqing Zhu by Emperor Yuanwu, the Guangde True Lord, appointed by Prime Minister Cao Cao at the end of the Eastern Han? The Han Emperor personally appointed me General of the South and Marquis of Fenglang, granting me 10,000 households and this imperial dragon treasure. This thing is legit dripping with style, way higher rank than the Qing dynasty ever had." The Ghost King eunuch's eyes were instantly filled with absolute worship, turning his head to glare at the red-clad Ghost Queen and the Ghost Infant. "You two better surrender right now. Don't blame this humble servant for going full scorched earth if you keep disrespecting the Imperial Majesty." The red-clad Ghost Queen and the Ghost Infant just scoffed. A slave is always a slave, switching sides faster than you can blink. Her fingernails started glowing, instantly growing long and razor-sharp as she lunged straight for me. The Ghost Infant beside her let out a screech and charged in too. Seeing this, the Ghost King eunuch swung his whisk, engaging them to protect his new master. That little freak was crawling across the ground like a deranged spider, screaming as it rushed forward. I kept my face chill, watching this little bug actively trying to speedrun its own death. Right as it was about to reach me, I pulled off a hand seal. Golden light technique. Heaven and earth profound ancestor. The next second, waves of golden light erupted from my body, forming an unbreakable defensive barrier. The Ghost Infant didn't see the shield coming and slammed face first into the golden light array like a total meathead. In a split second, half of its face got vaporized on the spot. White smoke hissed as it shrieked in agony, but I just shook my head. Imagine thinking you're fast enough to outrun me. I reached out a hand, grabbed the little monster, and glared down at its pathetic screaming. "One more sound out of you, and I'm pulling out every single one of your teeth." Damn, I'm savage. The Ghost Infant went quiet instantly like a scared chick. It wasn't that it didn't want to struggle. It was paralyzed by the sheer amount of lightning energy pulsing in my grip. If you think your trash defense is tougher than my 5 Thunder mantra, feel free to keep squirming. The Ghost Infant instantly went full submissive mode, not daring to let out even a whimper. The red-clad Ghost Queen saw her teammate get locked down by the eunuch and cursed in her head. What a useless piece of trash. One surrendered the moment the fight started, and the other got folded in half a second. Imagine having teammates this bottom tier. She immediately unleashed her full aura. That terrifying Ghost King pressure flooded the area, creating a frigid, death-filled domain. I was actually a little impressed. This red-clad Ghost Queen has some serious potential. She's significantly stronger than the eunuch and the infant. Basically a prodigy among these low-life spirits. I flicked my fingers to Eunuch Wang. The Ghost King heard that and dipped immediately. Bro was already running on fumes. I flicked my wrist, and the Celestial Master Sword unsheathed itself like a total boss. Then I drew a killing talisman in mid-air and channeled that energy straight into the blade. I sent that sword flying through the ghost realm like a laser beam, deleting the darkness. Everywhere it touched, those pathetic ghosts turned into literal dust. Any stragglers left in the dungeon got absolutely wiped by my flying sword. Finally, I pointed the blade at the Crimson Ghost Queen and gave her an ultimatum: follow me or get deleted. The Crimson Ghost Queen was shaking under that pressure, sweating bullets, and officially gave up on resisting. This sword art is just broken. If he used this earlier, she would have surrendered ages ago. The Crimson Ghost Queen dropped to her knees and pledged her soul to me on the spot. I looked at the Ghost Infant in my hand, let the sword hover behind it, and aimed the tip right at its dome. "I surrender, Master. I was wrong. I'll be a good boy from now on." Just like that, all 3 Ghost Kings were officially under my thumb. A notification pinged in my ear. Mission accomplished, rewards dropped. I unlocked 2 God-tier abilities, Wind and Rain Manipulation and Yin-Yang Reversal. After a quick grind, I mastered these 2 arts from the 36 Heavenly Transformations. Adding these to Bean Soldiers and the Death Curse I pulled earlier, I've now got 4 of these legendary endgame skills in my arsenal. Plus, I've collected 6 shards of the Soul Banner and snagged a soul-snatching rope. I messed around with the Black Iron Chain, covered in blood-red underworld sealing runes. I couldn't help but think. I remember this gear is exclusive underworld tech. Even regular Reapers can barely get their hands on one. This is definitely a top-tier legendary item. Any demon or spirit locked in this chain isn't going anywhere, ever. Honestly, it's even more cracked than the talismans from Longhu Mountain. After claiming the loot, I glared at the 3 Ghost Kings. "Hand over your ghost cores now." The 3 kings started trembling like leaves. They looked absolutely shook, knowing they couldn't win this fight. They had no choice but to hand over their cores, so I could keep their power in check. I ain't ever trusting the word of some random demon. Keeping them on a leash is the only way to play it safe. Then, the eunuch Ghost King dragged over the streamers who hadn't been eaten yet. "Master, how should we deal with these humans?" Please, go ahead and treat yourself to a meal. I stared at the bunch shivering in front of me, looking absolutely pathetic. Like, why are these NPCs even wandering into a cursed ghost realm? Turns out these clout chasers were so terrified they were already halfway to the afterlife while trying to film a vlog, only to stumble right into a hell zone. Talk about having the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. They thought the chaos in the ghost realm was their golden ticket to escape. But nah, they got slammed into the dirt by the Ghost King in seconds, and looking up made them even more terrified. They realized a zombie was just hanging out there too. First the vengeful spirit, now a zombie? These guys are speed-running their own funeral. They were dead certain they were toast, but I just gave them a casual wave with my dried-up hand and told them to beat it. Then I turned my attention to the 4 of them, starting the hunt for that heaven-sent destiny the system mentioned. I mean, any realm that can spawn 3 massive Ghost Kings isn't just your average spooky basement. I immediately grilled the 3 Ghost Kings. Yo, where's the heaven-sent destiny in this dump? Master, we have literally no clue, fam. We've just been grinding by absorbing yin energy, never even caught a whiff of some heaven-sent destiny. I shook my head. Them not knowing makes sense, because if they had, it would have been inside one of their bellies ages ago. A heaven-sent destiny is like a 5-star meal for every demon and ghost in the hood. Thinking about it, I whipped out my Heavenly Master seal, drew a talisman script on it, and started scanning the realm to track it down. I need to feel out exactly where that energy is hiding. The Heavenly Master seal isn't just for putting ghosts in their place. It's a top-tier tracking device, too. As I reached the edge of the reservoir, the seal suddenly started glowing like a neon sign. Turns out the heaven-sent destiny was chilling right at the bottom of the lake. I quickly threw out a hand seal, beaming golden light from the Heavenly Master seal straight into the deep end. The entire reservoir started boiling like a kettle on high heat. I was honestly shook. A reservoir this massive and not a single fish in sight? Under the glow of the seal, an irregular dark purple crystal started materializing on the surface, radiating pure, freezing cold yin energy. Bingo, that's the heaven-sent destiny right there. I stood on the bank, hands behind my back, just watching that destiny condense on the water. Turns out it hadn't formed into a solid yet, just vibing as raw, hidden energy in the lake water. No wonder those 3 Ghost King frauds couldn't find or absorb it. I used the power of the Heavenly Master seal to pull the energy out of the water and force it into a physical form. You could say this fat loot was destined for me all along. Meanwhile, deep down in the abyss of the reservoir, some absolute unit of a monster was lurking. Sensing the surge of the heaven-sent destiny, it slowly cracked open its slumbering eyes. This beast has been leveling up for ages by snack feeding on the scattered energy in the water. Because the energy was too scattered before, it could only accumulate and absorb it slowly. Now that it sensed the energy converging, it shot up from the mud at the bottom of the lake, its massive body tearing through the water like a missile. My eyes were locked on the surface, where that purple-black crystal, big as a fist, had finally finished forming, radiating an ice-cold, ominous aura. Just as I reached out to snag that loot for myself, the water suddenly exploded as a massive monster lunged from the depths, jaws wide enough to swallow a tank, charging straight for the natural destiny. This thing was a unit, glowing with a golden sheen, boasting a gigantic frame with long flowing whiskers, plus 2 horns on its head. Straight up looked like a legit dragon. Seeing this random boss fight mob pop up, I furrowed my brows, my face turning ice cold. Courting death, are we? Imagine having the audacity to touch my hard-earned loot. I flicked my fingers in the air, manifesting a purple seal into a lethal lightning strike technique. This move is a certified cheat code, calling down heavenly lightning to nuke the target instantly. I slammed my hand down, and a roar of thunder ripped through the clouds. A massive purple lightning bolt slammed directly onto the dragon thing's skull. The explosion was insane, blood flying everywhere, and the monster screaming in agony, but the greedy rat still flicked its tail to gulp down the natural destiny. Seeing that, my kill switch flipped, and I started chanting for the Heavenly Master seal. The seal turned into a golden laser, rocketing toward the water beast and shattering its skull into pieces. The beast crashed back into the water, twisted its body, and vanished without a trace. I was fuming, my rage hitting peak levels. The 3 Ghost Kings felt my aura and started trembling like leaves. I immediately turned around to grill those 3 losers. You guys have been training here for ages, so how in the hell did you miss a massive eel hiding at the bottom of the lake? The 3 Ghost Kings panicked, claiming this eel-turned demon was a master at hiding in the muck, making it impossible to detect. I activated my golden eyes and peered deep into the water. Turns out that trash mob was a 1,000-year-old eel that had successfully ascended into a dragon. So naturally, I decided to make this 1,000-year eel my new pet. Come out, you coward. I'm about to show you exactly who you're messing with. Just then, that familiar system notification dinged in my ear. System dropped a new quest. Detect the aura of the Tianyin guy who set up the Heaven-Earth 8-gate formation. Trap this 1,000-year demon. The rewards are the 36 transformations of Yin Tian Kong, the ocean-splitting technique, and the Li Qiankun cultivation manual. I didn't hesitate for a second, and immediately fired up the 8 gates of heavenly heavens. The next second, I stepped forward, my body surging with raw death energy, while pitch-black aura spread like thick smoke across the surface of the lake. I traced my withered finger into the empty air. Dozens of pitch-black sigils manifested out of thin air. Suddenly, those black sigils shot down toward the water like missiles, locking into their designated spots in the Bagua formation. A heartbeat later, 8 pillars of black light erupted from the lake bed, piercing straight into the sky. The Heavenly Heavens 8 Gates array is officially online, baby. System notification. Congrats, host, for completing the quest. You've successfully set up the 8 Gates array and trapped that 1,000-year-old demon. Rewards. 36 transformations of Yin Tiankong, ocean-splitting technique, and the Li Qiankun cultivation manual are all yours. Meanwhile, the official internal website for Longhu Mountain just dropped a massive alert. Longhu Mountain is calling for backup from every Taoist sect in the country. The ancient tomb of the third ancestor has been raided, bro. The old man reanimated as a corpse escaped and is currently Maie, posing a major threat to the mortal realm. If any disciple spots the ancestor, report it to Longhu Mountain immediately so we can jump him together. This news hit the scene and immediately sent shockwaves through the entire Taoist world. About 1 kilometer away from the South Reservoir, my 8 Gates array was lighting up the sky like a rave. A monk in a golden robe, holding 18 prayer beads, stopped dead in his tracks. He looked up at the sky in the direction of the reservoir. Just then, an off-road vehicle came drifting toward him from the reservoir side. The monk took one look and realized the car was dripping with death energy and ghost miasma. Clearly, the people inside had a rough run-in with the zombies at the lake. He didn't even flinch, just reached out his hand to block the car. The streamer lady driving the car saw someone standing in the middle of the road and panicked hard. She froze up completely forgetting to hit the brakes. When she opened her eyes again, the car was already about to slam into the golden-robed monk. But to their surprise, this monk didn't panic at all. He just stood there with his hands together in prayer. He dropped a single palm strike onto the hood, bringing the car to a dead halt, leaving everyone inside absolutely shook. The monk walked over to the driver's side window with a calm smile. "Greetings, travelers. Did you lot just come from that reservoir over there?" The people in the car reacted instantly, like they'd just found their salvation. The streamer spilled all the tea about everything that went down at the lake. The monk listened to their story and gave a slow, calculated nod. "Thanks for the heads up, everyone. Guess I'll be taking my leave now." The monk turns around, dead set on heading toward the reservoir. The streamers immediately start panicking and rush to catch up. "Master, it's a death trap out there. We've already lost people to that place." But wait, he just puts his hands together. "Amitabha. Thanks for looking out for me, guys." But this monk is feeling pretty confident in his own stats. "My Buddha hacks is infinite. Cleansing a few ghosts and zombies is light work, so don't sweat it." The monk says this with absolute chill energy, acting like these high-level mobs are basically fodder. He barely taps his foot, and the next second, he's already moved 10 meters away. In a few flashes, he completely vanishes from the streamer's sight. Our man in the yellow robe is now sprinting full speed toward the reservoir. He hits the outskirts of the lake in under a few minutes. Monk Yongkong stares at the reservoir, the beads in his hand glowing with a massive holy aura. He notices the black fog around the perimeter is thinning since I already devoured 9/10 of the ghosts. The fog of this massive ghost domain has basically been nerfed. He whips out his wooden fish relic and starts tapping away as he strolls into the domain. Monk Yuankong doesn't stop the rhythm, keeping that beat going. With every strike, the remaining weakling ghosts scatter like roaches. He's literally creating a path just by dropping this sick beat. While back inside the domain, I just finished setting up the Heaven-Earth Bagua formation and instantly cashed in my system rewards, the 36 heavenly transformations. I unlocked the river turning technique and the Li Qiankun cultivation method. I checked the river turning skill in my inventory, and it's finally ready to be unleashed. I dump all the cultivation points into myself. I launch a palm strike as if I'm gripping reality itself, shoving my hand right into the reservoir. As I rotate my hand, a massive whirlpool forms out of nowhere. The vortex grows bigger and bigger, turning into a literal tornado. Endless columns of water get launched tens of meters into the sky. The 3 ghost kings behind me are staring, shocked that I can literally flip the world and churn the seas with a flick of my wrist. The once still lake suddenly erupts with over a dozen waterspouts, shooting up like they're trying to tear the entire reservoir apart. The 3 ghost kings beside me are absolutely mind-blown. At this power level, let alone these losers, even the ghost emperor himself would have to bow down and kneel. That eel just tried to steal from the boss. Bro is literally speed-running his own funeral. I scan the water, my eyes piercing through the murky lake bed, hunting for that greedy eel. Little brat, you better pray I don't catch you. Because if I get my hands on you, you're in for a world of hurt. Meanwhile, Monk Yuan Kong is outside the ghost realm, tapping his wooden fish, pushing through the wall of black demonic mist, heading deep into the zone to play hero and exorcise the place. As he strolls in, he hears a massive commotion, like the river and the sea are literally being flipped upside down. Monk Yuan Kong frowns, his face looking real suspicious. What kind of sound is that? Why does it sound like a tsunami is happening in here? Monk Yuan Kong pushes deeper into the realm, screaming at the top of his lungs. Amitabha, I am Grandmaster Yuan Kong from Fazhong Temple. You filthy ghosts, better show yourselves. The roar of his Buddhist chant instantly vaporizes the ghost aura in front of him. Wrapped in a golden glow, he's strutting through the realm, looking like a literal Buddha descending from the heavens. I'm currently pissed off because I can't catch this eel, and then this bald guy walks in. I was just struggling to corner that eel with my black death aura. Seeing this bald monk, a chaotic idea just popped into my head. Isn't this guy just a glorified piece of bait? Monk Yuan Kong stares at the scene, his toes curling in pure terror. Especially when he sees that Jiangxi flipping the lake upside down, his heart skips a beat. This guy actually has the power to toss the whole ocean around? He's too scared to even breathe, and just as he's about to say something, his phone starts ringing, and it's none other than his master, Abbot Liu Zhen from Fazhong Temple. Seeing the ghost and Jiangxi just staring at him, Yuan Kong sighs and awkwardly picks up the phone. Liu Zhen's voice booms through the speakers. Disciple, something big went down in the Taoist sect. The tomb of the 3 heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain just got raided. Their 3 heavenly masters have officially turned into zombies. You're out there exorcising ghosts, so keep your guard up, kid. Hearing this, Monk Yuan Kong feels like he's about to cry. Master, I think I've already run into him. I'm hanging up now. The next second, I flashed a grin and ordered the 3 great ghost kings to hunt him down. No way this prey is slipping through my fingers. With that, these 3 monsters charged out like rabid dogs. Suddenly, Monk Yuan Kong threw out a palm strike and tried to use a Buddhist escape technique to bounce. Seeing that, I took a single step and my body instantly vanished from where I stood. 1 step, and I was already right in front of the guy. Little bunny, you really think you can run away? Monk Yuan Kong couldn't believe this walking corpse was actually faster than him. Is this seriously the power of the Longhu Mountain Tianxi? Absolutely terrifying. Immediately, he whipped his prayer beads at me, unleashing a burst of Buddhist light like we'd never seen before, aiming straight for my dome, but I just tanked that hit with my bare body. The beads shattered instantly. Then I raised one hand, a binding talisman materialized out of thin air, and I slapped it directly onto the monk's forehead. I dragged my new prize right back to the edge of the lake. The next second, I canceled my river-splitting formation. The water calmed down, then I suppressed my aura and chucked the monk back into the depths. Now we just play the waiting game. The moment that eel lets its guard down and shows its face, it's game over. Several hours passed, but the reservoir stayed dead silent. Meanwhile, over at the Chengnan police station, Master Liu Zhen from Fazhong Temple and Tianxi Wuliang from Longhu Mountain had both arrived with their squads. As soon as they met, that monk Liu Zhen from the disciplinary hall couldn't help himself. Amitabha, Longhu Mountain sure is something else. Claiming to be the #1 sect, yet you can't even keep your own founder in check. Letting him turn into a zombie and terrorize people. Truly a clown world. Tianxi Wuliang was already annoyed, and hearing this guy run his mouth just made his blood boil. Master Liu Zhen, you'd better watch your tone, unless you want to see if your neck is stronger than my palm. Sparks of thunder started dancing in his palm, and the message was clear. Keep yapping, and I'm going to shove this lightning bolt straight down your throat. Monk Liu Zhen saw the lightning crackling in Wuliang's hands, took a deep breath, scoffed, and turned around to leave. Before walking off, he left a parting threat. You better remember this. If anything happens to my disciple, your Longhu Mountain sect is next on the chopping block. I won't let this slide, mark my words. Right after that, the cops mobilized, rolling up to the South City Reservoir, alongside Wu Liang from Longhu Mountain and Master Liu Zhen from Fazhong Temple. Meanwhile, at the reservoir, the sky was brightening as the heavy fog finally started to clear out. I was just sitting by the shore vibing with my eyes closed, and the water was still dead silent. I chuckled to myself, kids got guts, let's see how long you can hold your breath. At the same time, the police, the Longhu Mountain Alliance, and the Fazhong Temple Squad hit the brakes about a few hundred meters from the lake. The 3 factions synced up and started marching toward the reservoir. On the flip side, the eunuch Ghost King by my side felt those human auras closing in, and immediately warned me, Master, we've got company. The next second, I opened my eyes, stared into the water, and commanded, go intercept them. Don't let these NPCs get any closer. On cue, the 3 Ghost Kings rushed off to gatekeep the area. About 500 meters out, the 3 groups were closing in on my spot. Before they even got close, Wu Liang and his Longhu Mountain cronies sensed a massive wave of ghost energy hitting them. Wu Liang immediately shouted, "Watch out, everyone! We've got a high-level ghost coming for us." Before the words left his mouth, a black chain of ghost energy burst straight out of the ground. The chain instantly shackled Wu Liang's ankles tight. Then, a ghost bride in a red dress erupted from the soil, aiming her claws straight for Wu Liang's heart. The Taoist priest nearby panicked and started shouting, seeing that these ghosts were clearly throwing hands first. Wu Liang slammed his foot onto the ground, with enough force to shake the earth, shattering the ghost chains instantly. Without wasting a breath, Wu Liang squared up against the ghost bride and unleashed a palm strike. The ghost bride took the hit and went flying back several meters. She stood up, smirked, and said, "Not bad for a Longhu Mountain fraud. Your lightning skills actually live up to the hype. But take my advice. You'd better stop poking your nose where it doesn't belong. My master is currently handling some serious business inside. And if you disturb him, let's just say it's not going to end well for your little Longhu sect or my crew." As soon as she finished, the Ghost Infant King and the Eunuch Ghost King slowly emerged from the shadows. The three Ghost Kings stood at the entrance, radiating enough pressure to make the air heavy. Suddenly, Monk Liu Zhen rushed forward, ignoring the tension. "Is my precious disciple in there?" "Where is he? Hand him over right now." The red-clad Ghost Queen scoffed. "If you don't bait the hook right, you're not catching anything." "That little rabbit? My master already snatched it up to use as bait." Hearing that, Monk Liu Zhen completely lost his cool. The next second, a massive golden Buddha statue manifested behind him, slamming directly toward the Ghost Queen. Seeing this, the Ghost Queen flashed away to dodge the attack, looking super annoyed. "I told you, stop making a scene. Do you actually have a death wish or something?" But Monk Liu Zhen wasn't listening. He was tilted, his rage completely overriding his brain cells. He let out a massive roar. "Amitabha! Disciples, where are you? Some demonic trash is acting up today. They're messing with our Buddhist sect. Don't just stand there. Start chanting the Diamond Sutra to buff me up. Let's exorcise this demon." As soon as Monk Liu Zhen screamed that, a dozen little monks behind him whipped out their ritual gear, their bodies glowing with blinding holy light. With that squad buffing him, Liu Zhen's power spiked like crazy. We're talking a tenfold power-up. He looked like a literal living Buddha descended from the heavens, wrapped in pure gold energy. He grabbed a pair of golden cymbals, clashing them together to unleash a deafening shockwave. That massive sound wave packed with the power of the Diamond Sutra blasted right into the three great Ghost Kings. They got knocked back hard, and at that exact moment, I heard the commotion and finally stood up from my rock. "You bald fraud, are you tired of living? I told your punk self not to interrupt my fishing, and here you are again." I stepped out into the air, floating face to face with the monk, and gave him a dismissive wave. Once Monk Liu Zhen saw me, he started preaching. "You were a cultivator in your past life. You should know that turning into a zombie just brings ruin to yourself and others. Your enlightenment is trash, and now you've fully embraced the demonic path. Aren't you scared every righteous cultivator will hunt you down?" Monk Liu Zhen kept yapping away. Listening to this, Xuanzhen Tianxi behind him, along with all the Longhu Mountain disciples and other sect members, started breaking out in a cold sweat. They were literally drenched in fear. Everyone was thinking the same thing. This old geezer is actually suicidal. Why is he talking smack to him? Does he really think he's safe just because he has a little holy power? This monk is so cooked, his brain is literally fried from all that scripture. Meanwhile, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen and the Taoists from Longhu Mountain quietly backed the hell up. I couldn't help but burst out laughing at Monk Liu Zhen's words, making my copper coin mask rattle with a cursed ghostly sound. "Who the hell do you think you are to lecture me?" As soon as I finished, my whole body was surging with the Five Thunder Array. The lightning, usually purple, had shifted into a dark ink-black hue. That's the Five Thunder Array after a straight-up edgy corruption arc. Monk Liu Zhen let out a cold huff at the sight. "You're just a heavenly master who's been dead for 2,000 years. Don't think I'm scared of your little monk self, no matter how much cultivation you've got left. Who actually lives or dies today is still up in the air, buddy." He spun his hands violently, unleashing a massive sonic boom. Feeling the wave coming my way, I let out a deafening roar straight at Monk Liu Zhen. A terrifying Thunder God shout erupted right out of my mouth, instantly shattering his sonic attack into nothingness, and sending that fraud Liu Zhen and his little drum-beating fanboys flying. I blinked across the battlefield and appeared right in front of Liu Zhen. I smirked and said, "You really love your gongs and drums, don't you?" Honestly, I'm kind of a fan myself. Without missing a beat, I slapped the hell out of his shiny bald head. After a deafening thwack, a black handprint was branded right onto his skull. That one slap wiped the smug Buddhist aura right off his face. The three great Ghost Kings swarmed him like rabid dogs, dragging him away while he went limp as a wet noodle. On the sidelines, the little monks saw their master get folded and tried to bolt. Seeing them scramble like rats, I just flicked my hand in a quick arc. A bolt of black lightning carved a massive trench in the ground, blocking their path. I gave them a warning. You better stay put, or I'll be pointing a finger at your graves next. That single line scared those drum-beating clowns so bad they froze solid, terrified to even breathe. The three great ghost kings marched up and tied the whole squad up, tossed them all straight into the lake to act as bait for my fishing trip. I watched those bald heads thrashing as they sank and just shook my head. If you're trash, just stay quiet. Doesn't it feel good to be humbled? Meanwhile, Heavenly Master Xuanzhen and the cops were watching, trying to keep a straight face while mentally having a total breakdown. They were basically watching a circus act, seeing exactly how this bald clown's story ended. Then, Xuanzhen stepped out, practically begging, "Grand Ancestor, please stop. Come back with us before you lose your mind completely." I didn't even spare him a glance, barking, "Get lost and don't push me, or you're gonna end up just like that bald fraud from before." Hearing that, Xuanzhen let out a roar, "Grand Ancestor, if you're gonna be like that, don't blame me for being disrespectful." He immediately screamed his orders, "Everyone, form the Great Golden Sun Formation. It's time to bring the old man home." Last time they fought the third Grand Ancestor, their intel was trash, and they tried to use the 7-star sword array, which was literally designed by the Grand Ancestor himself, so I wrecked their formation in like 2 seconds. That's why this time, Xuanzhen came prepared with a whole new gimmick. If things go according to plan, subduing this zombified Grand Ancestor shouldn't be a problem at all. As the formation locked in, every monk gripped a golden sun talisman, all their energies fusing into one massive blinding sun axe. The axe hovered above their heads, and since it was high noon, that sun power was hitting at maximum capacity. Xuanzhen stood in the center, hands moving in a sword seal to steer that sun axe energy. "Grand Ancestor, you recognize this formation, right?" I just gave a tiny shake of my head. "The Great Golden Sun Formation. Looks like you put in some serious overtime trying to deal with me, but even if this tech is flashy, it's still doing 0 damage to me." Xuanzhen started chanting, and suddenly, waves of terrifying fire erupted from the talismans. The flames began to condense into a massive fire dragon right next to him, and with him fueling the fire talismans like a madman, that dragon lunged straight at me. Watching this mid-tier spectacle, I flicked my finger, drawing a few lines in the air, and whipped up a celestial sweeping talisman in seconds. I slapped the talisman forward. The paper instantly exploded into a massive vortex of wind. The wind dragon and fire dragon collided, and my sweeping talisman just sucked that fire beast right into the watery abyss. The fire dragon hit the water and instantly turned into a massive cloud of high-pressure steam. Seeing his setup fail, Xuanzhen immediately dropped a divine fire curse. This time he doubled down, throwing out more curses with way more juice behind them. With the high noon sun backing him up, Xuanzhen was basically cheating with infinite firepower. Xuanzhen shouted, "Grand Ancestor, you're done for. It's high noon, the heavens and the terrain are on my side. Inside this golden sun formation, there's no way you're walking out of here." The moment the words left his mouth, the smile on my face vanished. I flicked my hands into a seal, stomped the ground, and triggered a technique from the heavens. Above my head, a massive royal purple line of pure chi roared into existence. Thunder started rumbling in the sky as massive dark clouds materialized out of nowhere, swirling in a chaotic frenzy. It happened in the blink of an eye. 1 second it was scorching hot, and the next, everything went pitch black. With the Yang talisman emerging, the very laws of yin and yang were flipped upside down. The divine fire spell that Master Xuanzhen was flexing in my face just moments ago vanished into thin air without a trace. Without the sun's buffs, his scorching sun talisman became totally useless. Watching the sun above his head turn black, Master Xuanzhen's face went ghost white in terror. I looked at him and said, "Hey Xuanzhen, still think you have the advantage of time, place, and people on your side?" Xuanzhen kept his eyes locked, saying, "Your yin-yang reversal technique is cracked, old man, but I'm still dragging you back today. Even without the heavens helping me out, I'm not letting you leave." Xuanzhen threw out a hand seal, dumping every last bit of energy into his scorching sun talisman. Countless chains of liquid fire erupted from the charm, forming a massive net to trap me from every single direction. Fire from all sides, an inescapable cage of death. Master Xuanzhen triggered his spell, and that web of fire chains came flying straight for me. Right on cue, my spiritual sense picked up the 1,000-year-old eel finally lunging out from the mud at the bottom of the lake, moving with insane speed as it opened its gaping maw to chomp down on monks Liu Zhen and Yuan Kong. Those two bald-headed clowns, Liu Zhen and Yuan Kong, saw the monster rising and nearly had their souls jump out of their bodies. They'd heard the Longhu Mountain ancestors used humans as bait here after turning into zombies, but they had no idea the thing lurking under the water was this massive. At the same time, I stared down that incoming death net, pulled the Celestial Master sword off my back, and slashed 2 razor-sharp energy waves. Just 2 swings were enough to shatter those fire chains into nothingness. I didn't give Master Xuanzhen a single millisecond to react before I sent a palm strike his way. The five thunders rumbled as the strike slammed directly into Xuanzhen. Xuanzhen got absolutely clapped, sent plummeting from the sky by that one five thunders palm. I took a single step, teleporting over the lake, just as the thousand-year-old eel poked its head out. I reached out a hand, plunging it straight into the water. Across my five fingers, the raw power of the five thunders manifested into my black lightning hand dove deep into the water, zeroing in on that ancient eel. The millennium-old eel saw that hand coming, panicked, and tried to burrow back into the mud like a total coward. I just smirked at the beast and muttered, "If you manage to escape this time, I'll literally strip off my royal robes and let you wear them." I grabbed the eel by its massive body with one hand, gave it a brutal yank, and my black lightning hand let out a thunderous boom, shattering the surface as I launched the thousand-year-old monster right out of the water. The behemoth landed with a crash, crushing rocks and trees like it was nothing. Everyone on the scene was left absolutely shook. A police captain immediately stepped up and asked Xuanzhen Tianshi, what in the world is that thing? Xuanzhen shook his head and said, "It's an eel demon, but looking at its aura, it's basically one step away from turning into a dragon." Meanwhile, I was standing there, crackling with black lightning, staring down the eel I just snagged. "You've got two choices. Either cough it up yourself, or I'll beat you to death and dig it out." The eel let out a roar and blasted a torrent of green fire straight at me. The flames were laced with a millennium of concentrated poison. Since the beast wanted to play dirty, I stopped holding back. I threw a punch, and the Black Five Thunder energy looked like it was going to tear reality apart. The lightning-infused strike connected, sending the giant eel flying. Its scales were charred black, but the stubborn thing still wasn't backing down. It growled at me and lunged with its blood-stained maw wide open. I just smiled and dove straight into the mouth of the thousand-year-old monster. A split second later, a blood-curdling screech echoed through the air. The big eel spat me out instantly, along with a mouthful of its own teeth and a pool of blood. And there I was, completely encased in a thick golden Taoist protective aura. The only difference was my aura was deep crimson, leaving Xuanzhen looking like he'd just seen a ghost. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if his ancestors had slapped him so hard he'd gone blind. Across from him, I stared at the eel, trying to bite me. "Your teeth aren't sharp enough, pal. Want to try that again? I'll even stand here and let you take a bite." The millennium-old eel went silent, its eyes shifting as if it had just hit a breaking point. "Fellow Taoist, let's stop the fighting. Let's make a deal instead." I exhaled a puff of death energy. Now that it wanted to negotiate, I was actually interested. "All right, let's hear this deal of yours." The thousand-year-old eel slowly began to speak. "I won't lie to you, fellow Taoist. I've been grinding in this spot for over 1,700 years. So if my calculations are right, you must be some big-shot master from Longhu Mountain. Since you're a high-level cultivator, you've definitely heard of the 10,000-year submerged yin wood, right?" I stared at him, skeptical. "Are you capping, or do you actually have some?" Obviously, why would I flex if I didn't have the goods? Plus, this piece of yin wood is over 10,000 years old. I pulled it out of the mud ages ago and kept it on ice. I took a second to think about it, then gave a slow nod. If I already know there's a legendary yin wood chilling at the bottom of this lake, why bother cutting a deal with you? I could just delete you from the server, take your innate yin fate, and go grab the wood myself. Only kids do math to pick sides. I'm the MC, I take everything. Why would I ever share? Hearing that, this thousand-year-old eel demon instantly lost his cool. "You're moving way too wild. You could at least leave me a little something." "Bro, you just said we'd go all out to the death. If you're dead, what's it to me? Besides, you're basically my loot now anyway, so why would I leave you anything?" I tapped my waist with a smug look. The next second, my Ji Mingfu started glowing purple, and a massive godly phantom manifested behind me. This avatar was an absolute unit, towering over everything with his head in the clouds, rocking a red face, wild beard, and eyes that could see through your soul, with an eagle-beak mouth and the power of thunder at his command. Wielding a fire wheel in one hand and a golden lash in the other, I waved my hand, and after barely 2 minutes of content, this eel demon couldn't handle the pressure anymore, and finally decided to surrender. He handed over the innate yin fate like a good little NPC. Right on cue, the system chimed in. Host successfully subdued the 1,000-year-old golden dragon loach, claiming rewards. Rewards unlocked. Dragon Transformation Manual, Golden Dragon Claw, True Dragon Blood, and a fragment of the 10,000 Soul Banner. I looked at the eel, then snatched his dragon core, the only way to make sure this loser stays loyal. I gave his dragon head a dismissive pat. "Get moving. Go fetch me that 10,000-year yin wood you wouldn't shut up about." The massive eel beast hopped up and dove straight back into the depths. A few minutes later, he hauled up a gigantic slab of black wood. Looking at that massive chunk of loot, I couldn't help but grin. At the same time, the system notifications started popping off again. New mission alert. Find an ebony coffin shop and craft a top-tier casket ASAP. The system is going to grade your carpentry, and the higher the score, the crazier the loot. Oh, and finding some legendary feng shui spot to build it nets you a bonus. Yin Heaven 36 Transformation and Heavenly Origin Fire Cultivation unlocked. I immediately locked eyes with my 3 demonic underlings. Take this ebony wood to the nearest village right now. Find the best carpenter in town and have him craft me a premium-grade coffin. If you guys mess this up, you know exactly what's coming for you. The 3 demon kings started sweating buckets, bowing like crazy, before glancing at the 1,000-year eel demon next to them. After I gave this guy a reality check and yoinked his dragon core, he's been acting real different. Look, we're all family now, so just be a good boy and work for me. I pointed my finger, channeling the dragon transformation art. A golden beam of light shot straight into the eel demon's sea of consciousness. A look of pure crusty joy plastered across his face. This technique will break your limits, speed up your dragon evolution, and maybe even turn you into a true 5-claw dragon. The eel demon heard that and immediately bowed until his head hit the floor. Oh, great ancestral master, your mercy is a literal rebirth. I'm yours to command. Whether it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I'm down. This eel's IQ is actually through the roof. I gave a slight nod, seeing as he's officially joined my squad. From today on, you shall be known as Xuan Tu, same generation as the great celestial master. The eel demon heard his new stage name from the great ancestral master. He frowned a little, feeling a bit salty inside. Like, isn't this name a bit too basic? He's been grinding for 1,000 years. Evolved from a lowly eel, working his whole life just to get rid of the earth mud label. And now, he's stuck with 2 in his name? Doesn't that mean he's still stuck in the dirt? Next second, I flicked my wrist and pulled out the golden dragon claw manual and a drop of true dragon blood. These are for you too, take them as a gift. As soon as those items hit the air, the eel demon gasped, absolutely shook. Who cares about the name Xuan Tu? Earth? Never forget the roots, not even a little bit. From now on, all my descendants will be named Tu, Qing Tu, Yuan Tu, Xuan Tu, Ming Tu, Run Tu. Suddenly, he felt this name was radiating peak spirit energy, making it sound low-key legendary. Is this really a sect, patriarch? Nah, this is straight-up daddy energy. I couldn't be bothered to care about that loser. Looking at the myriad soul banner gifted by the system, as the saying goes, a cultivator who isn't grinding is just asking for it. So he turned those souls in the banner into his bros and started refining that artifact immediately. Meanwhile, 3 ghost kings pulled up to a village called Changle, where a 20-year-old dude was vibing, feeling like the main character, puffing on a cigarette right after walking out of the local barbershop. Still riding that post-pampering high. Wang Hao didn't catch the vibe at first, turning around to think, who's the clown pulling a prank in the middle of the night? The moment he saw them, he instantly hit the floor, begging for his life like a pro. The eunuch ghost king looked annoyed and said, "Look up, kid, I've got a question. Who's making coffins in this village?" Yeah, we got one! Zhang Muwei is a master woodslayer with 30 years of experience. His coffins are S-tier quality. Without wasting a breath, the eunuch ghost king snatched up Wang Hao to lead the way. They reached the carpenter's place in record time. The eunuch ghost king glanced inside, catching Zhang Muwei and his wife having a moment right before kicking the door down. Zhang Muwei raged, threw on some clothes, and marched out. What the hell? Who dares break into my house? Zhang Muwei didn't even finish his sentence before he spotted the 3 ghost kings behind Wang Hao. His knees turned to jelly, and his attitude did a complete 180. Little bro, who are these 3 fine gentlemen? Wang Hao was shaking like a leaf. They're customers I brought for you. They want a custom coffin made. Zhang Muwei's vision went dark, and he was mentally speed-running curses through Wang Hao's entire family tree. I treated you like a brother, and this is how you repay me. Bringing ghosts to my doorstep? The eunuch ghost king scoffed, glanced at a sample coffin in the yard, and flicked his sleeve, slamming a massive piece of demon wood onto the ground. Zhang Muwei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Holy smokes, is that legendary wood? Look at this quality. That's top-tier golden phoebe wood, aged in mud and carbonized under pressure for 10,000 years to become elite black ebony. Zhang Muwei has never seen wood this expensive in his entire life. Bro is literally witnessing a legendary tier upgrade today. You've got 1 day to finish this coffin, and if it's not ready by then, you're basically a dead man walking. With that, the 3 ghosts just dipped. Zhang Muwei started cursing under his breath while suiting up for the grind. Usually, it takes at least 3 days just to knock together a mid-tier coffin. Doing it in 1 day with premium ebony, that's basically speedrunning the impossible. Zhang Muwei stared at Wang Hao. What are you just standing there for? Go get every carpenter in the village to help right now, or we're all catching a one-way ticket to the afterlife. While they were grinding on the coffin, Zhang Muwei's son, Zhang Wei, showed up looking like absolute trash. 2 months ago, he went to Macau thinking he was the main character, ended up burning half his dad's savings, and now he's crawling back home. The second he stepped in, he demanded 200,000 from his old man. Zhang Muwei instantly went supernova. How much? 200,000. The wood plane in his hand was literally sparking from how hard he was working, and he's never made that kind of scratch in his entire career as a carpenter, so he flew into a rage and kicked his useless son straight to the curb. But with debt collectors lurking at the edge of the village, if Zhang Wei doesn't cough up the cash, he's getting chopped into pieces. As Zhang Wei was plotting to break back in and swipe some loot, he suddenly locked eyes with that ebony coffin sitting in the middle of the courtyard. Growing up in a carpenter's house, he knew exactly how much that masterpiece was worth. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up like a loot drop. He just hatched a genius, albeit risky plan. After a full day of grinding, Zhang Muwei and his crew of veteran carpenters had sparks flying everywhere. This high-spec coffin made from golden phoebe wood was finally finished. They were ready to ship. But while they were busy grabbing a drink, Zhang Wei snuck in with his debt collector goons and boosted the whole thing. When Zhang Muwei walked back in, he was shook, collapsing to the floor like he'd just been given a death sentence. That wasn't just a coffin, that was his literal lifeline. It didn't take long for him to realize his deadbeat son was the only one with the keys. He immediately scrambled for his phone. "Hello, you little rat, where are you? Stop acting like a total clown." Somewhere else, I opened my eyes. The 10,000 soul banner was finished. Time to check on my coffin. In a flash, I tore through the void and appeared right in the Zhang family courtyard. The entire yard was instantly flooded with a chilling, demonic aura. "Zhang Muwei, is the coffin for my master finished yet?" The ghost eunuch's voice echoed across the courtyard, making everyone kneeling there tremble in fear. "Big boss Ghost King, the coffin is done, but we ran into a little bit of a situation." Then he spilled the tea and explained the whole story. The three ghost lords lost their minds when they heard Zhang Muwei. Imagine losing the goods over such a tiny task. Seeing the ghost eunuch ready to catch a body, I decided to step in. "You useless NPCs, quit yapping and just go find the loot." I glanced at the eunuch and asked, "What's your son's name? And what are his birth details?" I flicked my finger, and in a split second, I calculated exactly where Zhang Wei was and what he was doing. My divination skills were already maxed out back when I was actually alive. Then I turned around and took a single step into the void. At that moment, a cart was dragging a golden silk Nanmu coffin into the private estate of the Viet Sang group. A funeral was happening inside for the 98-year-old former chairman, Chao Viet Jiang. Word is that Zhang Wei heard about this premium coffin and immediately dropped $1 billion to buy it. Since it was essentially stolen goods, he didn't want any extra drama, so he just took the deal. A crowd from the Chao family stepped out of the mourning hall, led by a 20-year-old girl, none other than Nam Tam Ni, the heiress of the Nam family, accompanied by a young guy in a black suit. He walked over to the coffin and held up 2 fingers. With a surge of internal energy, the suit-wearing guy flicked his fingertips, weaving a tiny formation. Immediately, a wave of spiritual energy pulsed right into the coffin. The next second, the coffin started emitting a faint purple mist. The purple smoke began to wrap around the golden silk Nanmu coffin. The suit-wearing dude nodded, clearly vibing with the quality of his new purchase. A casket of this tier is usually priceless. 1 billion is a steal. Even 10 billion would be a bargain for this gear. Nam Tamni nodded, told her subordinates to wire the cash, and ordered them to haul the coffin inside. Zhang Wei checked his phone, saw the notification for the billion-dollar transfer, and couldn't stop grinning. At the exact same time, above the Vietjong estate, a shadow drenched in black smoke and deathly aura streaked across the sky. I looked down at the massive mansion and decided it was time to collect. The 3 ghost kings instantly morphed into streams of dark energy and swarmed. A slight twitch of my fingertip, and I realized something was definitely off. Some clown already snatched the coffin, and even had the audacity to start carving a formation on it. The next second, my rage went 0 to 100 real quick. Inside the manor's funeral hall, the lights suddenly dimmed, followed by a massive, earth-shaking boom. A dude in a black dragon robe, with a giant sword on his back, just straight up dropped into the funeral like he owns the place. His golden eyes scanned the whole room before locking on to that golden wood coffin. Everyone chilling there was supposedly a high-society bigwig, or some local billionaire flexing their cash, or just spoiled second-gen rich kids. This absolute unit of a zombie just descended from the heavens looking for blood. Everyone at the scene immediately started tweaking out in pure terror. A guy in a fancy suit shouted, "What kind of trash demon dares to act all high and mighty in front of the young master?" This guy's name is Li Chenfeng, and his master is the legendary grandmaster Tian Xing, which is why everyone treats this fraud like he's royalty. He flicked his wrist, whipped out a glowing gold talisman, and hurled that thing straight at my forehead. It was one of those 7-star Northern Dipper exorcism talismans from the Tianxing sect, or so he claimed. A second later, the paper flared with gold light and smacked right onto my forehead. Li Chenfeng smirked, thinking he'd already won the game. The crowd let out a sigh of relief, thinking they'd dodged a bullet. But just as these rich losers started clapping for their boy, under Li Chenfeng's shocked gaze, I slowly reached up and peeled that tacky gold paper right off my face. People used to try and seal me with these papers, but the grass on their graves is already 3 feet tall. Li Chenfeng's reaction time was decent. He quickly threw up a hand sign. A shimmering spirit weapon manifested right at his fingertips. A terrifying sword aura erupted from his hand, and he slashed it straight at my dome. I watched that strike coming and just casually caught his entire sword aura with one hand. Without missing a beat, I formed a seal, and a bolt of black lightning shot from my fingers, molding into a blade of pure energy. I flipped my wrist, sent my lightning blade flying, and it smashed into his spirit weapon. In an instant, his ultimate weapon shattered into nothing, and the fraud started sweating bullets, looking absolutely shook. Isn't the 5 Thunder Sword technique supposed to be the highest Taoist magic? Since when do zombies know how to clap back with lightning? Right on cue, the pampered miss of the Zhou family, Zhou Xin'er, saw Li Chenfeng getting bodied and asked with a worried look, "Li Chenfeng, are you even okay, bro?" Li Chenfeng puffed out his chest, acting tough even though his soul was shaking in his boots. "Relax, it's just a zombie with a bit of juice, that's all." He talked big while pulling a stack of talismans out of his fancy suit pocket. In the next blink, he launched every single one of those charms straight at me. The corpse-binding seal hit me, locking my limbs in place. I was basically a statue. Looks like this clown still has zero clue who he's dealing with. I just stayed silent, letting the man cook his little performance. The air suddenly ignited, and the temperature in the spirit hall spiked by 10 degrees. I flicked a thought, and a blood-red golden light mantra wrapped around my entire body. Li Chenfeng saw me standing there totally unscathed and basically had a system error. He thought a bit of fire would toast me, but instead, he triggered the legendary golden light mantra that only grandmasters can pull off. Usually, people get more confident as they fight, but Li Chenfeng was speedrunning his way into a mental breakdown. Realizing he was getting clapped, he stopped yapping, bit his finger, and pulled out a white talisman to draw with his own blood. Yellow charm summon gods, white charm summon ghouls. Bro is literally summoning a ghost king. The next second, the whole hall was echoing with blood-curdling screams and ghost howls. This ghost king was only a half step away from emperor rank, rocking dead white eyes in a green shroud, calling himself Shi Ren Mei. He took one look at me and went full aggro, lunging in for the kill. I watched Shi Ren Mei charging at me like an idiot and just casually swatted him with my hand. The 5 Thunder's palm roared, and I chuckled inwardly. If you're inviting ghosts to the party, is it really that bad if I call in a god? I tapped the void, summoning a secret charm from the Zhengyi sect. A divine avatar burst forth from the paper, backed by a blinding silver halo, wearing golden robes with a third eye glowing on his forehead, holding the legendary 3-pointed double-edged blade of the Taoist war god. A divine eye manifested in the middle of the air. It was none other than the legendary Erlang Shen himself. The moment Shi Ren Mei saw Erlang Shen, he went from aggressive demon to a literal statue, frozen in pure terror. He thought this was going to be an easy win, but his opponent just dropped the ultimate cheat code. I waved my hand, and Erlang Shen immediately unleashed the avatar of the howling celestial dog. The spectral hound lunged forward, locking its jaws right onto Shi Ren Mei. Seeing the beast coming for him, Yang Jian unclipped his silver bow from his waist. The next second, the golden bow fired, and before Shi Ren Mei could even scream, her ghost form was vaporized into a puff of dark mist. I flipped my hand to reveal the 10,000 soul banner, sucking up that essence to add another soul to my collection. Down in the underworld, the Yin God immediately sensed Shi Ren Mei's ghost getting absolutely deleted. The Yin God went full rage mode, screaming, "Who dares to kill a ghost king under my command?" He immediately sent the Great Black Ghost Mother and Kazako up to investigate. Seeing these two heavy-hitting ghost kings pull up, Li Chenfeng was shook to his core, panicking and yelling, "You two, get out of here! This place is a death trap!" But before he could finish his sentence, a black thread zipped over and sliced Kazako's neck clean off. I waved the 10,000 soul banner, and Kazako's spirit was instantly slurped into the artifact. Nice, a sweet little bonus harvest. The Great Black Ghost Mother finally realized why Li Chenfeng was telling them to run. Erlang Shen is a heavenly god. Even a ghost emperor would have to show him some respect, let alone some bottom-tier ghost kings like these. A single silver arrow fired, and the Great Black Ghost Mother was obliterated on the spot. Bro really thought he could just show his face and survive. The Yin God couldn't just sit on his throne and watch this happen anymore. Consumed by pure salt, the Yin God literally stood up from his underworld post. With a face as green as an old moldy onion, the Yin God stepped out of the ghost palace. It's like a classic horror movie lineup. Everyone is just lining up to get clapped. Yang Jian notched an arrow on the golden bow, locked onto the Yin God, and aimed straight for the dome. As soon as the Yin god saw Yang Jian's avatar and the Sunjiang statue slaughtering everyone, he realized this was the legendary Erlang Shen. Oh god, the Yin god clocked my identity as a great heavenly master and panicked, dropping to his knees for mercy. Great general, heavenly master, please spare my life. I'm just a humble guardian under the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. This is all just one big misunderstanding. Please stop. I'm technically on the payroll of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Cut me some slack. Yang Jian lowered the bow, watching the Yin god scramble away, relieved he didn't have to die today before vanishing into thin air. Yeah, he knew he wasn't surviving another second in this lobby. Li Chenfeng saw his own Yin god bail and realized he was officially cooked. That's when he noticed his failed magic formation had actually scuffed my premium golden silk Nanmu coffin. I backhanded Li Chenfeng across the face, sending that clown flying over 10 meters. Bro really doesn't know when to just stay down. Right after that, I dragged the corpse of Yejiang right out of the coffin. This old fraud made his fortune in real estate while he was alive, and I yoinked his soul straight into the soul banner, then flicked my sleeve to vacuum that 10,000-year-old ebony coffin into my spatial ring. Meanwhile, the 3 demon kings I sent out already dragged the targets back. Master, how do we deal with these 3 losers? I glanced at Zhang Wei and the Dao brother squad, who were busy begging for their lives, like it would actually work. I ripped their souls right out of their bodies and fed the whole batch into the soul banner. Imagine being such a failure in life. Now they can be homies in the banner, and the coffin is finally secured. A flash of ominous black light erupted. I pieced out of there immediately with the whole crew. Floating there, in the void, I stared at the 10,000-year-old golden thread Nanmu coffin, and with a wave of my hand, thousands of top-tier Taoist talismans turned into beams of light, carving themselves onto the coffin. Longevity, spirit gathering, ascension, immortality, and heaven-striking thunder seals. I dropped over 100,000 of them. If you've got a god-tier coffin, you obviously need a cracked feng shui spot to grind, aka a dragon vein. The dragon vein starts from the Longhu Mountains and stretches across the world. It's the legendary vein everyone talks about. Starting from Kunlun, Longhu is the main branch. This vein is so cracked that it's no wonder the OG founder, Zhang Daling, picked Longhu Mountain to build his alchemy altar. The feng shui is top tier. It's been standing for 2,000 years, and the vibes are only getting better. With the memories and stats from this body, finding a god-tier spot on the dragon vein is basically child's play. I hopped on top of this 1,000-year-old eel demon, and the next second, we zoomed off at light speed, vanishing into the clouds. Meanwhile, monks Yuankong and Liu Zhen returned to Fazhong Temple, and let's just say they were beyond tilted. They immediately sent a signal to the highest-ranking big shot in the Buddhist sect, Master Kurong. After a 10-year grind in the 10,000 Buddha cave, Master Kurong finally finished his training. At 97, the old man has hit a whole new level of power. Sensing Liu Zhen arrived, Kurong spoke up. It's been 10 years. Is the temple still holding it down? Liu Zhen bowed and replied, Master, during your 10-year cultivation, everything in the temple has been smooth and peaceful. Kurong nodded, clearly satisfied. But when Liu Zhen spilled the tea about getting tossed into the reservoir, Kurong was actually stunned. He knows how strong his disciple is, so he couldn't believe some random zombie embarrassed him that hard. Obviously not buying the cope, Kurong declared, the Buddhist sect will definitely collect this debt. That little zombie trash? I could delete it with a flick of my finger. The old man looked at Liu Zhen and spilled the tea, saying Buddha himself told him the dragon veins beneath the entire Long Kingdom are finally starting to converge. These dragon veins are the literal cheat codes for the next 100 years of luck. Without wasting a second, he dragged Liu Zhen along to the coordinates Buddha dropped. Fast forward, Liu Zhen and Kurong touched down on Fenglei Mountain, right by Longhu Temple. Their plan? Build a new temple to camp the dragon lair and hijack all that underground energy for themselves. But here's the kicker. Kurong didn't feel a single drop of that legendary spiritual energy a dragon vein should be flexing, and there wasn't a shred of that god-tier aura he was promised, so he started catching some major red flags. Master, look over there. Liu Zhen pointed, and they spotted a weird-looking ancient tower. It was a 2-meter-tall stone tower, and all 8 sides were covered in some cryptic-looking seals. Kurong took one look at the Fenglei Tower, and his face just dropped. He finally realized why the place felt so empty. The Fenglei Tower was acting as a seal, suppressing the dragon veins and hiding the treasure. The spiritual energy was basically locked in a basement with no way out. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to punt that tower into oblivion. But then he spotted a stone tablet next to the tower, with a warning carved into it. It basically said, "Evil demon trapped below. Don't touch the tower, or you're literally gonna die." Kurong just scoffed, his face twisting into a look of pure disrespect. "What a load of trash," he muttered. He completely ignored the warning, planted his feet, and put both hands on the 2-meter tower like a total gigachad. The 97-year-old monk channeled his inner rage-filled guardian deity mode. The tower started shaking violently, looking like it was about to crumble. The moment Kurong started pushing that tower, the wind started howling like crazy over at Longhu Mountain and Sanqing Mountain. The local Taoist masters knew the lore of the Fenglei Towers and started absolutely losing their minds. Turns out there are 3 of these towers guarding Fenglei Mountain, Longhu Mountain, and Sanqing Mountain. The 3 mountains are connected by these towers, creating a high-stakes defensive line. Legend says a legendary master built these to suppress a top-tier demon lord buried deep underground. And now, this clown Kurong is actively throwing the whole tower off the cliff. Deep beneath Fenglei Mountain, it sounded like hell itself was breaking loose, with ghosts screaming and dragons roaring. 3 distinct waves of chaotic spiritual energy erupted from the mountain like a volcanic explosion. The entire Fenglei Mountain is straight up shaking, and a massive surge of spiritual energy mixed with demonic vibes is exploding into the sky. It's the exact same story for the other 2 Fenglei towers. Black demonic energy is engulfing the rubble, all converging toward the peak of Fenglei Mountain. These chunks of rock are covered in blood-red Buddhist scriptures, radiating the sheer power of an ancient requiem spell, forming a giant crimson-red statue of the Vairocana Buddha. The only thing is, the statue's face looks straight-up cursed. Kurong screams in terror, realizing the threat. This is a ghost Buddha, and this aura has at least several millennia of cultivation behind it. The ghost Tathagata speaks, his voice chilling. So you finally found me, Kurong? Why aren't you bowing yet? He looks at Kurong with a mocking smirk. Everything I did to break free is all thanks to you, bro. Kurong is beyond tilted now, finally realizing why he felt like he was being lured here this entire time. Then, the ghost Tathagata drops a bombshell that changes everything. Kurong had been in seclusion for 10 years, supposedly mastering the Kurong divine technique. But in reality, his lifespan had already hit its limit 10 years ago. Those 10 years of enlightenment were actually bought with dark magic. Fazhong Temple is a massive famous spot under the Longhu Temple umbrella, with thousands of pilgrims visiting every single day. Kurong had already set up a trap under the Tathagata statue in the main hall, where the crowd is thickest. A soul-leeching formation designed to steal the lifespan of anyone who bowed to the Buddha. That's exactly how he managed to stay in seclusion for a decade, even after his clock had officially run out. The old man went full villain and fell to the dark side 10 years ago. Kurong's face turns pale as the truth hits the fan. Everyone from the Buddhist sect hears the ghost Buddha's words and their expressions go ice cold. Kurong's face twists into pure rage as he roars, "Don't listen to his demonic lies. I'm ending you right here." He lifts a hand, and the 9-dragon staff starts glowing with intense golden light before flying straight into his grip. He blasts off into the air, the staff shining like a supernova, and launches a palm strike directly at the Tathagata statue. His palm wind is actually crackling with genuine Buddhist power. The giant stone hand and Kurong's staff collide with a deafening crash. The sheer force of the Buddhist energy is earth-shattering, and the two are locked in a dead heat. It's completely useless. Kurong, Buddhist golden light is... But look at you. That power you've got from dark arts is already tainted trash. How about you just kneel and serve as my monk? Let's see how that works out. Kurong heard that and absolutely lost his mind. His Buddha heart snapped, and his aura started spiraling out of control. He's completely gone full rage mode, but bro, it's all for nothing. Gui Rulai kept roasting him. You think you know Buddha's teachings? I know them too, so how about we build our own temple and steal all the offerings for ourselves? Wiping out the Taoist sect is easy work and we'd instantly reach god-tier status. I watched this circus and finally stood up, like, wow, I'm literally becoming the main character of this show. The Taoist sect is the Zhang family legacy, and you two clowns think you can just delete it? Truth is, I've been chilling here for a while now. I was just here for the entertainment, but this monk is literally just a fraud who's all talk. I just reached out and grabbed that demon Buddha with one hand. Come here, kid. Repeat what you just said for your ancestor. Say it again. Who exactly are you trying to wipe out? My voice barely faded before a wave of insane lightning erupted from my palm. I hit him with the 5 lightning claw, slamming my hand into his head and drilling 5 holes straight through it. Gui Rulai felt that attack coming from behind and panicked. As soon as he heard me say his name, the pupils in his eyes shrank to nothing. It's been a long time, 2,000 years, and he didn't expect anyone to actually know who he was. Man was genuinely terrified. Oh my god, it's you. Gui Rulai's eyes went wide, and then he just started laughing like a maniac. Can't believe Zhang Tianlu, the guy who was one step away from ascending to godhood, ended up as a zombie. Zhang Tianlu, we're basically the same now. Why not join me and cultivate the heavenly demon path? He's just a 5,000-year-old tree spirit acting tough. He possessed an abandoned Buddha statue to front like he's holy. Claiming to be the true Buddha, he's been out here harvesting human life force like a loser. He just happened to run into me back when I was at the threshold of ascension. Naturally, the ending was him getting sealed away by yours truly. Now that he sees me failed my ascension and turned into a zombie, he's out here acting all smug. I'm too tired for this talk, so I just slashed him with a massive lightning blade. In a blink, I crushed his neck with my 5 lightning claw, nearly taking his head clean off. While I was busy folded this demon, Kurong realized he was out of his league and ran for his life. I let out a mental command, chanting the Celestial Master's decree to activate the Wind Thunder Pagoda. The next second, purple light erupted from the pagoda as a bolt of heavenly lightning slammed down. Following my hand seals, the Wind Thunder Pagoda took flight. 2 other pagodas from Longhu Mountain and Sanqing Mountain came screaming through the air to join the party. The 3 pagodas merged into one, slamming directly onto Kurong and pinning that clown to the ground. That little sideshow ended fast, and the spotlight swung back to me and Chanyangzi. Chanyangzi's 10,000-year cultivation base recovered in the blink of an eye. For 2,000 years, he's been suppressed by the dragon vein, but he's been leeching off its energy to achieve an immortal Buddha body. After recovering, Chanyangzi flicked his hand at me, acting like his physical body makes his soul invincible too. I flicked my sleeve, sending 9 purple swords flying to form a formation that locked him in and cut off his escape route. You haven't changed in 2,000 years, you fraud. Do you really think I can't put you down? I unleashed a sword barrage, the formation humming with power as it went full berserk on Chanyangzi. Chanyangzi stood in the void with hands clasped, his golden body radiating light, bragging about being eternal and indestructible. He laughed in my face. Your flying swords are useless against me. I'm done wasting my breath on this demon. Talking to him is just a waste of time. I took direct control of the 9 Thunderstrike swords and slammed them into his golden shell. The heavenly lightning on the blades bit into him, but since he's way stronger than 2,000 years ago, it was like a mosquito bite. I only managed to chop off a Buddha foot before he instantly regenerated it and countered with a Buddha palm technique. He swatted my swords away with a smirk. Is that all you got? Who can even touch me? The problem is these blades weren't fully consecrated with the blood of the Zhang clan celestial masters, so I pivoted them toward Xuanzhen on the mountain to get the real deal. Yo Xuanzhen, borrow your blood for a second. Xuanzhen looked up, completely caught off guard. Holy crap, what are you doing? Why are these 9 swords flying at me? Just as he was about to panic, I yelled, relax, I just need to baptize the blades with your blood. Once he realized he wasn't getting deleted, he sighed in relief and happily offered up his arm. The 9 swords dipped into his blood one by one, and suddenly they surged with insane lightning power. The blood sacrifice was a massive upgrade. You think you're untouchable, huh? Watch me dismantle you right now. I sent the swords flying back at him. This time, it was a completely different story. The Thunderstrike swords were now razor-sharp and absolutely lethal. Chanyangzi's indestructible golden body shattered the second the blades grazed him. The sword formation crisscrossed in a blur, shredding his body into a pile of rubble in a split second. His cold laughter still echoed through the sky, even as he fell apart. It's useless. Even if you chop me into pieces, I can just regenerate. But this time, I'm not giving this clown another chance. I flicked my sleeve. An insane gravitational pull erupted straight from my sleeve. Countless stone Buddha shards got sucked right into my spatial void. Zhuoyangzi looked absolutely terrified, straight up losing his mind in rage, trying to pull his body back together with the remaining dozen rock pieces. But he ended up being a third of his original size, which looked honestly hilarious. Seeing me snatch up his body parts, he kept screaming for me to give them back, while sending that Thunderboss goon to attack me again. Zhuoyangzi was spooked out of his soul, terrified of letting those divine arrows get anywhere near him. Fine, I'm not feeling it today. Let's call it a draw and catch up another time. He started talking trash while turning into a golden streak of light to book it. I watched him and just shook my head, like I'd actually let this fraud escape. Up in the sky, that 1,000-year eel demon had been waiting for this moment. The eel demon whipped out a golden dragon claw, the exact treasure I gifted him earlier. Zhuoyangzi felt a massive wave of dragon aura hit his face, and before he could even react, he got smacked away in one hit. He screamed as he flew right into the divine arrows, which instantly sliced his rock body into tiny fragments. I seized the chance and snatched up every single piece, not leaving him a single crumb. Zhuoyangzi knew it was game over, so with his stone body destroyed, his soul popped right out from the rubble, turning into that red-eyed vulture form, flapping its wings to make a run for it. I gathered all the stone fragments, and seeing his soul trying to bail, I coldly said, "Trying to run?" I saw that move coming from a mile away. Zhuoyangzi and I go way back. This guy is a slippery snake. Once his physical body is gone, he always tries to soul escape into the dirt. I already had the perfect counter ready for him. The next second, I flipped my hand and pulled the Soul Snatcher whip from my waist. This whip was a system reward, basically the same gear the Underworld Enforcers used to wreck souls and ghosts. It's the ultimate hard counter for a scrub like Zhuoyangzi. I tossed the whip and it instantly elongated, auto-tracking that red-eyed vulture soul. Zhuoyangzi's power had tanked hard, and with his soul out of gas, he was moving slow. Seeing the soul-snatching rope, Zhuoyangzi's pupils dilated as he screamed, "What the hell? How do you have that?" He tried to bail, but there was literally nowhere for him to run. The soul-snatching rope zipped through the air, wrapping around his soul like a death sentence. With a sharp tug, I dragged him out of the sky like I was reeling in a fish, snatching this pathetic, hairless bird right into my hand. Even if the actual Tathagata Buddha descended from the heavens today, this fraud is still getting cooked. Only now did Zhuoyangzi realize he was truly done for. He did a complete 180, switching to full-on begging mode. "Celestial Master, please. I messed up. I was possessed by some demon. I'll never do it again, I swear. Just let me go, please." Looking at his pathetic, groveling form, he looked like a totally different person compared to that demon Buddha persona from a minute ago. I couldn't help but laugh. Honestly, I liked you better when you were acting all arrogant and untouchable. What happened to that immortal and indestructible Buddha body nonsense you were flexing earlier? My smile was cold enough to make Zhuoyangzi shiver in his boots. He gave a bitter laugh. "No more flexing, man. I'm done with the act, for real. Heaven has the virtue of fostering life, Celestial Master. Have mercy." That line sounded suspiciously familiar. 2,000 years ago, the first time I folded him, he begged exactly the same way. Back then, I went soft because I knew how hard it was to cultivate for a millennium. So I just suppressed him under a dragon vein and put him on a forced nap. Turns out, he never learned his lesson. He's even more stubborn than Sun Wukong. Pulling the same trick again? I sneered. "I let you slide once, but you're fresh out of chances this time, kid. You talk about the heavens having mercy, but unfortunately for you, I don't." Done wasting my breath, I tossed him into my spatial sleeve to deal with his trash self later. As soon as I bagged Zhuoyangzi, that familiar notification sound rang in my head. System alert. Congratulations, host, for subduing the 9,000-year-old demon Buddha, Zhuoyangzi. Rewards obtained. Ghost Buddha technique and Tai Sui flesh. Also unlocked. 36 transformations of Tiangong and 9 breath chi recovery. Plus 500,000 points added to your balance. I was hyped. The Tai Sui flesh is legitimately top-tier loot. The Ghost Buddha technique is a manual that Zhuoyangzi cooked up from the Buddhist path of rebirth, perfected over ages, including the indestructible Buddha body, the demon Buddha Tathagata palm, and the demon-suppressing Buddha finger. The Ghost Buddha staff, the golden body, and a bunch of other godly skills. I honestly couldn't care less about using them, but they'll make a decent side hustle for my minions. Now the Flesh Tai Sui, that's a top-tier legendary loot drop. This Tai Sui is also known as the Flesh Lingji, an extremely rare life form that you don't just stumble upon every day, basically the raw core essence of existence itself. In the cultivation world, this thing is a priceless treasure that ancestors would kill for, and the utility is just insane. You can't just go out and farm these in the wild. It's all about sheer luck and the vibe of the environment, so the quality varies wildly depending on where you find it. If it spawns in a legendary heaven-blessed land, it's a holy Tai Sui. A mortal takes one bite and lives 1,000 years longer. A cultivator gets a 100-year power spike, just like that. But if it spawns in a death zone, it becomes a yin Tai Sui or a ghost Tai Sui. It treats humans like snacks, which is great for demons but absolute garbage for us. This specific flesh Tai Sui from the system is built different. You don't eat it, you enter a symbiosis. Anything it parasitizes gets its consciousness and cultivation totally hijacked. The longer it stays, the more it devours the host's soul. Eventually, the consciousness gets factory reset, turning the host into a blank slate. Once the digestion is finished, the flesh Tai Sui's power levels literally double, while copying every single ability and skill the host had originally. The only things that get wiped are the memories and the ego, basically like formatting a hard drive, except you keep the raw stats and get a major firmware upgrade. This thing is cracked. I should definitely force a symbiosis with Zhuoyangzi, since Zhuoyangzi is already sitting on 9,000 years of cultivation. Once the flesh Tai Sui scrubs his brain and merges with him, I'll have a flesh Buddha minion that's 100% loyal to the grind. 9,000 years doubled is a casual 18,000 years of cultivation. That kind of power output is just straight up broken. Zhuoyangzi was already a peak demon emperor at 9,000 years, but merging with the flesh Tai Sui, he's going to hit top-tier demon emperor status with nearly 20,000 years of pure distilled mastery. Let's keep this hype train rolling and check out the third reward. The 36 transformations of heavenly stems, plus the 9 breath chi recovery technique. Bro, this is basically the ultimate breathing manual for any Taoist cultivator. Just 9 breaths, and I can refine any energy in the world, spirit chi, ghost chi, even the shady stuff, into pure power. Turning demonic aura into my own mana? That's straight up broken absolute endgame tier. With every breath I take, the entire world's energy is basically my personal battery. Now that is what I call a S-tier cultivation cheat code. After collecting the loot, I moved out, heading straight for the peak of Fenglei Mountain. Everyone from Longhu Mountain, Sanqing Mountain, Fozong Temple, and the Buddhist Union was already camped out. The second they saw me drop in, they all started panicking like NPCs in a horror movie. Can't blame them. I'm the mutated ancestor. Nobody knows if I'm about to go full villain mode. Monk Luzhen saw me and his knees literally turn to jelly. Last time at Chang'an Dam, he tried to front, so I threw him in the water to feed the eels. That core memory is definitely going to haunt him for the rest of his miserable life. He tried to get his master to pull up and help him save face, but that master got clapped and is currently being suppressed under my Fenglei Tower. So now he's just cowering in the corner, afraid to even breathe too loud. Master Xuanzhen stepped up, bowed low and stuttered. Xuanzhen pays his respects to the ancestor. Even though I've put hands on him a few times, he's smart enough to realize that even as a mutant, I've still got my marbles, and I'm actually decent enough to the juniors. Prostrating before the boss is just common sense. The Sanqing Mountain Taoists saw the Longhu Mountain head honcho kneeling and scrambled to follow suit. Longhu Mountain is the OG Taoist sect, and I'm their actual founder. Who's going to be the brave soul to disrespect me? I gave these Taoist scrubs a side-eye and kept it moving. Didn't say a word, just walked straight up to Ku Rong, who was currently being hard stuck under my tower. Ku Rong glared at me and started yapping. I am Zen Master Ku Rong of the Buddhist sect, a true servant under the Buddha himself. You demonic freak, you better release me right now. You really want to face the wrath of the Buddha? You think you can handle that? Still yapping with that big ego, I flicked my wrist, and the Fenglei Tower dropped a little. The last clown who tried to act tough in front of me was Zhuo Yangzi, and you saw exactly how his Buddha cosplay ended up. Who do you think you are, trying to flex your pathetic cultivation in front of me, a disciple of the Buddha? Anyone who didn't know better would think you're some kind of high-ranking bodhisattva. You like acting big, right? Let's see if you can keep that energy after I beat it out of you. Imagine having the nerve to hide in the Great Hall, siphoning the life force of innocent pilgrims just to keep your own withered hide alive. These people are here to pray to Buddha, yet you're out here stealing their vitality like a leech. Let me keep it a buck. You actually think I'm afraid of your precious Tathagata? Even if the Buddha himself descended today, you think he'd dare lay a finger on me? I'd carve you up right in front of him, and he'd probably thank me for cleaning up his trash. Forget about fake monks like you. Even if a legitimate high-ranking monk stood here, I'd slap him silly, and he'd have to take it with a smile. Stop the yap. You're never going back to Fozong Temple. You're working for me now. You're inheriting Zhuo Yangzi's Ghost Buddha technique, whether you like it or not. I happen to be short on someone to carry my coffin, and since you've got some destiny with my Taoist path, I'm officially inducting you into my sect today, as my full-time coffin bearer. I grabbed the charred, lightning-struck Ku Rong by the neck, and jammed my finger right into the center of his forehead, planting a purple lightning seal that forces absolute obedience, and if he tries to disobey, the seal pops his head like a melon, his life and death now hanging on my every whim. Ku Rong is officially my new coffin-carrying lackey. He knows the vibe, and he knows he's got nowhere left to run, because with all the foul deeds he's pulled, the Buddhist sect would execute him on sight, not to mention his own followers would tear him to pieces. Now that he's in the bag, I turned my attention to the rest of the Buddhist crowd. Are you guys going to scram, or do you want to join the souls inside my myriad soul banner? My black energy started surging, the banner spinning wildly in my palm. The spirits inside were starving, and with one look from me, the monks felt their hearts get crushed. Terrified that the next second they'd be sucked into the void, they turned around and hauled ass out of there as fast as they could. Once the monks bailed, I turned to Xuanzhen and said, you guys should get going too. I'm keeping these 3 Wind Thunder Towers. From today, Fenglei Mountain is my personal dojo. You got a problem with that? Xuanzhen and the Sanqing Mountain goons exchanged nervous glances. They all spoke in unison. Understood, the Thunder Tower was originally a relic forged by you. We used it back in the day to keep Zhuo Yangzi in check. Now that the boss is back, we obviously know our place. As for me taking over Thunder Mountain as my new lair, they wouldn't dare say a word. First, they don't really own the place, and second, I wasn't asking for permission. I was just telling them how it's going to be. Honestly, they're just relieved I'm finally settling down instead of going around causing absolute chaos. Since I picked Thunder Mountain, they're probably thanking the heavens. Everyone took their orders and dipped. Once they cleared out, I tapped into the Liujia Kimen from the 36 heavenly transformations to calculate the coordinates. The system dashboard immediately popped up right in my face. Are you sure you want to set Thunder Mountain as your corpse refining base? I didn't even hesitate and smashed that confirm button. The second the link was finished, the system hit me with that sweet notification sound. Congratulations, host. You've completed the quest to find a top-tier geomanic location for your base. Reward granted. 36 Heavenly Transformations Technique. plus 1 Qianyuan earth-shrinking art, and 1 purple fiend god flame, and an extra 100,000 points. Another quest bites the dust. I instantly claimed my loot. The Qianyuan earth-shrinking art is top-tier forbidden tech from the 36 transformations. It lets you walk through rivers and oceans without leaving a single footprint. You can literally fold space, turning 1,000 miles into a single step. This version makes my old movement skills look like a toddler learning to crawl. My current earth-shrinking skill can barely cover a kilometer per step, but this heavenly grade version clears 10 kilometers effortlessly. And the best part? It levels up as I grow. The scaling potential is just broken. Then there's the Purple Fiend God Flame, one of the 12 innate godly fires. It's absolutely cracked, rivaling the Samadhi True Fire and other high-tier flames once fully refined. Divine flames in this world are ranked by tier. Samadhi True Fire is mid-tier, while stuff like the Solar True Fire is S-tier. This Purple Fiend Flame is at the peak of A-tier. Master even a spark of this, and you're basically untouchable in the mortal realm. I tuck the rewards away for now. I'll grind those out later. Right now, there's way more important business to handle. I reached out and shoved Zhuo Yangzi's Ghost Buddha techniques straight into Kurong's brain to swap him over to this busted cultivation manual. Kurong let out a long sigh, knowing he's hopped on a sinking ship with no turning back, so he had no choice but to follow my lead. Over on my side, I cracked open my spatial sleeve, dumping out the stone fragments of the Buddha demon statue that Zhuo Yangzi had scavenged earlier. Then, I put in the work to reconstruct those shards back into a complete Devil Buddha statue. Next, I whipped out the Flesh Tai Sui reward, a squishy pinkish chunk of meat that kept pulsing right in my palm. I slapped that Flesh Tai Sui directly onto the Devil Buddha statue. The moment it felt the energy inside the stone, it started inhaling that power like a vacuum. In no time, it morphed into a massive blob of meat, completely engulfing the statue. Once it finished its snack, the original Buddha transformed into a full-blown flesh Tathagata. After wrapping that up, I casually pulled out Zhuo Yangzi's soul, still locked tight in my soul-capturing rope. This clown had no clue his end was near, just dangling there in my hand looking confused as hell. But the second he laid eyes on that flesh Tathagata, he realized exactly what it was, the flesh Tai Sui. He started bugging out, struggling like a maniac, screaming his lungs out, begging for his life. Not the flesh Tai Sui, please, Heavenly Master, spare me. I messed up, just don't let that thing eat me. I didn't even blink, straight up tossing his soul into the body of the flesh Buddha. The flesh Tai Sui has a specialized debuff that locks down souls. So even if Zhuo Yangzi had heaven-defying skills, he wasn't going anywhere, leaving him to sit there and get digested inch by inch. I stood back and watched as the flesh Tai Sui slowly assimilated Zhuo Yangzi's 9,000 years of cultivation. It wasn't exactly a speedrun. This was going to take a minute. Over at the Fenglei Mountain Dragon Vein, that flesh Tathagata just kept pulsing away. I pulled out my Myriad Soul banner and jammed it right next to the 10,000-year Blackwood coffin. The black flag was flapping violently in the wind. I waved my hand and 6 Ghost Kings emerged from the banner. The red-robed female Ghost King from the Chang'an Dam, the eunuch Ghost King, the Infant King, and the 3 big ones I snagged at Yuezhang Manor from the Underworld General Squad, Chu Renmei, Jia Jiazi, and the Great Black Ghost Mother. These 3 got wrecked by Yang Jian earlier, but after being shoved into my Myriad Soul banner, they were back to 100% health. I left them there to act as my bodyguards, and to stake their claim on the Fenglei Mountain sits smack in the middle of the Dragon Vein, where the spirit energy is absolutely cracked. If a ghost cultivates here for a day, it's worth 10 days anywhere else. You're literally speedrunning your power levels. And the Longzhou Treasure Hall, where my coffin is stashed. That's the peak of the peak, a total cheat code. 1 day of training here equals 20 years for a normal scrub. It's a 20x multiplier, bro. This is exactly why all the big sects are out here dogfighting over these legendary spots. Take Longhu Mountain, for example. A basic spot gives you a 10x boost, but the headquarters where the Celestial Master hangs out, that's a 30x multiplier. Xuanzhen farmed on Longhu Mountain for 40 years, racking up 965 years of cultivation, plus his natural 500-year base as a celestial immortal. The Zhang family's Celestial Master started with 1,000 years of cultivation, plus he's got that Longhu lightning tech that lets him punch way above his weight class. No wonder the Taoist sect has so many absolute units. Meanwhile, I'm busy mainlining the C-Class Divine Fire I just snagged. This is a Tier 2 Divine Fire, bro. It's basically neck and neck with the legendary Samadhi True Fire. Absorbing this isn't a speedrun. I'm guessing it'll take at least half a month to fully refine. Sounds like a long time, but for a treasure this busted, half a month is a total steal. So, I spent the next 2 weeks chilling in my coffin. Fenglei Mountain didn't make a peep. After getting back to Longhu Mountain, Xuanzhen kept staring at the radar, terrified I'd start some chaos. But after seeing me stay locked in for 2 weeks, he finally let out a massive sigh of relief. As long as the MC isn't starting drama, we're good. Over at Fazong Temple, That monk Liu Zhen got back and started capping to his abbot, Liu Jing, about what happened at Longhu Mountain. He told them I kidnapped Ku Rong, but conveniently forgot to mention why. If anyone found out he was helping maintain the suppression array, his career would be cooked. Ku Rong is a big deal in the Buddhist sect. He's literally Liu Xing's uncle master. As soon as Liu Xing heard his uncle got snatched by the mutated Taoist ancestor, he lost his mind and started rage posting on the official Fazong Temple website. He publicly dragged Longhu Mountain for letting their mutated ancestor go rogue and kidnapping their top-tier monk. They demanded I release Master Ku Rong in 3 days or they'd take legal action, no mercy. The second that post went live, the tension between the Buddhists and Taoists went nuclear. The drama hit the front page of every social media platform in seconds. The internet was absolutely losing its mind. No way, Fazong Temple is actually squaring up against Longhu Mountain? Are we about to witness an all-out Buddha versus Taoist war? Wait, so the mutated third-gen ancestor Zhang Tianlu actually kidnapped Ku Rong? Like, why would he even want a monk? Wait, wasn't Master Ku Rong supposed to be in seclusion for the last decade? Guess the old geezer is still kicking after all. Longhu Shan is in some deep trouble now. Let's see how they handle this. The entire internet is grabbing popcorn while Fazang Temple is acting all high and mighty, ready to throw hands. Everyone online is waiting to see how Longhu Shan claps back. Over at Longhu Shan, Shenzhen Tianxi sees the notification and his face goes straight up dark. Do these clowns have zero shame? Don't they know what their own ancestor did? Is self-respect just a myth to them? We didn't expose Ku Rong's dirty laundry to the world just to show them some basic courtesy. But these guys really think they're built different, running their mouths online, and even giving us a 3-day ultimatum to hand someone over. Since when did we even catch him? Our ancestor was the one who snatched him. What's that got to do with us at Longhu Shan? The guy is at Longhu Mountain right now. If you've got the guts, go get him yourself. Xuanzhen isn't playing nice with these losers anymore. He takes it straight to their official account, saying Ku Rong brought this on himself. He's just paying for his crimes, and getting snatched by our ancestor was his own karma. Our third-generation ancestor is chilling at Longhu Mountain. If you want him back, go talk to him yourself. Longhu Shan's response is basically a massive skill issue, telling them to stop crying online and pull up. The one who did the kidnapping is our ancestor, so we aren't helping you find him. If you're tough enough, go climb that mountain and negotiate. And as for the lawsuit, Longhu Shan isn't sweating it at all. Who doesn't have a squad of professional lawyers on speed dial anyway? You claim we kidnapped him? Where's your receipt? Show us the proof. Stop capping! As soon as that post dropped, the internet went absolutely feral. Talk about a Chad move. That attitude is stone cold. They basically told them to go to Longhu Mountain. But what's this about Ku Rong getting what he deserved? Isn't Ku Rong supposed to be some legendary enlightened monk? This is sus. Is Longhu Shan actually shielding their deranged ancestor? Abbot Liu Xing from Fazong Temple sees the reply and is literally foaming at the mouth. Longhu Shan is way too arrogant. Is there seriously no one who can put these guys in their place? He wants to take legal action, but he's got 0 receipts. Plus, according to Liu Zhen, the guy isn't even at Longhu Shan, he's at Longhu Mountain. In Zhang Tianlu's hands, Liu Xing immediately grabs his magical gear. Longhu Mountain? Bet. Just because the third-generation ancestor is a mutant, he thinks he can snatch my sect's holy monk? Today, I'm personally going to delete this guy. He turned to Liu Zhen and asked, how strong is this Zhang Tianlu loser anyway? I'm heading to Longhu Mountain right now to drag him back and bury him under the pagoda. Liu Xing was feeling himself, convinced that one move from him would restore the sect's clout. If he could trap the Longhu Mountain ancestor under the pagoda of Fazong Temple, Longhu Mountain would lose all their street cred, and he wouldn't even feel bad about it. With that, Liu Xing grabbed the sect's ultimate treasure, the violet gold bowl, but before heading out, he double-checked one more time. So exactly how cracked is Zhang Tianlu? He thought his own cultivation was at least on par with Uncle Ko Vin back in the day. Maybe even a bit stronger, completely clueless that Ko Vin had already unlocked the 10th layer of the God tier technique. Seeing his brother grabbing the bowl and ready to throw his life away, Liu Zhen panicked and tried to stop him. Bro, don't be a dunce. Absolutely do not go. That third-gen ancestor might be a freak, but he's built different. We literally cannot touch him. Liu Xing frowned. Is he really that much of a menace? This violet gold bowl is a relic passed down for generations and buffed by every past abbot. You mean to tell me it's useless? Liu Zhen let out a massive sigh. Uncle Ko Vin spent a decade in isolation, leveled up his god-tier technique to the max, but still couldn't take a single hit from Zhang Tianlu, and got clapped by the Fenglei Tower instantly. Even that 9,000-year-old ghost Buddha Zhuoyangzi got folded like laundry. Your little gold bowl isn't even worth mentioning against him. Don't go out there and speedrun your own death. Liu Xing had been planning to flex his bowl, thinking he was the main character and catching a zombie would be light work. After hearing that reality check, he instantly snapped back to reality. Wait, the 10th layer of the god tier technique is actually a thing? That's 500 extra years of lifespan and power on par with a literal Arhat. If a Giga Chad like that couldn't last one hit, then I'm cooked. Liu Xing gasped, sweating bullets, and quietly tucked his bowl away. You're right, this is way above our pay grade. After cooling off, Liu Xing decided to drop the 14 Deadly Formation Assembly, summoning the 10 biggest Buddhist temples in the south, all to plot on how to take down Zhang Tianlu. Zhang Tianlu captured Ku Rong, which is basically a massive public face slap to the entire Buddhist sect. If they just take this L, the Buddhist sect might as well pack it up and retire from the cultivation world. Plus, the news is already trending everywhere, and everyone's watching. If they don't rescue Ku Rong, the sect won't be able to show their faces in front of their followers ever again. If they can't even protect their own top-tier master, how are they supposed to protect their believers? So Ku Rong has to be saved, no questions asked. In no time, all the heavy-hitting monks from the 10 southern temples showed up. Everyone knew this was going to be one hell of a boss fight. The Buddhist sect was busy hyping up their grand assembly, while up on Fenglei Mountain, half a month had already zipped by, and I finally finished absorbing that last shred of purple corpse divine fire, fully refining this tier 2 divine flame into my own kit. The second it finished refining, I could literally feel my stats skyrocketing. During these 2 weeks, I've been juggling flame refinement and grinding the undying corpse immortal technique, pushing my cultivation right to the limit. When I first mutated, I was already at the flying corpse stage, but now, after absorbing that innate yin essence and the divine flame, plus an entire month of chugging spiritual energy at that dragon vein hotspot, and spamming the 9-breath chi technique to inhale all the ambient mana in the air, I've maxed out the flying corpse stage and am one step away from hitting the drought demon stage. The legendary drought demon is basically a god-tier boss that causes massive natural disasters. If a flying corpse is already bulletproof and can fly anywhere, a drought demon is on another level, unlocking unique ancestor tier powers. There are 4 types of drought demons. The fire demon, which turns everything into a wasteland for 1,000 miles, scorching mountains and boiling the seas. The wind demon, which summons tornadoes that rip everything to shreds. The flood demon, which manipulates water to trigger massive tsunamis. And the mountain demon, which can lift peaks and cause earthquakes. The fire demon is the easiest to unlock, but since I've already got the purple corpse divine fire, I don't really need the mid powers of the other 3. I've already got similar spells in my 36 heavenly transformations, so unlocking those wouldn't even be a flex. All 4 of these paths feel mid to me, not worth the grind, but then a cracked idea popped into my head. If the standard builds aren't good enough, why not just cook up my own unique type while I'm still standing here? I'm maining the 5 Thunder mantra, and in the history of zombies, there's never been a lightning elemental demon like me. With my insane lightning resistance, I've got a real shot at pulling this off. With my mind made up, I popped the coffin lid open and stepped out like a boss. Beside me, the 6 great demon kings were grinding hard, while Ku Rong and the Blood Buddha were taking shape. Their cultivation levels are popping off. The buffs from this Dragon Lair treasure land are legit, no cap. Everyone saw me come out of seclusion and immediately bowed, paying respects to their master. Congrats on finishing your training, master. I gave a slight nod, levitated into the air, and with a flick of my wrist, the 3 Wind Thunder towers flew right into my palms. I left these 3 towers behind 1,000 years ago, and they're absolute top-tier artifacts. After sitting on Longhu Mountain, Sanqing Mountain, and Fenglei Mountain for 2,000 years, and getting buffed by the dragon veins, they're hitting way harder now. I recalled the 3 towers, and they just hovered in front of me, occasionally sparking with raw lightning. If I want to become a lightning demon, I gotta harness the raw power of natural heaven-sent lightning. And to borrow that kind of godly power, I'm gonna need these 3 towers to do the heavy lifting. I set the 3 towers up in a formation directly around me. I flicked my sleeve, sending a swarm of formation flags flying out until they were packed tight in a 10-meter radius. In the blink of an eye, the Heavenly Thunder formation was locked and loaded. Once the setup was done, I blasted a wave of spiritual energy into the towers. Instantly, 3 beams of light shot out from the towers and pierced straight into the sky. The sky turned pitch black in a heartbeat, and the aura of a lightning tribulation started choking the air. I stared straight up, unleashed my full zombie aura, and let out a roar that shook the heavens. Come on then, let's see what you've got. I glanced up toward the peak of Fenglei Mountain. The thunderclouds were being drawn in by the power of my towers. Inside the clouds, lightning was dancing and cracking with earth-shattering booms. On all the nearby mountain peaks, the local wildlife heard those terrifying thunderclaps and started sprinting for their lives, scrambling back into their dens, not even daring to poke their heads out. You gotta understand, Heavenly Thunder is the ultimate hard counter to everything in the world. Nothing survives a direct hit. Even a 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit would be shaking in its boots at the sound of that thunder. Over at Longhu Mountain, Grandmaster Xuanzhen was chilling in his palace when he heard the booming thunder from Fenglei Mountain, and his eyebrows shot up in confusion. He stepped out of his room, floated up into the sky, and stood on the roof of the palace, eyeing Fenglei Mountain. Xuanzhen muttered to himself, "Where the hell is this lightning coming from?" He could see clearly that this wasn't natural, especially since the sky was perfectly clear just a second ago. One blink later, and thunder is already shaking the whole world. It's not even summer, so the weather shouldn't be acting this extra. Inside this heavenly lightning, the old man can literally smell the magic brewing. Plus, the rumbling is coming straight from Fenglei Mountain. Xuanzhen's guessing the grandmaster is out here, casting some high-tier spells. But real talk, why is the old guy bored enough to summon heavenly lightning? Xuanzhen is losing his mind trying to figure it out. Little did he know, I'm summoning this lightning just to get hit by it. Right now, I'm standing on a coffin lid, looking up at the sky with my hands behind my back, ready to tank the blast. Beside me, we've got Kurong, the 1,000-year-old eel demon, 6 demon kings, and that fleshy ghost Buddha. They're all shaking in their boots, staring at the thunder, having zero clue what my game plan is. Jiajiazi's face was already pale, but now that he hears the thunder, he's practically translucent. Even the great black ghost mother is looking like she's seen a ghost. Master, are you actually losing your marbles? You're a zombie, bro? Summoning lightning to hit yourself. Are you trying to speedrun your own death? But they have no idea. This is exactly what I wanted. While they're terrified of the lightning, I'm out here absolutely hyped. I'm the first guy in history to ever try mastering the lightning drought technique. Bring it on. I turned into a streak of black light and launched myself straight into the sky. Everyone else tries to dodge the tribulation lightning, but I'm diving into it like I'm afraid it'll miss me. Massive, terrifying bolts of lightning instantly engulfed me, slamming into my body and wrapping me in a storm of destruction. I got slammed down by the blast, smoke pouring off my entire body. Thankfully, my 7-layered dragon and purple robes held up, but I'm still out here looking like a chimney. Even though I've got this 5 lightning constitution, that's just a little gift from the system, helping me adapt to the internal 5 lightning arts. It doesn't mean I actually enjoy getting fried. So yeah, external lightning still hurts like hell, but honestly, it's just a minor inconvenience to me. After that first hit, my zombie body started automatically absorbing all that raw lightning energy. As the power surged through me, my Dantian finally started. This is the main difference between a Hanba and a Feijong, basically the zombie version of a human's golden core. The only catch is, a Hanba's core is called a Shidan, or a supernatural spirit corpse core. If you evolve into a Huoba, your core becomes a literal battery of pure flame essence. If you hit Feng Ba status, your core is just straight-up refined windstorm energy. And look, since I'm aiming to be a lightning Hanba, I gotta condense that Shidan by absorbing actual heavenly lightning straight into it. I have to keep compressing that voltage until it merges perfectly with the core, hitting that peak heaven and man as one vibe. So yeah, one measly bolt of lightning from my core definitely isn't gonna cut it. I got fried until I was literally smoking, but hey, the Shidan got a nice lightning buff. It's that weird hurts so good feeling, so I took a deep breath and yeeted myself back into the sky for round 2. On Fenglei Mountain, the sky was literally screaming as bolts of lightning kept raining down. They hit me with a viciousness that just kept scaling up every single time. The 6 Ghost Kings were watching from the sidelines, absolutely shook and trembling. Even that 1,000-year-old red python didn't dare breathe, thinking only a total psycho would tank lightning strikes head-on like this. None of them expected this grandmaster to be not only ruthless to his enemies, but even more insane when it comes to self-torture. I'm literally chasing down the lightning just to get myself zapped. The 6 Ghost Kings' eyes are popping out of their sockets. They're probably swearing to the gods right now. They're probably thinking, why the hell did we ever try to mess with such a maniac in the first place? Meanwhile, I'm still out here facet-tanking the craziest lightning storm ever recorded. My zombie body is looking crispy, skin cracked, and I'm literally emitting white smoke. But hey, this body forging process is making my physical stats absolutely cracked. My Shidan is also getting refined over and over again by all that absorbed lightning juice. It started as a jagged mess, but now it's rounding out into a perfect, flawless orb. Over at Longhu Mountain, Xuanzhen Tianxi is watching the lightning storm get progressively more apocalyptic. The frequency of the strikes is insane, his eyelids are twitching, and he's got a bad feeling in his gut. He's low-key panicking. Holy crap, is the founding master actually going through a tribulation right now? But even a normal tribulation shouldn't be this soul-crushing, right? Does a tribulation really need to be this much of a beatdown? Xuanzhen Tianxi is terrified, confused, and honestly just wants to look away from the disaster. I stayed up there tanking the heavenly lightning for the entire night. The thunder on Fenglei Mountain didn't catch a single break until sunrise. Finally, my Shidan finished its transformation. I opened my mouth and a perfect dragon eye-sized black orb floated out into the air. Behold, this is my corpse pill. This thing is literally radiating top-tier corpse energy, wrapped in crackling heavenly lightning, giving off a vibe that feels straight-up cursed and chaotic. Yet, these two forces are somehow fused together perfectly. Corpse energy meets heavenly lightning. Bro, this is some abstract galaxy brain-level madness. I spat the pill out. This step is called pill refining. The point is to let that bad boy soak up all the natural spirit energy. Because a freshly condensed pill needs a massive infusion of world energy to hit its peak stats. As soon as that pill hit the air, spirit energy from every corner and the dragon vein beneath me rushed toward it like crazy. The pill turned into a literal black hole, inhaling all the surrounding spirit energy. Just as the pill was hitting its feast, deep in a mountain range a few dozen miles away from Fenglei Mountain, a 3,000-year-old demon black tiger realized his grind was being interrupted by a kill stealer. He stepped out of his cave, eyes locked onto Fenglei Mountain, seeing a massive spirit vortex swirling in the sky, with pure dragon vein energy gushing out like a fountain. The demon black tiger's eyes flashed gold, his brain already cooking up a wild theory. Holy cow, is some god-tier treasure actually spawning over there on Fenglei Mountain? The tiger immediately stood up, deciding to crash the party on Fenglei Mountain. Good, good, looks like it's finally time for yours truly to hit the jackpot. Let me go see what kind of shiny loot is hiding up there. This 3,000-year-old demon black tiger sprinted over from 100 miles away, blinded by the thought of free loot. In his mind, Fenglei Mountain had just been blasted by lightning all night, and now it's manifesting a spirit vortex, with dragon veins converging right under its feet. This is clearly the signature of a game-breaking heavenly treasure. You gotta understand, these demons have zero self-control when it comes to top-tier loot, because eating one of these can instantly boost your XP by hundreds of years, or even thousands of years of cultivation. It's like spotting a winning lottery ticket worth millions lying on the street. Who's gonna walk past that? Chowing down on a legendary item can save you centuries of miserable grinding, no cap. The only thing in this tiger's brain right now is, I'm done working hard, time to get rich. He zoomed toward Fenglei Mountain, but he wasn't the only one wanting a shortcut. A red python from another mountain was eyeing it too. This red python is rocking 2,500 years of cultivation, and it's feeling that spirit energy vortex too, thinking some top-tier loot is about to drop. So, this giant red serpent decides to speedrun its way toward Fenglei Mountain. Both of these boss-tier monsters are now locked in on the same mountain. Their demonic auras are spiraling like crazy, and it doesn't take long for them to run into each other at the base of the peak. They're staring each other down, both knowing exactly why the other is here. That legendary treasure on the mountain is the ultimate prize. Just then, both monsters look up at the sky at the exact same time, and they see a massive wave of dragon veins erupting from the heavens. The energy output is even more terrifying than before, and that spirit energy vortex just got a whole lot bigger. Now they're even more convinced that there's some insane artifact waiting for them on Fenglei Mountain. Naturally, these two monsters immediately decide the other is a target for elimination. The 2,500-year-old red python decides to start some trash talk. Listen here, Tiger King, you'd better pack it up and head home. This is my turf, which means everything on that mountain belongs to me. Don't even think about touching my loot, you absolute scrub. Look, these two are 1,000-year-old apex predators, and everyone knows one mountain can't have two kings. Back in the day, they carved out their own territories with a strict don't-touch-my-stuff policy. Fenglei Mountain is technically inside the red python's neighborhood. The serpent is doubling down, ordering the Tiger King to beat it before things get ugly. But the black tiger couldn't care less about this serpent's opinion. Stop yapping. I was only ignoring you before because I couldn't be bothered to deal with your trashy territory claims. Now that real treasure is out here, who even cares about your pathetic land boundaries? With your scrub-tier cultivation, do you really think you're worthy of challenging me? Know your place and get lost before I lose my temper. Otherwise, I'm going to turn you into a pile of floor meat. The black tiger isn't backing down an inch, basically telling the red python to get lost or get wrecked. The red python is shaking with pure rage, flicking its tongue out and flashing those razor-sharp fangs. The black tiger just unsheathes its claws, ready to show this snake exactly where it belongs. Since nobody is willing to yield, it's officially time for a boss fight. The tiger is feeling confident, but the red python knows deep down that it's technically outclassed by this feline powerhouse. Even though the tiger is arrogant, it's got 3,000 years of cultivation and a drop of legendary white tiger bloodline in its veins. If they actually throw down, the snake isn't just going to lose. It's probably going to end up. After thinking it over, the 1,000-year red python decided to chill for a sec. It hissed in bee-speak. If that's the play, let's just rely on our raw skills. Whoever grabs the treasure first gets to keep it. The red python didn't want a deathmatch with the tiger right here, only to let some third party swoop in and steal the loot. Since we're both here, let's leave it up to fate. The 3,000-year-old black tiger had the exact same thought process. Sure, it was confident it could fold the red python. But since the snake was packing 2,500 years of cultivation, actually killing it would take way too much time and effort. If the python decided to go full suicide mode, the tiger knew it wasn't walking away from that fight without a scratch. The demon tiger didn't want to get played by a third party either, so it agreed to the truce. Just like that, the two big beasts agreed to stop the posturing and let speed and luck decide the winner. With no time to waste, the tiger and the snake dashed toward the summit of Longhu Mountain. The demon tiger transformed into a literal black lightning bolt, zooming toward the peak. The 1,000-year red python was right on its tail, sweating buckets about falling behind. The snake might be weaker than the tiger right now, but it was already plotting its next move. As soon as it snagged the treasure on Longhu Mountain, its power would skyrocket, and the next time they met, the power dynamic would be a totally different story. I mean, it's only a 500-year gap. That treasure is enough to close the skill issue real quick. Halfway up the mountain, those two insane auras were closing in fast. The 6 great ghost kings immediately sensed some high-level threats barreling toward the summit. I felt the disturbance too. It's 2 more 1,000-year-old monsters. I honestly didn't expect my lightning tribulation and breaking through to the Hanba realm to attract these 2 idiots. This is just straight up absurd. They definitely think there's some god-tier treasure spawning here at my spot. I watched my corpse core devouring the dragon vein energy and heaven-earth spirit chi like a maniac, refining itself to the absolute limit. I finally finished refining the core and officially hit the legendary Hanba cultivation realm. The second I leveled up, a tiger roar rocked the mountain range, shaking the very earth. The black demon tiger leaped, landing hard right on the peak, staring me down, face to face. It glanced back at the snake trailing behind, feeling pretty hyped about itself. Guess the tiger clan is just built different when it comes to speed. With that snake left in the dust, that legendary treasure is basically mine already. But the second the black tiger demon set foot on the summit, it froze dead in its tracks. Like, where's the legendary treasure at, huh? All it saw was a coffin, a massive black flag, some cursed blood-flesh Buddha statue, and a straight-up zombie. And this zombie just finished gulping down a corpse pill like it was a snack. A zombie with a corpse pill. Are you kidding me? And it doesn't stop there. The second the black tiger rushed up, the 6 ghost kings from the Myriad Soul Banner popped out of nowhere, surrounding this 3,000-year-old tiger demon like it was nothing. Right on its tail, the 1,000-year-old red python got blocked off too. I stared at these 2 uninvited guests and scoffed, "You 2 sprinted up here like maniacs. What's the plan? Is there actually something on this mountain worth your time? Or are you just here to simp for my corpse pill?" I just formed my pill and evolved into a lightning drought demon. I've been bored out of my mind looking for some action. You 2 ran all this way. Don't tell me you really came looking to catch these hands? A 3,000-year-old tiger and a 2,500-year-old python. Nice stats, I guess. You better be here to pledge your loyalty. Otherwise, nobody's walking out of here alive. I've got 2 slots open in my Myriad Soul Banner, so why don't you 2 just stay forever? I stood on top of my coffin in full Imperial dragon robes, arms behind my back, looking like a total boss. My empty eye sockets usually glow gold, but after reaching lightning drought form, they were sparking with purple lightning. I glared at the 2 big demons and asked them, "Why are you even here?" The tiger and the python came here expecting top-tier loot, but when they saw what was actually going down, they were shook. This wasn't some legendary treasure at all. It was just an ancient zombie vibing and absorbing the spiritual energy from earlier. Turns out, the aura they felt was just the pill sucking up heaven and earth energy, and the pressure radiating off this zombie was enough to make them choke. Even though they're top-tier monsters with 3,000 years of cultivation, standing in front of me felt like toddlers facing a gigachad. They were naturally outclassed, not to mention being surrounded by my 6,000-year-old ghost kings. Those 6 alone would be enough to keep them busy for a lifetime, let alone having me, a powerhouse, watching them like a hawk. The black tiger, who was acting so tough a second ago, had now completely lost its nerve. It looked over at the snake like, "You talk! You say something!" The tiger was too scared to speak and just pushed the snake forward. The red python, being stared down by me and 6 heavy-hitting ghosts, was too terrified to even breathe. It glared at the tiger demon, thinking 3,000 years of cultivation, and it all went down the drain, huh? Back at the mountain, you were screaming for my head, but now that you're facing a real threat, you toss me to the wolves? Where'd that big ego go? The Chimang felt its scalp tingle and forced out a nervous, I was just passing by, man. It had zero interest in treasures or loot anymore. Keeping its life was hard enough, and what it thought was a lucky break turned out to be a straight-up death trap. These weren't treasures. It was my corpse pill, and these two morons actually dared to eye my loot. Since I wasn't feeling the Chi-Mang's pathetic answer, I spoke up. The name's Zhang Lu, third-generation celestial master of Longhu Mountain. I'm just chilling here while my corpse undergoes transformation. And coincidentally, I'm short on a demon lackey for chores and a mount to ride around on. You two seem like a perfect fit. Did you guys have some psychic connection that led you here to apply for the job? I hit them with my signature Jiangxi smirk, which I'm sure looked totally friendly. These two big-shot demons, the python with 2,500 years of cultivation, and the tiger with 3,000, were way stronger than my 6 great ghost kings. Their raw combat power is leagues above those ghosts, easily soloing a 3-way fight without breaking a sweat. I just set up my base at Fenglei Mountain, and I need some solid help. This python is perfect for manual labor. I can just dump all the dirty work on it. And that black tiger, 3,000 years of cultivation, pitch black fur, and even packing that West White tiger bloodline. Even if the bloodline is thin, it looks majestic as hell, perfect for a ride. If it bows down, I'll take it. Riding a tiger everywhere sounds like a total flex. The two millennium-old demons locked eyes, looking absolutely salty about the situation. They spent thousands of years grinding for this level of power. Who actually wants to give up their freedom, let alone become a servant for some random guy? Being a mount, that's basically the ultimate disrespect. Why would they ever agree to that? The black tiger let out a cold huff. Taoist, what if we say no to your offer? I heard that, and the vibe shifted. If you don't want to surrender, then you're officially on the menu. Since that's how it's gonna be, I'll keep it simple. Both of you, just head straight into my myriad soul banner and call it a day. I gave them the cold shoulder and dropped the ultimatum. My banner is short 2 millennium-old beast souls, so if you're tired of living, by all means, keep running your mouth. I gave the signal, and my 6 ghost kings immediately swarmed them, ready to beat these two into a coma. All 6 ghost kings have over a millennium of cultivation under their belts. And while they might be slightly weaker than these 2 big bosses individually, once they link up, there's no way the opposition is coming out on top. Meanwhile, I side-eyed the Kuru monk and the flesh-eating ghost Buddha, yelling, "What are you two standing around for? Get in there!" I already planted a lightning seal in Kuru monk's brain, so the poor guy has zero choice but to obey his new daddy. For the last 2 weeks, he's been grinding that ghost Buddha manual I swiped from Zhuoyangzi, and now he's diving in as a shadow, unleashing a ghost Buddha palm strike straight at the red python. The flesh-eating ghost Buddha didn't hesitate to join the mosh pit either. Even though it hasn't fully digested all of Zhuoyangzi's power in these last 2 weeks, it's already gobbled up about 70–80%, and it's basically mastered the 10 Buddha true body. The ghost Buddha went absolutely feral, zeroing in on the demon tiger and the red python. With those two adding to the chaos, the whole fight is basically a one-sided slaughter. The 2 beasts couldn't hold their own for much longer. I stood up and snarled at my minions, telling them that if they keep dragging their feet against these 2 NPCs, then they're all just a bunch of useless fodder. I decided to end this personally, flicking my wrist to summon my 108 Thunderwood prayer beads. I whipped them out, sending a savage arc of purple lightning crashing into the red python, sending it flying. The python let out a pathetic shriek as the pain hit, and I immediately pivoted to target the black demon tiger. The tiger tried to act tough and lunged at me, but I just swatted him into the dirt with the beads. Imagine thinking you can scrap with my 10,000-year Thunderwood. Watching the tiger foaming at the mouth, I smirked and said, "What makes a low-tier trash like you think you can invade my territory?" The black demon tiger was basically brain-dead from that one hit, failing to even tank a single move from me. The python was watching from the sidelines, absolutely shook to its core. The moment my eyes locked onto it, the snake started sweating bullets. I asked, "So, you want to keep this train wreck going?" My Thunderwood beads were crackling with lethal energy, and one more flick of my wrist would definitely end the snake's entire career. Honestly, whether they live or die doesn't matter to me. If they live, they can just be my minions. If they kick the bucket, their souls are still getting snatched by my myriad soul banner anyway. They're staying as my servants regardless. Trying to resist at this point is just asking to get clapped even harder. The Crimson Python is officially shook, realizing this wasn't some epic loot drop. It's clearly walking straight into the jaws of a beast. The snake is shaking its head like a bobblehead, desperately begging for its life. "Master, spare me. I really came to join you. I'm not even with that tiger. I don't even know the guy." Whatever that tiger said about not surrendering, that was him, not me. Realizing he's getting cooked, the Crimson Python immediately snitches and ditches the tiger. Mentally, he's like, "Sorry, tiger bro, don't hate me. Better you die alone than both of us getting deleted. I'm choosing survival, baby." I see the snake knows how to play the game, so I nod, smart move, "Now hand over your beast core." The Crimson Python doesn't dare hesitate and spits out its beast core immediately, leaving its life entirely in my hands. I pocket the core and turn my gaze toward the 3,000-year-old demon tiger still out cold. I flick my finger, sending a streak of Zhejiang divine fire straight onto the tiger's back. The flames instantly incinerate its fur, roasting the black demon tiger alive. Wake up. The tiger gets hit by that godly fire and just freezes, shell-shocked. A huge patch of its fur is gone, and its skin is already starting to charcoal. The demon tiger is rolling around on the ground, screaming, "Great master, please, put out this fire. I was wrong. I messed up, I swear." The Zhejiang divine fire isn't some regular campfire. That stuff doesn't go out on its own. If I don't call it off, he's going to be turned into a literal fur coat. The tiger gets the memo that he messed with the wrong guy. Being a slave is better than being literal ash. Just like that, the 3,000-year-old black tiger decides to play nice and surrenders. Even a 3,000-year-old demon king can't handle the power of the Longhu Mountain celestial masters. I wave my hand and the Zhejiang divine fire vanishes into thin air. After securing the flame in the tiger's beast core, this 3,000-year-old beast is officially demoted to my personal mount. I mean, having a 3,000-year-old demon king as a ride? I'll take it. Meanwhile, at Fazhong Temple, the 14th Dharma Assembly, hosted by Abbot Liu Xing, is about to kick off. High monks from the 10 major southern temples have all gathered at Fazhong Temple after getting the news. Right now, out of the top 10 temples in Long Country, only Leiyin Temple is holding it down in the north, while the south dominates with the other 6. We're talking Dawei Long Temple, Fazhong Temple, Foguang Temple, Baohua Temple, Guanyin Temple, and Longxiang Temple. The heavy hitters from all 6 of these major temples showed up in person. Even the top 4 ranked Buddhist temples sent their own elite monks to join the party. This is clearly a big deal, so the heads of these temples basically dragged themselves here. Even if a head monk was busy in deep meditation, their second-in-command was there to represent. After all, Zen Master Kurong is basically the final boss of seniority in the Long Country Buddhist scene. If even he can't be saved, what's the point of the Buddhists acting like protectors for regular mortals? Fazhong Temple went ghost mode for 7 days, closing its gates to prep for this secret top-tier meeting. Monks Liu Xing and Liu Zhen stepped out in their formal robes, facing the assembly. Monk Liu Zhen spilled the tea on how Zen Master Kurong got snatched up by the Taoist founding ancestor, Zhang Tianlu, leaving everyone sweating about whether the old man is even still breathing. As soon as he finished, the head of Dawei Long Temple, the second strongest temple in the world, Fa Hai, let out a cold scoff, roasting the Taoists for being absolute trash, claiming that even after becoming a reanimated corpse, they still can't get their own house in order, and now they're out here catching bodies from our side. If anything happens to Master Kurong, Xuanzhen can bet he'll be paying the price to our temple. Fa Hai switched up his tone, asking, "So, just how cracked is this Zhang Tianlu anyway?" Monk Liu Zhen replied, "He's built different. Master Kurong maxed out his Kurong divine art, and he still couldn't even tank one hit from that guy's lightning tower move." Fa Hai just shook his head. He's been running Dawei Long Temple for decades, putting down more demons and ghosts than he can even remember. He's a legend in the south, making monsters shake in their boots just by hearing his name. As a head monk, his magic is basically god tier, and with his sharp eye, hearing how Zhang Tianlu dismantled Kurong, he instantly peeped the loophole. This Zhang Tianlu guy's actual cultivation base probably isn't even that high. Fa Hai said it with absolute main character energy. Sure, when he was alive, he was one of the big 3 ancestors of Longhu Mountain, and he was definitely a gigachad in his prime, but the man has been dead for 2,000 years. So even if he's still chucking lightning after reanimating, the power behind that is honestly mid at best. The dude has been dead for 2,000 years. His cultivation is basically 80% dust by now. If you ask me, looking at pure technique, magic, and realm, Zhang Tianlu definitely doesn't measure up to Master Kurong. The only reason he managed to suppress Kurong instantly wasn't because of his own actual skill, but that broken piece of gear in his hand, specifically those 3 Fenglei Xuan pagodas that pinned Kurong down. As soon as Fa Hai dropped those bars, the rest of the high-ranking monks were nodding like he was spitting straight facts. Kurong is on the 10th level of the divine art, a literal god-tier cultivator. How did he get clapped in a single hit? Forget him. Even Abbot Wu Tian from the northern Leiyin Temple probably couldn't pull that off. Zhang Tianlu definitely just cheesed the fight by cranking up his magical artifact to max settings. Those 3 Fenglei Xuan pagodas that Monk Liu Zhen mentioned are top-tier Taoist relics, after all. Master Kurong didn't take an L because of his skills. He just got outgeared. This little runt Zhang Tianlu isn't even worth stressing over. Fa Hai smirked, saying if the guy was still breathing, I'd give him some credit maybe. But a 2,000-year-old zombie, what is there to be afraid of? Anyone who dares touch a Buddhist master better be ready to get deleted from existence. Does he really think having 3 Fenglei Xuan pagodas makes him invincible? Have you guys never heard of the dragon subduing staff from my Dawei Long Temple? The Wei Long Temple sits comfortably at the #2 spot in the world. For a reason, we've got the receipts. We've got a legit Arhat in our temple, who was personally enlightened by Buddha and ascended to the Western heaven, only to return a century later, bringing back a heavenly-grade artifact, and that is this dragon-subduing staff. This thing is straight up cracked, the absolute pinnacle of Buddhist weapons. Even the #1 Lei-Yin temple has to show us some respect because of it. As soon as Fa Hai finished flexing, every single abbot and high monk had their eyes glued on him. Abbot Fa Hai, don't tell me you actually brought the dragon-subduing staff with you. I never thought I'd live to see a heavenly artifact in action. I can die happy now. Once the dragon-subduing staff comes out, Zhang Tianlu is getting folded for sure. Fa Hai let out a cold laugh, saying that he didn't just come to Fazhong Temple with the staff just to bail out Master Ku Rong. He's here to smoke Zhang Tianlu, and then pay a little visit to Longhu Mountain to have a chat with their current sect leader, Celestial Master Xuanzhen. Fa Hai was clearly playing for much higher stakes. He's planning to pull up to Longhu Mountain to smoke Xuanzhen Tianxi. If he wins, Daiyulong Temple is going to be flexing on everyone for real, maybe even dethroning Lei-Yin Temple to become the #1 sect in the realm. I mean, catching a dub against the Longhu Tianxi? That's enough clout to break the internet. Hearing Fa Hai's master plan, the head monks were straight up shook. Abbot Fa Hai is truly built different absolute Sigma energy. They decided they were definitely tagging along for the trip to Longhu Mountain. Since Fa Hai versus Xuanzhen is going to be the main event, they couldn't afford to be late. My whip is already waiting outside. Let's go clap Zhang Tianlu real quick so I can get to Longhu Mountain. Abbot Liu Xing, where the hell is Fenglei Mountain? Lead the way, chop chop. With that, Fa Hai bounced from Fazhong Temple and hopped into his Toyota Alphard. Monks Liu Xing and Liu Zhen looked at each other. They were locals and knew the route, so they floored it to lead the pack. In the car, Liu Zhen was still sweating thinking about his last L at Fenglei Mountain. Even though Fa Hai's theory sounded logical, Liu Zhen couldn't shake the feeling that something was definitely off. When I fought that flesh and blood ghost Buddha, its raw power was actually terrifying. Don't forget, Master Ku Rong didn't even stand a chance against that thing. The power scaling is simple, Ku Rong Ghost Buddha. So there's no way I won that fight just by spamming magic items. Liu Zhen sat in the back of the Fazhong Temple car, watching the road, feeling like a nervous wreck. Even with top-tier players from the 10 great temples backing him, he felt like a sheep walking into a tiger's den. You're just traumatized because Master Ku Rong got clapped in a single frame. You've got a mental demon. We've got all these heavy-hitting abbots backing us now, plus I've got the dragon-subduing envoy weapon from Daiyulong Temple. Why are you shaking over some guy named Zhang Tianlu? Besides, I've got the purple gold bowl. He's not doing anything to me. Our Buddhist sect is guaranteed to take this W. Liu Xing tried to comfort his junior, telling him to stop being a coward. From his perspective, the enemy wasn't even that scary. Liu Zhen was just overhyping the villain. The only way to kill that fear is to face it head-on. Once they seal him away, those mental demons will disappear on their own. The convoy of luxury cars sped down the highway, full throttle toward Fenglei Mountain. This whole mission to rescue Master Ku Rong was basically the sect's attempt at a PR comeback. Since getting Ku Rong captured, the sect had been taking massive L's in the public eye. The internet is absolutely roasting these guys, saying if the Buddhist sect can't even protect its own people, how could they possibly protect the public? This time, the 14 monks joined forces for a special op, and the Buddhist sect didn't bother telling a soul. Instead, they brought a whole production crew along, live streaming the entire thing, because these 10 high-ranking monks are so full of themselves, planning to broadcast my defeat to the whole world. The livestream title is literally, 14 monks perform a ritual to seal the Taoist ancestor, Zhang Tianlu. I'm tagging along because, since the dawn of time, there's never been a record of some bald monk actually winning against a Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master corpse. Their game plan is already failing from the jump. Plus, even the current purple robe Heavenly Master, Xuanzhen, couldn't handle him. These monks are just straight up capping at this point. Abbot Fa Hai, do you really think you can just head to Fenglei Mountain and solo the Longhu Mountain ancestor, Zhang Tianlu? You have no idea what real pressure is. He's just a crusty corpse that refuses to rot. There's a limit to how strong he can be. So, what's your take on the true power of the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master? What are your odds if you actually fight him? Even with my current cultivation level, if I were to face Zhang Tianlu in his prime, I'd probably take the L. But he's been dead for 2,000 years, so he's not even a threat anymore. I'm 90% sure I'm gonna clap him. Oh my god. These guys are actually pogging in the chat. Is Master Fa Hai really that cracked? Isn't this abbot acting a little too confident? Bro really said he's 90% sure he's gonna win. Heavenly Master, those monks just stormed the mountain. Shouldn't we go to Fenglei Mountain to back up the ancestor? They've got way too many people, and they're bringing the heat. Back up the Ancestor? Are you serious? Our Ancestor is a gigachad who can wipe that entire lobby by himself. If anyone actually needs back, are you guys seriously that blind to who's actually cracked and who's mid? At this point, the only hope is that the old Ancestor lets them crawl back alive. I know exactly how busted the old Ancestor's power level really is, unlike you losers. They're basically speedrunning their own funeral by hiking up that mountain. Just finished taming the demon tiger and red python, and now I've got 2 more lackeys to do my chores. My squad is officially a chaotic mix of humans, demons, and literal ghosts. For demons, I've got the flesh Tai Sui. Then there's the ghost-covered 1,000-year golden dragon, plus a 1,000-year cultivation black tiger and a massive red demon serpent king. My ghost banner is locked down by 6 heavy-hitter ghost kings. Every single one of them has been grinding for over 1,000 years. And for the humans, I've got Monk Kurong, who's mastered the Asura Ghost Buddha Sutra. After half a month of AFKing in my coffin, it finally soaked up all the dragon vein spirit energy from Longhu Mountain. Those corpse beans I planted on the lid, yeah, they finally finished growing. And damn, the quality is actually S tier. These beans are high grade enough to summon Mal-level zombies on command. The drop rate is a bit stingy though, only netted about 100 of them. At this rate, it'll take me a decade to finish my ghost banner, let alone hit the peak 10,000 soul tier. High quality is great, but the yield is just trash. Time to mass-produce the low-tier stuff. Quantity over quality, baby. One coffin isn't going to cut it. I need to haul in a whole warehouse of them. I'm turning this entire mountain range into a graveyard. And this dragon vein energy isn't enough either. I need to farm more essence from the heavens and earth to juice up these beans. Yo Kurong, your holy friends are knocking on the door, and they brought a whole army. I literally just harvested these beans and haven't even tested their damage output yet. Turns out a bunch of walking XP bags just walked right into my trap. Talk about perfect timing. I was just looking for some fodder to test these new upgrades on. My lord, let me handle these arrogant brats. I'll teach them a lesson in manners. Chill out, just sit back and watch the show. Since they're hunting me, I might as well show them what a real Taoist grandmaster can do. I just unlocked my Hanba form, and I've been itching to go full tryhard on someone. Damn, this squad looks just as cracked as the ones from the Dharma sect. Can't believe this guy managed to recruit an entire roster of demons and ghosts. This is going to be a massive pain to deal with. We came up here to ambush and take him out, but it's clear someone's going to get cooked today. So you're the legendary Zhang Tianlu, the 3rd grandmaster of Longhu Mountain. Which temple do you belong to, monk? You think you're important enough to be out here calling me by my real name? Are you seriously the one who dragged all these losers here? If this was 2,000 years ago when you were actually human, maybe I'd show you some respect and call you a heavenly master. But look at you, a grandmaster who chose to fall from grace after death, turning into a rotting zombie just to wreak havoc on the world. You even snatched up our monks. After pulling stunts like that, you don't deserve a shred of my respect. Zhang Tianlu, do you have any idea how guilty you are? 666, Master Fahai is spitting straight facts. So what if he's a Taoist grandmaster? If you mess with the Buddha, you're getting deleted regardless. Still out here causing chaos in the mortal realm. You think I'm the one causing chaos? How is this guy's internal energy this cracked? Bro just laughed, and the shockwave alone pushed us back. You demon, catch this great Vajra palm of mine. You've got 3,000 years of cultivation as a demon king, yet you're out here acting like a total fraud. I'll give you one last chance to stop acting like a clown and join the temple to pay for your sins. I've been grinding my cultivation for years, always looking for a mount that actually looks badass, but I've been empty-handed for a decade. Can't believe one just walked right up to my front door today. If I can turn this beast into my personal ride, imagine the flex when I roll out. Riding a black tiger like that, everyone will know I'm the real deal. Listen up, Fox Demon. You've got a destined connection to the Buddha, so quit stalling and start repenting. You little brat, who the hell do you think you are to threaten me? Destined connection? Your face has a connection to my fist. So what if I can't beat that zombie guy? You think I'm scared of a scrub like you? Great Arhat Seal. The sea of suffering is endless, but turn back now and you'll find the shore. Fox Demon, if you follow me, once I finally reach enlightenment, I'll bring you with me to the Western Paradise to get blessed by the Buddha himself. When one attains the Tao, even his pets go to heaven. This is your shot at greatness. Quit being a moron. I've been living for over 3,000 years, kid. I've been a demon king forever. I'm the one who gives orders, not the other way around. And today, you actually have the audacity to lecture me? Bro really told me I'd ascend to the Western Paradise Temple. Ascend to your grave, you clown. I'm a demon king. Why would I follow some monk just to eat stir-fried cabbage for the rest of my life? You actually had the audacity to tell me to go vegan? You're literally asking to be deleted. Damn, this tiger is an absolute unit. A beast this size must be a high-level demon. Wonder how many centuries this thing's been lurking. Tiger, still acting tough? You haven't learned your lesson yet? Behold, the Buddhist relic. Vajra subdues the tiger. I told you already, you aren't on my level. Just stop struggling and accept your fate. From today on, you're officially my mount. Get back here, you're out of your league. And you've got some nerve trying to steal my prey right in front of me. Did nobody tell you what happens to people who try to act smart with me? 5 Thunders Dharma, Palm Thunder Strike. Wait, how do you know the secret technique of Longhu Mountain? 5 Thunders Dharma. Hey kid, were you the one pointing fingers at me earlier? Trying to convince my newly captured demon tiger to turn over a new leaf? Acting all righteous, and you even dodged my Palm Thunder? Fine, keep dodging then. Let's see how long you can keep that up. 5 Thunders God Mantra, think you can dodge this? Kasaya subdues the demon. This robe was funded by the 10 richest families in the land back in the day, crafted with threads of gold and silver by the best artisans in the realm, and it's embedded with 99 top-tier spirit gems. Your little thunder strikes aren't doing squat. My Kasai is immune to weapons, fire, water, dust, and even your puny lightning. Zhang Tianlu, is that really all you've got? Hand it over to me. So, thunder magic doesn't work, huh? Then take this. Prepare yourself to taste my 10,000 thunder incantation. This move is hundreds of times stronger than those last few zaps you threw. The grandmaster is about to drop the 9 heavens lightning strike. It's over for these guys. Imagine actually trying to tank that. Bro is cooked. 1,000 lightning mantra. Back when I first turned into a corpse, I used this move once, but I was only at 10% power back then. And that first strike was just to clean up some grave-robbing NPCs, so there's no real way to compare the damage. I didn't think the raw power would be this cracked. My Kasaya robe. Zhang Tianlu, you shredded my drip. This fight ends with one of us in the ground. I'm dragging you back to Dailong Temple and locking you under the Heaven Dragon Pagoda for eternity. Fenglei Mountain's high monks, let's get him. You little rats, how dare you summon the soul banner in front of me? Attack sound. If you lot don't want this divine weapon anymore, I'll be taking it off your hands. That's our grandmaster for you. Soloing 9 guys and still dominating, they almost got wiped out. 9 top-tier mages attacked at once and couldn't even scratch Zhang Tianlu. That purple gold bowl has some serious lore behind it and hits like a truck, but even that can't suppress this gigachad. There's enough juice inside that black flag to power 6 demon kings. Imagine packing 6 demon kings into one single flag. This has to be the legendary soul banner. Bunch of absolute frauds. Relying on you guys is like asking to lose. Great Might Heaven Dragon. World-honored Earth Store. Tianlu, you're arrogant, but no demon survives my Great Might Heaven Dragon mantra. You really think your Buddhist sect has the exclusive on Golden Dragon protection? Divine beast buffs. Seriously? Do you have any idea how many more divine beasts my Taoist lineage has compared to your Western Heaven Buddhist sect? A tiny little mudworm trying to show off in front of a real master? You want to play? Fine, you summoned your Buddhist golden dragon. I'll summon a real divine beast to even the odds. Come back, Great Might Heaven Dragon. Get back here. Garbage sounds. You thief, give me back my golden dragon. If I don't kill you today, my 50 years of Buddhist cultivation were a total waste. Oh my god. Abbot Fahai has officially lost his mind. We are cooked. Is he really trying to go out in a blaze of glory? It's over. It's actually over. The golden dragon just got swallowed. Abbot Fahai is basically speedrunning his own funeral now. Many thanks, Supreme Master. Fahai is heavily nerfed and now it's just me left. You little pest. Give back my purple gold bowl. That purple bowl of yours? Yeah, it's mine now. Zhang Tianlu, you're only acting tough because you've got that Taoist cheat code, the prison suppression talisman. You summoned a 9-headed saint to steal my gear. That's not actual skill, and since we lost, fine, we take the L today. But you better stay right there and wait for the high-ranking monks to show up, because you're going to regret every single thing you did today. Sounds super intimidating. I'm sure that monk has some top-tier Buddha magic or whatever. Thanks for the heads up, but it looks like none of you are walking away from this. So everyone just stay put and perish. Who told you to start shouting for backup now? Do you really think you're getting out of here? Imagine trying to call for reinforcements right in front of the guy who's about to end you. You're a special kind of stupid. Bro is a 1,000-year-old zombie. You really think he's going to let you leave just because you want to call for help? Damn you, Master Ku wrong. You actually betrayed the Buddhist sect. We shouldn't have come to save your bum in the first place. Let's go. I've clashed with that ancestor turned corpse a few times before. Every single time, he beat the absolute brakes off me. But somehow, he always held back. Plus, the ancestor is still acting pretty logical. It's clear he hasn't lost his mind just because he turned into a walking corpse. The stance of Longhu Mountain is clear. We don't think there's anything wrong with our ancestor. Welcome to the Longhu Mountain interview with Xuan Zhen. Here are my personal thoughts. Even though the ancestor turned into a zombie, that wasn't our doing, and besides, he's a total unit. He was already hard enough to deal with before. We can't afford to take any risks. The government already got the memo about the showdown at Longhu Mountain. This is literally just a massive beef between the Buddhas and the Taoists. Even the government knows better than to get their hands dirty in this. Amitabha, bro. You three don't need to be so formal, seriously. I'm only down here on a mortal trial because you guys helped me find a vessel and prep the ritual altar. Once I wrap up this little quest and head back to Great Thunder Sound Temple, I'll be sure to tell the big man himself. The big boss will definitely reward you for your contribution, don't sweat it. You guys are speedrunning your ticket to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Yo, Xiao Li, you good, my guy? Who are these two random NPCs, and what are they doing here? Why are the three head monks acting so weird? Why is my own son looking at us like we're total strangers? Chill, don't panic. You two should actually be celebrating. Your precious son is actually a reincarnated top-tier disciple from our Buddha realm. Bro is literally the reincarnation of the venerable Mahamad Galyana. Now that his spiritual roots are awakened, he's got his premium-tier memories back. If he just grinds hard enough, he'll definitely ascend and reach true enlightenment. He's going to transcend this trashy mortal plane and become a golden Buddha at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Wait, something feels off. Nah, this ain't right. My gut is telling me this whole situation is sus. That's not what we discussed when we got here. We just said we'd awaken his roots, not turn him into a legendary reincarnated disciple. Son, look at me. It's your dad. All the high-ranking monks from the 10 great southern temples have been captured. If word gets to that high-level Buddha disciple, our plan to hit up the Great Thunder Sound Temple is officially fried. We absolutely cannot let the Buddha kid find out about this. While he's busy getting used to his new stats and farming his mana back, we need to move. Let's speedrun to Heavenly Dragon Temple and delete Zhang Tianlu from the game. If we act fast enough, the Buddha kid won't hear a single whisper. Silent mode. We're currently camping on the Dragon Vein Sanctuary, using that dragon. But the problem is, this whole process is way too slow. Relying solely on Dragon Vein energy and corpse ghost energy to nurture this corpse puppet just isn't going to cut it. These captured monks from the Buddhist realm actually have some legit merit on them. Killing them would be a waste of resources, but hey, I can definitely put them to work. These guys are actually packing some serious cultivation and high-tier Buddhist techniques. Teamwork makes the dream work, right? I'll keep them here, force them to use their own mana to boost the puppet's growth, and basically build myself an automated production line. This batch of monks is officially my new energy profiting staff. Listen up, boys. You're still useful to me, so play nice and follow orders. Otherwise, I might not kill you, but the monsters under my command? Yeah, they aren't exactly saints. If they want to snack on you, I'm not going to stop them. Stay obedient, and you might just survive. Zhang Tianlu, you are the grandmaster of the Zhengyang sect, and becoming a zombie after death is already pushing it. But refining the 10,000 soul banner and using these puppets to commit such atrocities, do you have no shame? And you actually want us to work for you? Keep dreaming, you absolute loser. We're followers of the Buddha. We're enlightened beings. If you're so tough, just kill me already. Wow, look at you guys actually having a spine. Not bad, a real high monk with spirit. It's just a shame I hate guys who try to act all high and mighty. Since you don't want to cooperate, Grandmaster, you can just go die. Huzi, send this high monk on his trip to the west. Wait, hold up, don't you dare. I'm a direct disciple of the Tathagata. You can't kill me. No, stop it, you can't kill me. No way. Honestly, I liked you better when you were acting all arrogant and defiant. Did you actually think you were the main course? I'm not killing you, mostly because it'll tank my merit points. I'm currently practicing dual cultivation, and I still have to face the heavenly tribulation later. Killing a monk like you would just make my ascension way harder, not worth the XP. But that doesn't mean I don't have ways to make your life a living hell. Do you think you can tell me what to do? I'm not one of those soft, merciful modern-day celestial masters. The more a monk resists, the easier they are to negotiate with. I was born at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. I'm a real warlord of the chaotic era. Besides, it's not like I personally iced this high-ranking monk. He got folded by the fox demon, so how's that on me? You claim to be a disciple of the Buddha, but are you sure the big man even recognizes your face? Even if the Buddha showed up in the flesh right now, you think he'd actually dare to touch me? This high-ranking monk's soul is way too valuable to go to waste. A single soul like his is worth more than thousands of vengeful spirits combined. The taste of this is straight-up peak power-up material. Right now, my myriad soul banner contains the spirits of the 6 great ghost kings. And with this high-ranking monk's soul added to the mix, it's evolved from a trash-tier starter item into a legit high-end myriad soul banner. The 6 great ghost kings are each worth 1,000 souls on their own. One high-ranking monk is worth several thousand more. Add it all up, and this banner is truly powered by 10,000 souls. I can feel the surge of power pulsing through my banner right now. After gobbling up that monk and hitting the upgrade, my strength just went nuclear. Looks like farming high-level souls is the fastest way to hit God mode. In all my time, I haven't met many people with actual spine, but this monk was definitely one of them. Any other monks out there want to play tough and refuse to cooperate? Step up, die fast, and get to your rebirth quicker. I agree with you, boss. Wasn't it easier to just cooperate from the jump? Playing nice really pays off, doesn't it? Congrats, host. You just 1v10 the demon-slaying alliance and wiped the floor with 10 legendary monks. Here's your massive loot box. New quest. Every one of the 10 great temples houses a relic pagoda for their high-ranking monks. Extract the meritorious relics from them to complete the quest and claim your rewards. Relics from the 10 great temples? That's light work. Since all their top-tier masters were dragged over here, grabbing their relics is basically free loot, right? You guys stay here and keep this coffin match going. Huzi, you're coming with me to raid the 10 great temples. Lead the way to the nearest Longshang temple. Time to go greet these monks properly. Weird. The more I look at this Longshang temple, the more wrong it feels. Wait, this relic looks kind of familiar. The architectural style looks exactly like a Taoist thunder pagoda. The main hall's roof is basically a carbon copy of the Sancheng Hall. Was this Longshang temple originally a Taoist monastery or what? Spot on, it used to be a Taoist spot back in the day. But then Buddhism started popping off, and all the original Taoist priests dipped to fight in the war. And yeah, none of those bros ever made it back. The few old-timers left eventually just kicked the bucket, and the monks from Longshang Temple just swooped in and claimed the place. No wonder the vibe here feels so familiar. Not only is the architecture identical, but this Sarira Pagoda is literally built from a Taoist thunder tower. Guess I don't have to feel bad about jacking this place for myself. It's just the circle of karma, baby. You stole the land from my Taoist ancestors, so taking your Sira is just settling the tab. Sacred Spirit, unleash your might and shake the heavens. 3 origins, 7 stars, 9 luminaries, guide the thunder and lend me your power. Sacred Spirit, unleash your might and shake the heavens. 3 origins, 7 stars, 9 luminaries, guide the thunder and lend me your power. Bro, the sky was clear a second ago. Where did this lightning come from? That's definitely not natural lightning. Someone's casting a spell inside the temple. Quick, check what's going on at the Sarira Pagoda. Don't tell me some demon snuck into Longshang Temple to steal the Sarira? No way, that's impossible. The Sarira Pagoda is protected by the relics of our past masters. Any demon getting within 100 meters would get fried instantly. Then what the heck was that lightning strike? Let's go check it out. Oh, thank God, the Sarira is still up there. Wait, this whole tower is about to collapse. Hurry, protect the ancestors' relics. Ugh, what a pain in the neck. I'll be taking these. Calling him a zombie ain't right. What kind of normal zombie has this much aura and god-tier skills? These NPCs couldn't even make it past the front door, let alone get close to the sacred relic. Wearing a dragon-patterned robe, carrying a legendary sword, and decked out in Taoist artifacts, this has got to be the OG founder from the Longhu Mountain incident. Zhang Tianlu. We are straight up cooked. We could probably scrap with other demons, but when the OG Heavenly Master shows up, there's zero hope left. Our temple heads teamed up with everyone else to gank this guy, and guess what? Not a single one of them made it back. Amitabha. Master Zhang, you're supposed to be a legendary Taoist icon. A pillar of the faith for over 2,000 years. Why are you out here bullying juniors today? And you even snatched the ancestral relics from our Longshang temple. Isn't this kind of move a little too low class for you? Ever since I died, my cultivation turned demonic, so I ain't part of the righteous path anymore. So what if I robbed you? I'm a villain now. I walk the demon path. You really think you can stop me? Master, he's way too arrogant. Are we really just gonna let him get away with this without chasing him? Chase him? Are you high? You think you can take Zhang Tianlu? Or do you think I can? Even Ku Rong and Fa Hai got absolutely folded by this guy. You think you're stronger than them? Zhang Tianlu only took 3 relics from Longshang Temple. If we don't chase, he'll just walk away with those 3. If we keep pushing, he's gonna lose his mind and turn the whole temple into rubble. Longshang Temple just has to swallow this L and move on. Everyone, sorry for dragging you out here in the middle of the night. No need for the formalities, Chen. This situation is way too serious. We made a deal, so of course we'd show up. It's no trouble at all. All right, masters, enough with the small talk. Let's get down to business and check out the main hall. Ever since our government caught wind of what that heavenly master from Longhu Mountain said, we've had Fazhong Temple on total lockdown. The higher-ups are taking this very seriously. Ever since the lockdown, the main hall has been under 24/7 surveillance. Not a single monk is allowed near the hall until you guys arrived. Looks like Zhang Tianlu wasn't lying after all. Something is definitely sus inside the Great Buddha Hall of this temple. These guys claim to be a righteous sect, so the feng shui should be cracked, but this chaotic energy is a total red flag. Plus, there's no way they haven't noticed this janky energy field filling the hall. My compass is spinning like crazy, and that's definitely not a coincidence. Captain Chen, open those merit boxes and let's see what's inside. Hold up. Stop right there. Those are the Buddha's merit boxes. You think you can just touch things in the Great Buddha Hall like that? If the Buddha decides to smite us, who's going to take the fall? Amitabha, chill out. The little monk is acting like a drama queen, but he's low-key spitting facts. If the Buddha actually brings the heat, none of us are walking away from that. Move aside. One look and I know these merit boxes are absolute trash. If you cowards are too scared to touch them, I'll do it myself. I'm not losing sleep over some imaginary divine punishment. Even if the Buddha himself showed up right now and saw you monks using his name to bully people, he'd probably slap the sense back into you himself. There's got to be tens of thousands of spirit stones worth of merit in here alone. Taoist Master Qing, what exactly is written on these? You'd have to ask the so-called high monks of Qingyuan Temple about that. Are these reverse-scripted scriptures? They're Buddhist classics copied using a cursed technique designed to harvest human desire and lifespan. There's gotta be a hidden chamber under this great Buddha hall, because the scriptures alone couldn't generate this much drain. The real ritual altar is definitely hidden somewhere else. Found it. The ritual altar is right here, dead center beneath the great Buddha hall's merit boxes. The donations and those cursed scriptures are being fueled by the altar to siphon everyone's lifespan and desire directly to Kurong. The more lifespan he drains, the more his disgusting greed grows. Grandmaster, the evidence is literally staring you in the face. What's your excuse now? Get some people over here to wreck this demonic altar underground immediately. If it weren't for the Taoist master's help, we'd have never figured out what this cursed altar was actually doing. How are the authorities even going to deal with a mess like this? Fakeng Temple is officially finished. No way they're opening those gates again. As for these monks, we're hauling them in for a one-on-one interrogation. This whole situation is a massive public safety hazard, and the fallout is going to be legendary. It's blown up way too big to ignore. The higher-ups have to drop an explanation to the public. If you guys actually want to grill these monks, we can provide some technical support.
Yeah, some technical support.
These monks are cracked at Buddhist spells and sorcery. Standard interrogation tactics ain't gonna scratch them. Us Taoists have special truth talismans. Slap one on their forehead, and they'll spill every secret they've got. Now, that's a top-tier item. With this tech, no criminal is ever getting away with silence again. This isn't just for these monks. We can use this on every degenerate we catch from here on out. You Maoshan Taoist, you dare destroy the merit statue of our Buddha. The karmic retribution for wrecking the merit of Fakeng Temple is finally here. Behold, the Buddha has manifested his divine presence. The Buddha. You've got the wrong guy, pal. I'm pure Tao, not some Rulai Buddha figure you're worshipping. You really think your Buddha is coming to save your sorry soul? If he showed up and saw the shady stuff you've been doing, he'd throw you straight into the deepest layer of hell. Wait, is that the third-generation grandmaster of Longhu Mountain from the Fenglei Mountain incident? That absolute unit soloed 10 temple abbots back in the day like it was nothing. Why is a legendary boss like him wandering into this dump today? Maoshan Taoist, what generation of the sect are you exactly? Reporting to the Heavenly Master, the Maoshan sect is currently in the Qing generation. I am Qingfa. Not bad, reached the Qing generation already. Seems like Maoshan is actually doing decent these days. At least they've got competent successors. Since you're a descendant of Maoshan, I won't make your life miserable. I'll handle this mess for you. I'm only at Dailong Temple for other business, not for these small-time issues. Taoist, what exactly is that legendary weirdo doing here? No clue. He's probably just passing through, if there's nothing else. We're out of here. Do yourself a favor, and don't even think about crossing that guy. Zhang Tianlu, our boy is heading straight for the relic tower of our Fax Hong Temple. Everyone, move out and stop him right now. Master, you guys are seriously not going to interfere? Quit yapping. We literally don't stand a ghost of a chance against him. I can't even beat Xuanjin Tianxi, let alone the legendary Zhu Tianxi. Zhu Tianxi is a total big shot in our sect. If I go over there, I'd be forced to kneel and pay my respects before even throwing a punch. Captain Chen, you guys should bounce too. Don't get involved in stuff that doesn't concern you. Like they say, mind your own business and you'll live a long, happy life. Zhu Tianxi is in there fighting for the relics. Whoever walks in there now is just asking for a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Captain Chen, what's the plan now? Just take these monks back to the bureau for now. This whole Zhu Tianxi situation is way above our pay grade. That little brat from the Mao Shan sect is actually pretty smart for minding his own business. If those scrubstubs dared to show up here, I'd have to personally teach them a lesson they won't forget. The Black Tiger finally led the way to the final destination, the Dailong Temple. How are we supposed to deal with this mess? That Zhang Tianlu is bullying our Dailong Temple way too hard. He's got to pay the price. This Buddha light array is supposed to automatically block demons from the outside. It might work on some millennium-old fodder, but trying to stop me is a massive reach. Open up, scrub. Not bad for a Dialong temple production. They're stacked with loot. Most places only have one tower, but here there are 3 at once. Plus, the Dialong temple has 6 Buddha towers alone. The energy density here is insane. A temple with this much history means every relic is packed with massive high-tier energy waiting to be farmed. I'm taking all 36 of them from Dialong temple, obviously. The saying about not leaving empty-handed means something different for me. If you enter my turf, you're getting stripped of everything. Zhang Tianlu, you dare. Pretty good, not gonna lie. 5 Thunders technique. The center is glowing. Congrats, host, for finishing the quest and snatching the merit relics from the 10 great temples. Received reward, 9 Demon Gourd seedling, ready for harvest. 36 transformation of Yin Tiangong, Mystic Whip artifact, Blood Purifying Pearl, and the technique to craft outsider demon puppets. 5 million system points added to your balance. This aura is honestly stronger than even Fahai's. Turns out this temple is hiding some actual top-tier talent. These 3 dudes are complete strangers, and their aura is way stronger than Fahai's by a long shot. Definitely not the usual monks from this Dai Long temple. Wait, did they call in for backup or something? Who even are you guys? State your business and drop the names. The Abbot of Lei Temple, Enai, Duyan, and Ekong greets you. Not bad, the Abbot of Lei Yin actually has some decent skills. Are the 3 of you seriously trying to block my path? Any one of these 3 old monks is on the same level as Xuanzhen. Okay, maybe they aren't complete frauds. The Black Tiger is just getting in my way. Might as well tell him to bounce. Hey Black Tiger, get out of here for now. I'll hit you up later. Amitabha. Disciple Zhang, you've disrespected the Buddha too many times, kidnapped the abbot, and even stole the relic of a high monk. We didn't want any drama, but you're really pushing it, bro. The 3 of us are here today, so looks like you're taking a forced trip back to Lei Yin Temple with us. Just 3 dudes on Xuanzhen's level? I can solo Xuanzhen with one hand tied behind my back. You really think I'm scared just because there's 3 of you? Impressive. No wonder you're a Taoist master. You've actually got some juice in you. To think you tanked so much of my holy water, and you've got a treasure that can resist my purple fire? Not bad. Old man, your black bowl is pretty good at blocking. Let's see how many more hits it can take. Damn, is this fire actually infinite? Om Mani Padme Hum. Time to kick the bucket. This fire is way too cracked. Too late for that. The holy water is drying up and the black bowl is about to shatter. Zhang, you got anything else in your kit? If you've got the guts, try fighting us with actual techniques. Just spamming fire like a degenerate. Why bother brawling when I can just nuke you from a distance? I just like watching stuff burn. Guess we really underestimated this Zhang Tianlu guy. Didn't expect him to have such a legendary fire in his arsenal. Alright, enough talk. Everyone, hit him all at once. I'm gonna have to suppress that violet river fire. 2 bad omens clamping down on him from both sides. Every single drop of this water is worth years of my cultivation. Man, this is straight up heartbreaking. Good, real good. Finally caught this little rat. As expected of a founder from 2,000 years ago, he's a total pain to deal with. This is my soul-bound artifact, so don't even dream of escaping, even if you were in your prime. Just quit stalling and surrender already. You think you've seen me at my peak? What makes you think I can't wreck this little Buddha tower?
Uh-oh.
Lightning arts. Looks like your little tower isn't holding up so well, is it? You couldn't even handle 30% of my lightning strike power, and you had the audacity to talk about my prime? You've burnt through all your gear, so it's finally my turn to cook. Today, I'll show you what a real Taoist artifact looks like. This fire is no joke. Everyone, hit him at once. Let's start with you. Did this little brat really try to seal me with that Buddha tower earlier? Senior brother, save me. Don't panic, junior brother. I knew you were gonna pull something like that. Not a bad artifact you got there. It's mine now. My soul-bound treasure. You old thief, how dare you? Wait, did you just call me an old man? Help me, this fire literally won't go out. What's the rush? I haven't given you permission to kick the bucket yet. It's over. The seniors and juniors are all cooked. How are we supposed to keep fighting? Heaven and just stick with this humble priest, and you'll be fine. Ding. Host has successfully captured the 3 grand abbots of Lei Temple. Rewards incoming. Reward. Samadhi True Fire Art, Divine Sky Jade Clear Lightning Mantra, and 10 million system points. Not bad at all. Capturing these 3 ancient relics really paid off big time. Well, the mission is accomplished. Time to bounce back home. Black Tiger, get out here. Zhang Tianlu, how dare you use my Buddhist sect's high monks to nurture your zombies? If the Buddha finds out about this, you're looking at some serious endgame level trouble. Don't think for a second that our Buddhist sect can't touch you. Once the 3 grand abbots of Lian Temple get the news, they'll be coming to clap your cheeks. You better watch your back. Oh, you mean these 3 guys right here? Honestly, raising zombie beans isn't even that evil. It's basically just casual farming. As for these 3 Ni, Ayuan, and Akong, the 3 grand abbots, their Buddhist cultivation is actually top tier, so using them as fertilizer for my zombie beans is definitely going to speed up the growth rate. This trip was a massive W. Managed to raid 10 major temples and snagged 81 Sarira relics. Each one of these babies packs at least 100 years of cultivation power. If I absorb every single one of these Sariras, I'm looking at a sweet 100-year boost to my stats. This Samadhi True Fire is perfect for tempering zombie physiques, literally on par with Divine Heaven tier flames. Refining is going to take about half a month, so I'm camping at Fenglei Mountain until I'm done. The 3rd patriarch of Longhu Mountain just straight up left Fenglei Mountain and robbed the temples blind. All 10 major temples got absolutely cleared out.
Oh my god, they actually started a full-blown war.
This 3rd patriarch really just solo queued against the entire Buddhist hierarchy. Even the big shot abbots of Lian Temple couldn't stop him. That zombie of his is just built different. Bro, that's the 3rd patriarch of Longhu Mountain we're talking about. Of course he's cracked. What did you expect? The Buddhist sect must be absolutely seething at these Taoist weirdos right now. Seriously, talk about letting a tiger back into the wild. Those 3 abbots were talking big about taking down Zhang Tianlu, but they never made it back. If the rest of the sect finds out, the whole world is going to go up in flames. Quick, hurry up and sound the alarm for everyone. If those 3 grand abbots couldn't even handle Zhang Tianlu, the rest of us combined aren't even a one-shot snack for him. Looks like this mess is only going to be solved if the big-shot Buddha disciple steps in. That Buddha disciple is currently in deep cultivation trying to restore his power. We'll just have to wait until he logs back in. I thought refining that Samadhi True Fire would only take half a month. Turns out it took an entire month just to refine and absorb the whole thing. Still, I managed to absorb all 81 Sarira beads, and that 81 years of cultivation just sent my stats through the roof. I'm literally one step away from becoming that legendary immortal bone zombie. And this Shenxiao Jade Thunder Divine Body Manual looks like a legit physical cultivation technique. Once you master it, you can manifest the Thunder Divine physique. It's not just an insane defense buff, it also cranks the damage of your lightning spells to 11. I already had the Purple Gold Divine Fiend method to buff my zombie physique. Adding this Thunder technique means I'm basically running a dual-class build of Taoist and zombie. If I can max out both, my physical stats are going to be absolutely cracked. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about the loot from that previous tournament. Seems like the system rewards pushed it straight into a breakthrough phase. Look at those massive vines already growing out. Leaving this thing rotting in the system inventory ain't exactly a pro gamer move. Is there anything in this shop to keep the 9 fiend gourd fed? The system shop sells spirit farm bags specifically for keeping spirit herbs alive. These bags contain spirit soil and can host both plants and living organisms. They come in all sorts of sizes depending on your budget. A bag with 1 acre of space is just 100,000 points. 10 acres will set you back a cool 1,000,000 points. Good thing I've got that 20 million point stash ready to burn. 10 acres is way too extra, and I don't even have that many spirit herbs to farm right now. I'll just grab the 1 acre version for now. I can always upgrade when I'm richer later. Finally finished planting the damn thing. With the spirit soil and spring water set up, this better start growing fast. The high-tier spirit soil in the system shop is basically priced in the hundreds of millions. And don't even get me started on the peak-tier soil. That's a problem for future me. Now, let's see what the system actually said about this 9 fiend gourd. The system says this seed was born in the primordial chaos back when the universe was just a blank canvas. It's allegedly on the same level as the innate gourd vine sitting at the foot of Mount Buzhou. I'm dying to see what kind of high-tier gourd this thing actually spits out. The Mount Buzhou gourd grew by absorbing pure primordial chaos, but this one in my hand is just sitting in a tiny patch of dirt. Can it really reach the same god-tier status as the Buzhou one? Don't sweat it. The system's point shop is basically a cheat code for instant growth, rivaling even the chaos energy. Just pump those system points into it, and that gourd won't have to worry about malnutrition. But at the end of the day, it's just going to drain my points like crazy. System, how do I actually force grow this 9 demonic gourd vine?
Oh, I think I get the vibe now.
The system wants me to dump my points into this vine to speedrun its growth. 1,000 points per boost. But bro, one shot isn't going to cut it. The exact number of boosts depends on how fast this thing decides to sprout. Could be 100 times, could be 1,000 times. Or maybe 10,000 times. Long story short, it's going to cost me a fortune in points. Still, 1,000 points per pop isn't too bad. Might as well test the waters. I'm sitting on 20 million points, so I can afford 20,000 boosts. That's 20,000 chances to hit the jackpot. Surely, out of all those tries, I'll get at least one decent gourd. System, initiate growth boost. This absolute scam of a system really knows how to bleed me dry. It just torched 17 million points, leaving me with only 3 million. I'm basically back to being broke in one go. But hey, at least the first 9 heavens demonic gourd finished its growth cycle. Alright, looking at it, this thing is basically a carbon copy of the crimson gold gourd held by Taishang Laojun. Mine has dark attributes and the color is even deeper, but I have no idea how durable this thing actually is. Gotta find some poor sucker to test it on later. Let's go for round 2. Wait, the price just hiked up? The first gourd only cost 1,000 points per boost. Now it's jumped straight to 5,000 points per pop for the second. Down to my last 3 million points now. Probably best to just keep them tucked away for now. I'll worry about spending them when I've got more to spare. It's not like that 9 demon gourd is going to sprout legs and run away. So Chi Lian. Greetings, old ancestor. Get up already. I've been in secluded cultivation for a minute. What's been happening out there? Nothing major, honestly. The Lei temple has been suspiciously quiet. Those monk-brained losers are too busy dealing with the public backlash over their sect. They don't have the time or the balls to mess with Longhu Mountain anymore. How's the bean soldier cultivation coming along? We've pulled in a massive harvest this past month. I've sorted them into 3 tiers, from basic to cracked: green, yellow, and red. We've got over 1,000 green beans in the bag. Pop one open and it transforms into a black zombie. There's over 100 yellow beans, which summon a Maojang. And the red ones? We've got 7 of them, each one summoning a heavy-hitting flying zombie. So we're basically mass-producing 7 top-tier undead per month. Keep the production line moving. I'm heading out to test the raw power of these new artifacts and techniques I've been cooking up. Flesh Meat Ghost Buddha, get over here. Let's see what you've got. Now, let's test the divine fire. Time to try this thing out. Flesh Meat Ghost Buddha. I'm calling your name. You got the guts to answer me? A mortal artifact trying to seal my true name? How cute. Not bad, the power's actually decent. Hit me with your absolute strongest attack. Don't hold back. Chi K Chi. K Chi, we will. Is that really all you've got? All those treasures are just useless decorative junk. Those are just petty tricks. What kind of artifact is that anyway? It actually swallowed the mana released by the Buddhist relic. It looks so basic and mid, who knew it was this broken? No wonder it's on the same level as a gourd vine artifact, absolutely cracked. This Zhang Tianlu guy is getting way too strong. We were actually counting on the reincarnated Buddha to save our skins. But looking at it now, even if that big shot shows up, it's hard to say if he can take down Zhang Tianlu. Detection. A massive horde of zombies has appeared in Wanhai City, and the legendary Chunjun sword is hidden among them. System, host, get your lazy butt over there immediately. Once you clear the zombies and claim the sword, you'll get a massive cultivation boost and recover 10% of the 10,000 sword shadow technique. Zombies in Wanhai City, huh? Guess I'll go check it out then. You're coming with me. Help, there's a monster. Run for your life. Master, you've seen the viral videos of the zombie attacks, right? These things are bulletproof. Even high-end firearms barely scratch them. The higher-ups sent us to beg for your help. No sweat, I'm summoning the squad right now. The situation in Wanhai City is critical. A massive swarm of zombies is bulldozing its way into the city. There are tons of them lurking in the suburbs, too. All disciples with blue robe cultivation and above, follow me down the mountain. The demonic energy and rot in this air is disgusting. This place is right next to Longhu Mountain. It shouldn't be a hotspot for dark energy. Why are there so many zombies popping off all of a sudden? Now's not the time to overthink it. Save the investigation for after we clear the trash. Let's wipe out these bottom feeders first. Roger that. Most of these zombies came crawling out of the mountain. The source is definitely somewhere on that peak outside Wanhai City. Even though they're built like tanks, we've already taken down half the horde. The suburbs are currently a straight-up graveyard, bodies everywhere you look. In other words, half the zombies in the city are already toast. The government can handle the leftovers, but the real boss fight is happening in the outskirts. Plus, the suburban zombies are built different, way more of them, and way harder to put down. If my guess is right, these city zombies are just bottom-tier trash mobs, barely stronger than a regular human. An average Joe could probably throw hands with these guys and actually win. I'll have someone send you the full breakdown of zombie power levels in a bit. Hey Master, you got any pro tips for dealing with these walking corpses? We're spamming hot lead, but their defense stats are looking a little too cracked. It takes like 50 guys unloading full auto for 2 minutes just to drop one of these things. If there was a way to just pierce their armor, this would be a total cakewalk. Just soak your bullets in chicken or dog blood. That'll give you a massive armor penetration buff. As long as those bullets are coated in some blood, plus a little cinnabar and other high-yang energy items, you'll melt their defense like butter. I've got a charm here that'll boost the effectiveness of that blood mixture. Just gather the blood, burn the charm into ash, and mix it all together. Easy claps. The other charm? Slap that on any weapon and you've basically got a temporary legendary item. Oh, it'll start shredding these zombies like they're made of paper. Much appreciated, Master. Since that's settled, we'll handle the rest of the trash still inside the city. We're heading to the suburbs now to deal with the main wave. All units listen up, we're moving out. Out of my way, you freaks. Captain, you think this place can actually hold them back? Relax, the walls are high, and we've got that solid iron gate locked down tight. Just barricade the stairs with some junk, and those zombies won't stand a chance. Man, those foreign zombie movies really lied to us. Breaking news. The government is teaming up with the Longhu Mountain masters to wipe these monsters out. Everyone stay calm, stay inside, and keep your doors locked. If you see a zombie with black skin, do not try to be a hero. Run for your life. These elite-tier zombies are immune to normal weapons and have insane mobility. Stay far away from them. It's like the heavens themselves. Could it be the great master from Longhu Mountain has finally arrived? It has to be the celestial master. Only he has the authority to wield lightning magic like that. But wait, where is he? I see the lightning striking, but the man himself is nowhere to be found. Look up there in the clouds. Is the celestial master actually hovering in the sky? Hold on, that guy up there definitely doesn't look like celestial master Xuanzhen. Check out those robes. Isn't that the legendary ancestor who was supposed to have turned into a corpse demon? And that must be Zhang Tianlu. So this Zhang Tianlu is actually saving his life right now? I thought everyone said this ancestor had already turned into a mindless demon. Our intel claimed Zhang Tianlu went completely berserk after the transformation, slaughtering everyone in sight, no questions asked. Looking at it now, the rumors seem like total cap. Thank you, ancestor, for saving my life. Hands up! Hands up. If the ancestor really wanted me dead, he wouldn't have bothered saving me just now. Anyone standing in my way gets erased. If you are my mobile source of essence. Nah, where are you? This thing is a high-level corpse demon. Judging by that build, this monster has been cultivating for at least 5,000 years. You guys are literally no match for me. This corpse demon's cultivation base is easily over 5,000 years deep. Stop staring, set up the 3 origin sword formation, and help Celestial Master Xuanzhen take this monster down. Master, are you and Junior Brother all right? I'm good. Why is there a panda here of all places? And this panda has actually reached the level of a demon beast. Why are so many demons crawling out of the woodwork today? Even a panda has managed to reach cultivation enlightenment. As if the corpse demon wasn't enough of a headache, now we've got a 4,000-year-old panda demon on our hands. Hold the line. Once the Celestial Master finishes off the corpse demon, he'll come to assist us. This corpse demon is a total tank. Even the lightning arts aren't doing a single scratch. We're completely surrounded by zombies on all sides. We've got a corpse demon in front and a pesky panda demon behind. This is a disaster. You little monster, I'm here to show you who's boss. What's with that look? Can't tell the difference between friends and foes anymore. I'm literally here to carry you guys. Why are you just standing there like NPCs? Get moving and go help your Xuanzhen master. I'm the kid from Fenglei Mountain. Behold the patriarch's legendary gourd. Set up the formation and back the master up. Xuanzhen must have arrived by now. Since this place started popping off, Longhu Mountain definitely got the memo. Though I wonder if Xuanzhen is having as much trouble with this zombie as I am. I mean, we are a whole mountain apart. Even if I've transformed, let's see what actual Five Thunders magic looks like. Nice try, but isn't it a bit too late to run? You really thought you could escape right under my nose? Prison of the Earth. I'm turning this entire mountain into your cage. Great Thunderlight Demon Sealing Curse. No way, that's actually the Great Thunderlight Demon Sealing Curse. Good God, is this the real power of the Longhu Mountain Patriarch? No wonder he's the OG, the skill gap here is actually insane. Now I finally get why the Buddhists couldn't handle him. It's not that they were weak, it's just that this guy is cracked. Damn, this isn't good, the smoke is toxic. If it reaches the village, the locals are toast. So these zombie beasts can actually turn into demons. No wonder the name fits the vibe. Spare me, great ancestor. It's a protected species, have mercy. This mountain needs a guardian, so you're staying here to keep the gossiping villagers away. Listen here, you little demon. Considering how hard you work to cultivate, I'll let you live today. You're heading to Longhu Mountain as a pet, and as for this corpse, it's coming with me. I'm a noble iron-eating beast, a divine creature. Being a glorified doorman? Not happening. Still whining. Huh? I only let you live because Xuanzhen begged for your life. Still green as grass, one good beating, and he's finally acting civilized. Guess the old-timers really do have a sharper edge. This corpse aura is absolutely cracked. New quest unlocked. A drought demon has spawned. Time to go and tame the beast. Rewards. Resurrection technique, foundation building manual, and 30 million points. Another drought demon? Now things are actually getting interesting. Everyone with high cultivation stats, follow me. The rest of you stay back and handle the low-tier zombies. After 10 years of pure sweat and tears, it's finally happening. Once we secure this drought demon, we'll be running the entire occult world. With this zombie king and this top-tier burial ground, plus the raw power of the great ghost god, we can mass-produce zombies to do our bidding. By then, the entire Long Kingdom will be under our thumb. Taoist Yuan Ling, as soon as this demon finishes resurrecting, you'll be drowning in wealth for the rest of your life. Better not get cocky just yet. This demon isn't fully revived. It still has to survive a lightning tribulation. If it fails the tribulation, all our hard work goes straight down the drain. That's just small potatoes. With the great ghost god's blessing, we can easily help it tank the lightning. Besides, didn't you already set up a backup plan? With your formation, this tribulation is a total non-issue. Everything is going exactly according to plan. It's hitting the tribulation phase already. I'll just chill and wait. Might as well let it finish leveling up before I swoop in, since I need this drought demon to be my new sidekick. The stronger the minion, the better the flex. Alright, here we go. The drought demon is officially activated, which means the move right now is to help this drought demon survive the heavenly tribulation. No room for errors. Taoist Yuanling, the lightning tribulation is incoming. It's all on you now. Boot up the formation. Let's get this show on the road. Bet it actually worked. The heavenly tribulation's power has been halved. This drought demon is 100% guaranteed to make it through now. Once we have this beast under control, we've got the ultimate trump card. So, this is a real deal drought demon? It's exactly like those ancient texts described. If this thing actually starts throwing hands, even the great master Xuanzhen would have to step aside. Exactly. With this unit in our corner, we're the ones calling all the shots. Longhu Mountain, Maoshan, Layan Temple, everyone's gonna be bowing down to us. That aura, that's a drought demon. How the hell did a drought demon spawn in a place like this? Right, this zombie was clearly bred by someone. Damn, they showed up way faster than I thought. Hey fellas, pulling this kind of demonic garbage on long country soil. That's not how we play the game. Are you guys actually trying to get yourselves killed? You're straight up disrespecting Longhu Mountain and the entire Taoist sect. I've heard plenty about the Longhu Master's legendary techniques and his 5 lightning method that wipes out demons. Let's see how you handle this drought demon then. This bronze bell was forged by the Taoist ancestors themselves just to control zombies, and it's a secret technique that isn't supposed to leave the sect. Looks like there's a rat hiding inside the sect. Nice, this drought demon is living up to the hype. One Longhu Master is nothing to worry about. Everyone acts like the Longhu Master is the face of the Taoist world, the big boss who makes every demon run for cover with his 5 lightning method. But honestly, this is all he's got. He's not even half as cracked as the rumors say. For real, you're already folding with this level of performance? Longhu Master, looks like you just found your own grave today. Wait, this isn't just a drought demon, it's a crimson demon. It's got the power to summon floods and command the rain. This place is basically Hanba's backyard now. You guys are cooked. Where did this high-level player come from? The ancestral Tianchi has been watching the show, and finally, he's deciding to cook. Who do you think you are, sticking your nose in our business? Take some advice, and stay out of things that don't concern you. This is a magical duel between us and Longhu Mountain. A duel with Longhu Mountain, you say? Well, you definitely found the right person. I'm actually from Longhu Mountain, so you didn't come to the wrong place at all. This guy right here is the ancestral Tianchi of our Longhu Mountain, and he's definitely one of our own. You're really using a Hanba to bully my people? Pretty bold of you, but today you hit a steel plate, and it's about to break your teeth. How hilarious. Since when do the Tianchi of Longhu Mountain know how to bluff? If you can't handle this mess, then just hand it over to us. Die! Patriarch, please watch over us. These guys are yin-yang masters. Decades ago, they were the ones who invaded us. They looted and slaughtered on our home turf. So many people died by their hands. Fine, fine. Looks like you clowns really are speedrunning your own deaths today. I actually need a few more souls for my myriad soul banner anyway. This is going to be your permanent home. Hanba, go kill them. A bunch of grasshoppers trying to flex this kind of magic just to throw their lives away. In this day and age, since you're already a zombie, who isn't a Hanba, a total nobody like you wants to challenge me? Where did you even get that kind of confidence? Keep killing them for me. So you want to mess with the wind and rain? Be my guest, then. Wait, what? Can this flame actually incinerate a literal flood? Wait, it actually can? Celestial Master, what is even happening right now? The 5 elements concept is officially broken. It's useless at the Ancestral Master's level. If my guess is right, this is that legendary Samadhi true fire. Regular water from this world isn't going to touch this fire. It's built different. The meta has shifted. Bail out while you still can. You guys showed up, so don't even think about leaving. This bronze mirror is called the 1,000-Hand Ghost Mirror, packed with 1,000 restless spirits. Just sit back and prepare to get devoured, bozo. Nice, free loot just dropped. I was actually running low on souls. Thanks for the delivery. Once I drain all the spirits inside, this bronze mirror is basically just a paperweight. Not bad, and you lot are staying here permanently too. Keep struggling, it's pointless. None of you are making it out alive. Turns out this little black gourd can't just swallow anything, huh? The great god of the 3 altars is entering the mirror right now. Damn you, Longhu Celestial Master. If you've got guts, let us out and we'll settle this 1v1. Come on, let's have a real magic duel like men. If you lay a finger on us, every single Amyoji in our faction is going to hunt you down. You really think you can mess with us? You're literally speedrunning your own death. Let us go. Are you seriously trying to declare war on us? You're already on my hit list, yet you're still talking trash? Just get folded and call it a day. Ah, much quieter now. Ancestral Master, please spare us. Have mercy, Ancestral Master. I was just possessed or something. I didn't mean it. Those Amyoji clowns came looking for me. I just made a small oopsie that anyone would make. Plus, I didn't even teach them much. Please, Ancestor, have mercy on me. Which dojo are you even from, kid? Who's your master? Anyway, if you're gonna play hard to get and stay silent, I've got plenty of ways to make you start yapping. So, can you talk now, or do we need to do this the hard way? Heavenly Master, just let me go. I'm the son of the Golden Sun Mountain boss. I was just chasing a paycheck. Please let me slide this time. Golden Sun Mountain, huh? You guys are literally just a nest of frauds. I've told you everything I know. Just let me go already. Sorry, but you've officially outlived your usefulness. You want to live? Keep dreaming, kid. This drought demon has some insane god-tier abilities. If I can refine this thing, it'll make for a decent sidekick. Rahu boy, obey my command and submit. Once we head back, just focus on your cultivation. If you can't even handle a drought demon down the line, you're going to be a massive disappointment to me. You're absolutely right, Heavenly Master. Mission accomplished. Subjugated the drought demon. Unlocked the 36 transformations of Yin Sky Stem. Unlocked Resurrection Flag, 12 Heaven Flags, Emperor Jiang Flag, Zhurong Flag, and a cool 30 million points. First task, collect 500 kilograms of zombie blood to find the Chunjun sword. I've cleared out the zombie horde, but the system's requested sword is nowhere to be found. I searched the whole area while fighting those mobs, but there wasn't a trace of it. This zombie's blood is super dense, and that coffin is way too fancy. This definitely wasn't some random peasant. Maybe not quite royalty, but this guy was at least a high-ranking lord or prince back in the day. Looks like these yin-yang masters finally found something interesting. They're clearly obsessed with what's hidden in this world. They're all over these ancient ominous tombs, which explains, no wonder Zifeng and his squad are out here camping. My master really left me some broken gear. These techniques are on par with the Heavenly Master's own legacy. Wait, is this actually the ancient Chunjun sword? The hell are you guys doing here? Why the hell are you wrecking my temple? My bad, Taoist Master. We legit thought this place was abandoned. If the temple wasn't going broke, you think I'd be collabing with those shady yin-yang mages? Wonder how things are going over there. Did the 50 million from the yin-yang faction hit the account yet? No, it didn't. What's going on? Forget it, I'm gonna go check this out myself. What the actual hell is happening? Where is this demonic aura coming from? This pressure is absolutely cracked. What kind of demon dares to invade my Taoist sanctuary? Jin-yang Mountain? Your founder, Jin-yang, was a legend who enlightened the masses. How did he end up with a loser descendant like you? Collaborating with yin-yang mages to raise a disaster demon just to take out your own people. Straight up treason. This junior Zifeng pays respects to the Ancestral Celestial Master. Since the Ancestral Master is here, I'm guessing my big brother already caught an L and got captured. Any chance I can see him again? Your brother actually had some spine. He lasted 2 whole moves before getting folded by me. He's chilling in my 10,000 soul banner now, and you two will be reunited real soon. Any last words before I send you to the lobby? Ever since I linked up with Yin Xiaogui, I knew this day might come. Guess I'm just reaping what I sowed. If the Ancestral Celestial Master and the Longhu Mountain crew are all here, I guess I'll just die and call it even. Enjoy rotting in the 10,000 soul banner for the next few centuries. This dirty money, is it even worth it? If you use Taoist arts to scam it, then it's going back to the Taoist community. This billion will be the new endowment fund for the Taoist sects. Maybe with this cash, broke places like Jinyang Mountain won't have to pull this tragic nonsense ever again. Finally, After 10 years, I've got the government permit in my hands. Let's see who dares to try and touch this temple now. Go up the mountain and tear that place down for me. Didn't you say this Taoist temple was empty? There was only one old monk there. How are there 2 more people now? Where did you 2 Taoist clowns even come from? This mountain is under our Buddhist sect's management now. We've got the official government permit right here. Get off this mountain, now. From today, this place is a shrine for our Buddhist sect. Since when did a Taoist temple belonging to our sect become something anyone can just claim for themselves? Are you 2 really trying to start a turf war with me?
Amitabha.
Oh, it's actually Master Zhang. I didn't see you earlier. Please forgive my ignorance. Master Zhang, we followed all the legal procedures for Jinyang Mountain. It belongs to our sect now. Just do us a favor and walk away. Don't make a scene. Cut the crap. I said this place is mine, so it's mine. I've claimed this place, so you have 1 minute to get lost before I stop being polite. Zhang Tianlu, this is the age of law. Are you really going to ignore the government's authority? You're literally asking for trouble with the law. Government? What government? None of that matters to me. I'm a zombie, not a human, bro. Since you want to talk about rules, let's talk about my lightning magic. Scram. Brother Yang, that Zhang Tianlu is completely unreasonable. We need to report this to the abbot and demand justice. But he already took down the 3 abbots from Leiyin Temple. I don't even think our own abbot at Zhengyang Temple can win against him. So, what are we afraid of? We've got the government backing us, and they've already greenlit the project. If Zhang Tianlu kicks us out and refuses the demo, don't worry. The higher-ups have got our backs. Does this Zhang Tianlu really think that just because he can handle our sect, he can go toe-to-toe with the bosses? Bro is literally speedrunning his own funeral at this point. This Zhang Tianlu is way too naive, man. Does he actually think it's still the year 2000? You think you can just claim whatever territory you want like it's a free-for-all? My 10,000 Sword God guidance technique has finally reached grand completion. Every single thing in this world is now mine to command. 10,000 Sword God guidance. Earth and Heaven Mystic Sect, the origin of all energy. The Zhurong Spirit Fire is absolutely cracked. Even the Taoist Golden Light Mantra couldn't hold it back. Chaos vast and infinite. The first breath separates. The righteous golden light forms into jade. Great Golden Light Mantra. Death. Extinction. Can't believe this technique actually has a second phase. The Great Golden Light Mantra just isn't cutting it anymore. That 10,000 Sword God guidance the system dropped is actually low-key OP. Controlling flying swords has never felt this smooth. This 10,000 Sword God guidance is seriously built different. If I could get my hands on some higher tier components, it would be even more broken. I didn't think the third phase would be this insane. As expected of the 12 heavenly godly killing formation, even just this single formation is already terrifying. Now that's some good loot. Truly a top-tier treasure. I've already seen what the Zhurong formation can do. Let's see what this Dijiang banner is packing. Unlike the Zhurong formation, this place is just a literal sea of flames. The pressure in this space is suffocating. I need to be careful not to trigger anything stupid. Is that a spatial fluctuation? Using spatial distortion to create invisible air blades, cleaver. The entire Dijiang formation has basically locked down this dimension. Any living thing that tries to move is getting diced into nothingness by the space itself. Spatial powers are honestly terrifying. Still, don't go poking the bear if you value your life. Abbot, we ran into Zhang Tianlu over at Jinyang Mountain. This Zhang Tianlu is a total menace. It's one thing to mess with other sects, but he even had the audacity to target our own temple. I'll make a quick call. Someone will be there to deal with this clown soon. All right, I've heard enough. If Zhang Tianlu says we aren't demolishing it, then we stop. There are tons of tourist spots in Wanhai. It's not like the world ends if we lose Jinyang Mountain. Consider this case closed. Just go pick another location.
Amitabha.
Director Wang, you can't just back out like that. We already finalized the deal for Jinyang Mountain, and the contract is signed. How can you just walk away? Is that so? We absolutely have to get our hands on that land. Then that's a you problem. Go solve it yourselves. Go talk to Xuanzhen and Zhang Tianlu if you have an issue. I'm busy. I'm hanging up. Time to head to class. You guys have all these heavy weapons. Why are you scared of a zombie? Just go blast it already. Abbot, what are we supposed to do now? What else is there to do? Are the authorities really just gonna ghost us on this? We can't win a direct fight, so let's just stir up some drama online and pressure them. Xuanzhen has rocks for brains, trying to get the authorities to do his dirty work. Do you even know who Zhang Tianlu is? You think your whole sect could take him? Dreaming of the authorities doing anything is pure copium. If the government won't step in, we'll just drown them in hate comments and make Longhu Mountain the main villain of the internet. Master Xuanzhen, What's your take on the viral rumors about Zhang Tianlu taking over Jinyang Mountain? Actually, Longhu Mountain already made our stance clear. Our ancestral master is currently independent and no longer under the sect's jurisdiction. All his decisions and actions are entirely his own. He has nothing to do with Longhu Mountain anymore, and we aren't in a position to interfere. Besides, in terms of raw cultivation and power, even if our entire sect teamed up, we wouldn't even stand a chance against him. Regarding Jinyang Shan and Longhu Shan, we can only offer an apology, but our hands are tied. Right now, I've already got over 80 pieces of high-grade flying corpse stones in my inventory. The combat power of these two insects combined is way more terrifying than a 5,000-strong Black Corpse Legion. Detected. The number of demonic spirits in the Myriad Soul banner has hit 10,000. If I can speedrun to 100,000, I'll unlock the Lu Ding Divine Fire reward, along with the 12 Capital Heaven banners and the Heavenly Witch banners, plus the 9 Underworld Ghost Furnace and 10 million achievement points. The reward this time is top-tier world-class flame, the Lu Ding Divine Fire. But hitting 100,000 ghosts? Man, that's gonna be a headache. Even now, the Myriad Soul banner is barely scraping by with just 10,000 ghosts. Grinding 100,000 evil spirits is a massive pain, but it's definitely not impossible. I just need to hunt down a couple of ghost realms. Those places are absolutely crawling with fodder. Looks like it's time to touch grass and go find some ghost realms. Follow me, we're going out for a quick stroll. I'm currently short on some demonic materials for the grind. No wonder I spent ages wandering the mountains and found 0 monsters. Turns out they all migrated here. Looks like today is the day I finally finish refining the Myriad Soul banner. If you guys have any last words, make it snappy. You're about to become residents of my banner. Holy crap, what kind of demonic zombie cultivator is this? A literal evil sect showed up on our doorstep to farm us for their soul refining gear. Don't let a single one of them escape. If you're really going to push us to the brink, then one of us isn't leaving here alive today. Even if we die here, don't think for a second you're getting away unscathed. Die! Witness my ultimate forbidden technique. 1 drop of this poison, and you won't last more than 3 days, guaranteed. I told you, even if we bite the dust, you're not living through this. That's so? You guys really think some low-tier trash like that can actually scratch me? Pathetic amateur hour garbage. Trying to teach a master how to use his own weapon? You clowns are hilarious. You seriously think you're on a level where you can imagine someone actually finding a way to purge our toxic grudge aura? Bro's cultivation level is legit terrifying. Behold the Azure Dragon Hellfire. Looks like this is the real reason all these bottom-feeding mobs are gathering here. You better crawl out here yourself. Or do I have to drag you out? Don't waste this old ancestor's time. Be smart and come out to meet your maker. If you behave, I might even make your execution a bit less painful. If you're gonna keep playing mystery, don't blame me for being rude. Look, I don't know who you are, but we got no beef. Why are we out here throwing our lives away? My minions died by your hand, but I'll let it slide. Consider it a little welcoming gift for a boss like you. How about we just call it a day? You walk your path, I walk mine, and we never cross again. Who am I? You don't need to know, because a dead man doesn't need a resume. And as for not crossing paths, too bad my soul harvesting banner is currently short on souls. You're becoming part of the collection today, and honestly, you don't really have a choice. So that's how it is. You're really trying to catch these hands? If that's the play, let's see who ends up in the grave first. Absolute scrub. Die. There's always more wood in the forest if you're patient. Keep that same energy, kid. You think you're escaping? Bro really thought he could just run away? A little interesting, I guess. Not bad for a 6,000-year-old demon. You can't fight for squat, but your escape game is top tier. Too bad you're not going anywhere today. Wait, stop! I surrender, I give up, don't kill me! I'll be your servant. I'll do whatever you want. Just spare my life and we can talk this out. You absolute rat, you really trying to go scorched earth on me? You think I'm playing? Push me to the edge and I'll take this old man down with me. If I'm going out, I'm taking someone to the grave with me. Do you actually think that pathetic move is going to do anything? Besides, I don't even know who that old guy is. You think I care if you killed that guy? Which demonic entity dares to block a ghost agent on official business? You trying to catch a charge in the afterlife? Oh, is this your new boyfriend? Open your eyes and see who you're actually talking to, scrub. What the heck is a zombie heavenly master? Is this for real? Why is a heavenly master a straight-up zombie now? Which generation of Longhu Mountain heavenly master are you? I am Zhang Tianlu, the 3rd generation heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. You'd better show some respect, or I'm gonna make you look real stupid in front of everyone. If you're really a Longhu heavenly master, then I'm out of here. Wait, aren't all zombies supposed to be evil? Why is this zombie actually helping people? Bro, that's literally the founding father of Longhu Mountain. I knew he looked familiar. Thank you so much for saving my life, Master. Master, thanks for the save. Please, Master, spare me. Spare my life. Still nowhere near the 100k quota for the system. Looks like I need to find a massive demon realm to hit the goal. I remember Longhu Mountain has a demon-suppressing hall that's been locking up monsters for 2 millennia. If I can just dump all those monsters into my myriad soul banner, I won't just hit the quest requirement. I'll absolutely crush it and overperform. So this is the legendary Longhu Mountain? Let's see if these guys are actually as cracked as the rumors say. Such high cultivation and top-tier reputation. I'm dying to see if these Longhu Mountain dudes actually have any real skills. Who the hell are you? Do you have any idea where you are, kid? Charging into the sect in broad daylight? You here to pick a fight? What's wrong? Longhu Mountain, are you guys actually scared of a girl like me? Can't even let me pass the gate. If you didn't want people challenging your sect, why build such a massive front gate? Wait, is that someone from the Sakura 9 Bureau? Since you're here to pick a fight, stay put. I'll go report this. The first bureau is here. How should we handle this situation, masters? Does anyone have any ideas? Isn't this simple? If they're here to throw hands, let's show them the price of being a fool. Some people just don't know their place. It's been a while since they got a good beating. They tend to forget their status, so we need to remind them every now and then who's really the boss. No cap, they're just itchy for a fight. One smackdown should fix them right up. So, who do you guys think is best suited to deal with this mess? Master, leave this one to me. It'll be a quick trip. Consider it done. Brother Xuanling, chill out. You go way too hard, it's just a simple spar. Every time you throw a punch, you end up sending some demon or spirit straight to the afterlife. I think I should go instead. Yeah, we definitely can't let Xuanling handle this. Master, put me in. I want to go. Opportunities like this don't come often. Pick me. Greetings, Uncle Master Zhang. Uncle Master Zhang. Oh, we are so cooked. This Uncle Master hasn't left his cultivation cave in decades, and he's not only out, he's heading straight for the 3 Pure Ones Hall. We're in real trouble now. Don't tell me he's here because of the first bureau too? I just finished meditating and heard that some guys from the first bureau are outside trying to bully our Longhu Mountain. Is that actually true? Who's this old geezer anyway? Why are all the other Taoist masters reacting like they've seen a ghost? You don't even know Taoist Zhang? Legend says he was the only one to survive the Great Sakura Demon Purge back in the day. He's the only survivor, and he holds the highest kill count in history. Even though he's over 100 now, the second he hears Sakura, he's ready to catch bodies. Uncle Master, this is a tiny issue. No need for you to waste your energy. Let us handle these scrubs. Exactly. Why bother your hands with such small fry? We've got this under control. Don't worry, Uncle Master. We'll make sure to teach those first bureau clowns. Alright, say no more. My mind is made up. Since the current generation of Longhu Mountain Masters aren't around, and I'm the highest-ranking guy left in this joint, it's on me to go handle these clowns. If the old master has already made up his mind, then I guess we'll just have to roll with it for now. Truly worthy of being from the 9th Bureau. You must be the current purple-robed celestial master of Longhu Mountain Xuanzhen, right? That's me, the humble priest. And what might your name be? Nakano Yoshimi, descendant of the Nakano clan. How are you related to Nakano Chuan? Nakano Chuan is my grandfather. Do you know him? One of the 6 big families of the 9th Bureau, huh? Go back and ask your people, who among them I haven't sent to the afterlife yet. May I ask for your honorable name and religious title, Jingfa? Jingfa was just a name the old master gave me back in the day, but I changed it myself. Now I go by Ghost Slayer. I have heard of you before. You were my grandfather's arch-nemesis back then. I never expected you to still be alive. An arch-nemesis? Is he even worthy of that title? I beat that fraud into a cripple with a single strike back then. If he hadn't scurried away so fast, he'd just be another soul sealed under my blade. Oh right, is Nakano Chuan still kicking, or what? My grandfather passed away many years ago. Good riddance. Man, this is hilarious. No way. Right? Does this old priest from Longhu Mountain always talk this much trash? Look at that Japanese girl's face turning green. She really thought he was just being polite and asking about her grandpa. I've been cultivating for 100 years, reached the golden elixir realm of internal alchemy, and I've still got at least 500 years of life left in me. You'll be long dead before I even break a sweat. Good luck trying to kill me. That's going to be a bit tough. Let's get to the main point. Why are you lot loitering at the gates of my Longhu Mountain? We came to Longhu Mountain today specifically to settle a grudge. What kind of petty revenge is this, you absolute clown? Half a month ago, our Juju Yi faction members went there on a vacation and ended up dead in your Wanhai city. The last intel we got was that someone from your Longhu Mountain did the dirty work. We literally found a thunder talisman at the scene. In the Long Kingdom, the only people capable of using that level of thunder magic Are you guys from Longhu Mountain? Oh, I get it now. This is about when the ancestral Tianxi wiped out that drought demon. We've got mountains of evidence, so stop capping and admit your Taoist hit the squad. The authorities are on their way, so don't even think about running, losers. Why are you guys just standing there looking like NPCs? Go catch them already. The Tianxi of Longhu Mountain is a murder suspect. Aren't you guys going to do your jobs? Arrest the Longhu Tianxi? Are you guys actually trying to simp for this little demon? What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at how pathetic you guys are. You guys are literally trying to gaslight me. It's obvious your Juju Yi losers came to my Long Kingdom to try and craft a drought demon, and when my guy caught you red-handed and took you out, you have the audacity to claim I'm the villain? I haven't even started collecting your debt, and you're already knocking on my door? You claim we were raising a zombie? Where's the proof? Anything without evidence is just a skill issue in the court of law. I've got cold, hard evidence that you were the one who killed them. Ha! And what proof do you have that I was the one who personally deleted your buddies? Everyone in the Long Kingdom knows you're the only one who can use thunder magic. Those guys got fried by heaven's lightning. Who else could it be besides you? Plus, when the incident went down in Wanhai City, you just happened to be at the scene, so obviously you're the main suspect. Looks like you really did your homework, didn't you? You've got a real prepared script there, but it's a shame. I really didn't kill them. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Does anyone else in Longhu Mountain even know the 5 Thunder Art? Your boys didn't know their place and provoked our ancestor, so he just took care of them. You want to make an arrest? Go ahead and try to catch him. Who is this ancestor of yours? Tell him to show his face right now. If you're looking for him, you'll have to head over to Fenglei Mountain. But trust me, don't go. That ending is going to be straight up tragic. I don't care who you try to pin this on, you're not getting out of this mess anyway. You're coming with me today, no exceptions. Without hard evidence, we don't have the authority to detain anyone. This whole case still needs more digging. All right then, don't blame me for being rude today. If the officials won't take action, then we'll handle it for them. Time to get our hands dirty. Xuanzhen Heavenly Master, you really should just come with me. Courting death, are we? Is this guy actually insane, or does he really think he can tank this? The 5 Thunders technique from Longhu Mountain is honestly not bad, but unfortunately, it's completely useless against me. Palm Thunder is useless against you? Then let's see how you handle this. 5 Thunders Palm. My 5 Thunders Palm isn't just about the lightning. It's got raw internal energy behind it. Let's see if you can block this one, loser. Your little palm strike actually managed to hurt me. You've got some skills, but the problem isn't your technique. The problem is that all lightning-based arts are straight up trash against me. There isn't a single cultivator or monster in this entire world that doesn't fear the heavenly thunder. Even the heavens themselves wouldn't let a freak like you exist. This old man is definitely hiding something shady. You look like a half-baked demon and you're out here playing God. Pathetic. Show me your true form. What in the actual hell is that? Is that thing even human anymore? Why is it turning those colors? Are you a person or a monster? Oh great, you undead freaks deserve to die for pulling off this absolute nightmare. It's clearly the result of some twisted human-demon hybrid experiment. My grandpa told me years ago that people in this village were getting snatched for tests. Turns out he wasn't capping about them developing weapons to hard counter Heaven Masters. So, you think you can tank lightning? Let's see how much voltage your crusty body can handle, pal. N. This is the diamond talisman from Longhu Mountain. Try not to cry. What's wrong? Frozen in place, are we? The old man was talking all that trash earlier, claiming he'd solo the whole mountain. He's stopped moving now. Guess he's finally kicked the bucket. Alright, the results are in. It's a wrap. Drag his corpse away while you still can, or there won't be anything left to bury. Wrap? What do you mean it's a wrap? That old guy just straight up murdered someone, and you guys are doing nothing? Isn't killing illegal under Long Kingdom law? Hey, Taoist Master, you're the one who killed him. You're coming with us for questioning. Killed him, my foot. He got zapped by lightning. What's that got to do with Longhu Mountain? Besides, you all saw it. That old dude wasn't even human. He was a demon. There's a crowd of people watching the scene. You're really going to stand there and claim there's no evidence. Actually, it looks like there really isn't any proof. Don't even ask. It was just a convenient lightning strike. I can testify that the Taoist was at least 10 meters away from that guy. How is he responsible for a lightning bolt hitting from that distance? That was a truly satisfying clap of thunder. What do you mean the body's gone? There isn't even a scrap of meat left. Imagine calling the cops and telling them a Longhu Taoist murdered someone when there isn't even a body to show for it. Are you hearing yourself speak right now? You bunch of Taoists really love playing the victim after pulling your shady stunts.
Fine.
Today I'm wiping Longhu Mountain off the map. You're all going to pay a heavy price for today, Longhu Mountain. Go, slaughter them. Boss, do you need us to jump in? Don't move. Nobody touch these guys. This is personal between me and the trash from the Jugu sect. I've been holding back for decades, so today I'm just gonna let loose and wreck them. Listen here, old man. Today is your death date. Imagine ganging up on a 100-year-old geezer. Have you guys heard of shame?
You call this a duel?
Don't go around insulting what a real duel is. That's not how any respectable person challenges their enemies. As long as I get the W, the process doesn't even matter, bro. I never told him not to call for backup. He chose to 1v7 on his own. That's not my problem. These guys have insane defense. Every move they make screams undead zombie. My standard thunder techniques are doing nothing. Looks like I have to drop the ultimate lightning spell to delete them. Damn it, they aren't even giving me a window to cast the spell. Wait, isn't Longhu Mountain supposed to be full of holy Taoists? With all these monks around, where the hell is this demonic energy coming from? Could it actually be the Zhang Tianlu guy from Longhu Mountain? That sinister aura is exactly like his entrance theme. If that really is Zhang Tianlu, things just got a whole lot more interesting. Looks like the legendary founding master of Longhu Mountain actually showed up. Which coward is hiding in the shadows? Cut the sneaky act and show yourself. If you've got the balls, come out and fight me like a man. This soul-crushing pressure, this guy's power level is actually cracked. Master, you don't need to get your hands dirty. I can handle these scrubs myself. Don't tell me how to do my job, kid. Name, am I seeing things right now? Why is the founding master attacking his own people? Spill it. Who sent you losers to cause trouble at Longhu Mountain? It's Longhu Mountain. You killed my father, so I'm here to collect. Killed your old man? Who are you even talking about? The Onmyoji from Wanhai City. My pops was one of them. So that's the deal, huh? Yeah, your dad definitely died by my hand. What now? You think you're actually gonna get revenge? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Come at me, bro. Zhang Tianlu. Don't think you're invincible just because you peaked early. Even in the Long Kingdom, there's always a bigger fish, and you're dead meat today. Surround him! Just a bunch of half-human, half-demon trash. You really think this low-tier fodder is enough to take me down? Just wait, you'll see how cracked they actually are. These modified Onmyoji are a literal fusion of humans and zombies. Immune to blades, immune to bullets, straight up unkillable. So you actually fused with zombies, huh? But you think this cheap party trick is enough to touch me? You're still a scrub. Kill him. Tear him apart. Even if we all die, we're taking Zhang Tianlu down with us. Alright, if that's how you want to play, don't blame me for not holding back. Why do I suddenly feel like something's wrong? They've got the grandmaster surrounded. So why does the old man look like he's actually having fun? Zhang Tianlu, even if you've got heaven-defying skills, we've got numbers. Don't think you're walking out of here alive. 36 transformations of Tiangong. Beans to soldiers. No way, he's actually using the bean soldier technique. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Look at these dudes, pale as ghosts and snapping jaws. They're literally zombies. Bro is really trying the human wave strategy. Keep that same energy. Let's see who's actually got the numbers now. Help me. Someone save me. We surrender, okay? We're done. Are you seriously just gonna let this grandmaster slaughter people like it's nothing? My bad, Zhongyan. This is way above our pay grade. We gotta bounce and report this to the higher-ups. You think Longhu Shan is just some open lobby where you can walk in and out as you please? Holy crap, is this the kind of damage a zombie can actually output? That is absolutely nightmare fuel. Zhang Tianlu, you better pray I don't get a chance at revenge, or you're gonna find out exactly how expensive that mistake is. Don't worry, I know that you gotta pull the weeds by the root. I figured that out 2,000 years ago, so trust me, you aren't getting a revenge arc. Dead is dead, no point crying about it. And these souls? Way too valuable to let them go to waste. Come on, become some sweet XP for my soul banner. Your old man is already inside. Go ahead and have a family reunion. Real talk, you're not gonna find another nice guy like me in this economy. Wait, he actually just deleted him? Not surprised, Zhang Tianlu doesn't play around when it's time to end someone. D? He's just gonna walk away like that? Not gonna stop him, or what? If you want to stop him, be my guest. Good luck with that, considering he'd probably wipe the floor with you. So if we can't beat him, we just let him do whatever. Besides, let's be real, who can actually prove Zhang Tianlu just committed murder? You need a body to prove a murder, right? Where's the body? Then, who even died? Any witnesses at the scene? Because personally, I didn't see anything. Total cap! I don't see it, either. If it isn't visible, it doesn't exist. Ancestor, did you come back to the mountain today because you have something important to tell us? Since I'm back, obviously I've got some business to take care of. After my resurrection, I crafted the Soul Emperor banner to refine all the world's evil energy for my own use. But right now, this banner is still missing a little juice. I've been traveling all over the place, hunting for energy, and it's getting annoying. I'm done wasting my patience running around. So I remembered the demon sealing hall at Longhu Mountain is packed with demons. Why go out hunting when I can just turn these demons into banner fodder? It's basically doing Longhu Mountain a huge favor anyway. That hall is stuffed with demons captured by every generation of celestial masters, and the resentment there is off the charts. If they ever break out, that's going to be one massive headache. You're doing us a huge favor, Ancestor, but that thing in your hand doesn't really look like a Soul Emperor banner. Whatever, why overthink it? If you say it is, then it is. As long as you aren't causing trouble, do whatever you want. Lucky you. Ancestor, the demon sealing hall is just up ahead. Our hall at Longhu Mountain has been around for over 2,000 years, built by the very first celestial master. Since then, it's been renovated 33 times and reinforced over 2,000 times by every generation. It's basically getting an upgrade every single year. It holds over 15,000 demons and vengeful spirits, with 900 of them being over 5,000 years old. Plus 5,000 demons, that 5,000 demons that are 3,000 years old and 8,000 that are 1,000 years old. 0,000. I mean, the stronger the demons, the better the energy for my myriad soul banner. My bad, I meant my Soul Emperor banner. Open the seal. I'm heading into that hall right now. Ancestor, are you absolutely sure about this? The situation inside the demon sealing hall is completely different from what it was 2,000 years ago. There are countless demons in there, and I can't even guarantee I'd make it out in one piece. Are you really going to go through with this? Don't worry about me. Just focus on doing your own job. I have my own limits for going in there. Just hurry up and open the door. If the Ancestor wants in, then be quick. I can't hold this seal forever. Perfect timing. Bro really just walked into the trap himself. Why does that blade look so familiar? Pretty sure I've seen that piece of junk somewhere before. Must be my imagination playing tricks on me. This zombie guy must be a fresh arrival to this dump, since we're all stuck inside this demon suppression hall. We're basically in the same boat now. Those stinking, self-righteous Taoists from Longhu Mountain outside are our shared enemy. If you join us, just come over, kowtow, and we can wait for the perfect moment to bust out of this prison. Then we'll hunt down those Longhu Mountain frauds and settle the score. Save the speech. I'm only here to refine my 10,000 soul banner. Be smart and don't resist. Crawl into my banner and save yourself the pain. Otherwise, this Taoist isn't going to be so polite. This zombie is actually calling himself a Taoist? Wait, I finally remember who you are. You're Zhang Tianlu, the guy who tossed me in here 2,000 years ago. How is it possible that the legendary Heavenly Master turned into a zombie? Like, how does a guy like that even become a zombie? I have no idea how he turned into an undead freak, but I'm certain this is Zhang Tianlu. Just look at the sword on his back and that Heavenly Master seal on his hip. I got folded by those exact items back in the day and dragged into this hole. There's no way I'm misremembering that. What are we even scared of? We've got the numbers. He's all by himself, and he's just a mindless zombie now. He isn't the mighty Heavenly Master from the old days. Today is the ultimate revenge arc. Zhang Tianlu, I never thought I'd see you end up like this. You were the one who suppressed me here, yet here you are, getting dumped in this hole by your own disciples. You're literally reaping what you sowed, buddy. The Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master dies and becomes a brain-dead zombie, then gets locked up in here by his own grandkids. Could this situation get any more pathetic? Hey Zhang Tianlu, I'll give you one chance. You want to join our little squad or what? Help us out, and we'll make sure you get out of this demon suppression hall for good. You deaf or something, bro? Or are you just playing the village idiot to get a reaction? My patience is running thin, and I don't have time to waste on a bottom feeder like you. Either drop to your knees and kowtow right now, or I'm going to shred you to pieces where you stand. Is this guy's skull made of pure iron or what? Wasn't it your hobby to squeeze my head? Why stop now? Keep it moving. If you can't get the job done, then it's my turn to cook. Samadhi true fire. Where are you going, champ? Nowhere to run. Since you're trapped, just be a good boy and head into the cage. Zhang Tianlu, are you seriously trying to wipe us all out? You've already got us locked in this spirit-sealing hall, and we haven't even done anything wrong. What gives you the right to end us? Plus, look at how many of us there are. Don't get it twisted. We aren't actually scared of you. If we actually throw hands, it's going to be a total bloodbath, and nobody's walking away with a W. If we really go to war, even if we all go down, we're dragging you to hell with us. Nobody wins if we do this. Let's just back off and mind our own business from now on. The ghost-slaying general formation. Is that really all you've got? Another clown with a death wish has entered the chat. Looks like the Grand Celestial Master didn't beat the dog out of you back in the day. That's fine. I'll be the one to deal with you today. Zhang Tianlu, you're still miles behind our Peng Demon King. Is that really all the power you've got? Just give up, Zhang Tianlu. You're not even on the same level as our Peng Demon King. Bro really thinks he's got the upper hand after just one exchange? You actually think your Peng Demon King is invincible? Fine. Let's play then. Space manipulation. With your current cultivation, there's no way you should be hitting that level, right? My current cultivation isn't enough to touch the Tao of space, sure, but that doesn't stop me from using a cheat item. Zhang Tianlu, don't tell me you're all out of moves and have to rely on a crutch like that to stall me. If you've got guts, put that artifact away and let's throw hands like real men. Do you dare? Getting clapped, so now you're trying to use psychological warfare? I'm literally guaranteed the win with this artifact. Why would I throw that away just to fight you head on? What's in it for me if I put my gear away? I'll make a bet with you. If I win, you're my servant for the next 1,000 years. And the reward for you is that I'll bust you out of this demon sealing hall. How about that? 1,000 years of servitude? Isn't that just becoming his full-time slave? You're really that confident you can take me down? I wouldn't be taking this job if I didn't have the skill to back it up. Just tell me if you have the guts to do it or not. Bet.